Chapter 181. The cruelty of war was becoming more and more apparent these days. Every order of the decision-makers would decide the life and death of tens of thousands of soldiers and commoners. One wrong step and millions of lives would be buried with them. Fan Lingyue's ruthlessness was not only reflected in his treatment of his enemies, but also in his treatment of his subordinates. As long as it was beneficial to the war, no matter who it was, no matter how many people he had, he would give them up. But no one could deny that it was precisely because of this ruthlessness that Beimeng had been able to fight their way into the heart of Grand Xia with less than a third of their casualties. At the same time, the hands of the decision-makers of Grand Xia were also stained with blood, bearing enormous pressure. Every martial Marquis of Grand Xia was a shocking genius, but in the past thousands of years, there were only a few who could break through to the Xiantian realm. The reason was actually very simple. The martial marquises of Grand Xia bore too many sins. Wanting to break through to the Xiantian realm was thousands of times more difficult than ordinary people. Almost no one could do it. Even Grand Xia's war god had to borrow the power of the treasure below the imperial palace to break through this unbreakable barrier and enter the Xiantian realm. The remaining 9 martial marquises of Grand Xia all stopped at the peak of the 9th grade or half-step Xiantian realm. On this day, a special person came to Yangguan City. His aura was powerful, and he was the only martial Marquis of Grand Xia in the past 1,000 years, the Beiwu Marquis. Xiao Wanhua greets the military advisor. The Beiwu Marquis, who was also the current Marquis of Northern Meng, bowed respectfully. Marquis Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. Fan Lingyue took a few steps forward, looking at the Grand Xia army rushing over. His eyes flashed. This battle would determine the future of Beimeng and Grand Xia. In the Netherworld Kingdom, Ning Chen stood at the entrance, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Now that the war had reached a critical moment, he was completely helpless. Time passed bit by bit. From dawn to noon and from noon to evening, this short day seemed so long. After waiting for a long time, night finally arrived. Grand Xia's 100,000 reinforcements had arrived half a day earlier than expected. Marquis blood-robed and the 55,000 Imperial Guards were not far from Yangguan City. If nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive before dawn. Jing Wu Duke's army was also marching rapidly. As long as the Marquis of blood-robed and 100,000 reinforcements could delay them for 3 days, they would be able to arrive in time. After a series of battles, Northern Meng needed to rest. The 2 days in Yangguan City would be the best time to rest. 2 days ago, the Northern Meng army took down Yangguan City, which was indeed a little unexpected. However, the Northern Meng army's strongest point was their cavalry and archery. Once they stopped, their power would be greatly reduced. Everyone knew that the Northern Meng army would not stay in Yangguan City for too long. However, no one knew when they would leave the city. Fan Lingyue's thoughts were always hard to guard against and hard to guess. How is it? Have you found it? On the city gate tower, Fan Lingyue coldly asked. Military advisor, according to our spies, Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia always appears outside the fog forest. A black-clothed figure with golden embroidery on his sleeves respectfully knelt on the ground and replied. Very good, act according to the plan, Fan Lingyue ordered. Yes. The black-clothed figure accepted the order and quickly disappeared. Night fell. On the road from the fog forest to Yeyang City, the ghost palanquin quickly went north, hurrying towards Marquis Bloodclad's camp. In the underworld, Mu Qingxue was still resisting the Zhiga sword and did not follow along. Neither of them expected that something would happen tonight. Ning Chen did not say anything, and Mu Qingxue naturally would not take the initiative to follow. When the ghost palanquin was 700 miles out of the fog forest, a majestic palm energy suddenly pressed down like a mountain. Ning Chen stepped out from the palanquin and met it with a backhand palm. With a loud bang, the mountain rocks were sent flying, and sand and dust filled the air. Today, under Tianhua Mountain, Jiming will be buried. As the voice spoke, a figure wearing a stone-green battle suit walked over. He looked mighty and majestic, and his aura was extraordinary. You are. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with shock. Northern Marshal Marquis. It was an unfamiliar face, but a familiar battle suit. This was a battle suit unique to the Marquis of the Great Xia, and it could not be fake. After a moment of shock, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in Ning Chen's heart. His feet moved, and he recklessly rushed forward. There was a change in the battle. Kill. At Xiao Wanhua's command, Feng, Yu, Lei, and Yan, 4 peak rank 9 personal guards, walked out. The light of their swords and sabers flashed, pressing down on Ning Chen. Ning Chen was concerned about the battle ahead. His sword finger furiously slashed, and with a clang, the saber light in front of him was pushed away. However, after the saber light, 3 rays of sword qi followed, blocking the path ahead. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He unsheathed his black sword, and the sword light was sharp, scattering the 3 rays of sword qi. Feng, Yu, and Lei rushed forward. The 3 swords cooperated, attacking and defending each other. One sword was light, one was long, and one was heavy. Their teamwork was perfect. The remaining person raised his saber and formed a strange seal with his hands. Suddenly, lightning fell from the sky. Using the saber as a guide, the furious lightning struck down on Ning Chen, who was trapped by the 3 swords. In an instant, the surrounding 10 feet turned into a sea of lightning. Yu and Lei were not affected at all. Only Ning Chen, who was amidst the lightning and thunder, felt a strong sense of threat, and his expression changed. Drifting snow of July. When it was almost snowing, the snow fell from the sky. A waterfall of sword light cut through the sea of lightning. The moment the 3 swords were blocked, a white figure flashed past. In the blink of an eye, she appeared outside the battle. With a slash of her sword, she sent Lei and Lei flying. The 3 swords reacted quickly. Their figures flashed and surrounded Ning Chen again. Their swords were even faster, more continuous, and more heavy, forcing Ning Chen to face them with full attention. The black sword faced the 3 swords. Although Ning Chen used his foundation and techniques to suppress them, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. Jian Luing, what are you waiting for? Sigu Jian walked out in the dark night and said lightly. When I attack, it's not up to you to tell me. Jian Luing appeared and said coldly. Sigu Jian didn't say anything more. With his 2 swords in hand, his figure flashed, and he joined Zhan Huan. Another strong warrior entered the battle. Ning Chen immediately felt the pressure increase. The blue light around him shone brightly. A palm that reached the sky shook the world. Waves shocking heaven and earth unite. Shocking waves of anger roared and surged. The 3 guards and 3 swords joined hands to block the heavenly might. On the other side, Sigu Jian's 2 swords came together. Raising his martial arts, he also blocked the power of the ultimate move. At this moment, the light of the knife attracted lightning. Lei Wei seized the opportunity and chopped down with his knife. Thousands of birds cried out. Ning Chen took half a step back. A dark yellow light rose from his sword. As he waved his sword, the earth flipped. A large piece of broken rock flew up and blocked the sea of lightning. After the shock, Ning Chen took another step back. His expression was still fearless. The light on the black sword changed. Frost condensed into the body of the sword and swept out. 5 people taking turns to fight. It was rare to see someone at the peak of the 9th level. It made this battle reach its peak. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. Sweat and blood flew everywhere. The brave figures, with 1 sword in hand, were as immovable as a mountain. Si Mingjian couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Only by facing it personally could he feel the strength of his opponent. Who would have thought that the young man who had once been running for his life would have become such a terrifying warrior? In the past, he had doubted the military advisor for making a mountain out of a molehill. Only now did he know how stupid he had been. everyone's thoughts spun under the light of the swords. Regardless of whether they regretted it or not, today's battle would end all past grievances. Two swords reflect the moon, 1,000 li of blood light. Sigujian's move was extremely powerful. As his two swords moved, a blood moon rose behind him. A valiant pressure attacked, shocking one's soul. The three swords understood tacitly and attacked at the same time. Combined with the power of the lightning guard's knife light, they chopped down. Waves of the world flow to the east. Ning Chen's hands and swords moved together. After one sword chopped down, he flipped his palm and sent out another valiant palm. One sword leaves a shadow. Not far away, Jian Luiying, who had been waiting for an opportunity, drew his sword across the air and stabbed toward Su Yi. Ning Chen felt a strong sense of danger behind him. The scroll of the earth moved again. A large rock flew up and blocked behind him. However, under the cold front, the large rock was as weak as tofu. The sword light pierced through the barrier and arrived in the blink of an eye. Ah! The cold front entered his body, bringing with it a fountain of blood. Ning Chen bore the pain in his chest and punched out, sending the sword light flying. He could not stop for even a moment. The battle between the six of them arrived in an instant, not giving him any chance. After Jian Luiying entered the battle, Ning Chen was at a disadvantage for the first time. The true qi in his body was quickly used up. Even if the foundations from the scroll of life were unparalleled, he was still at a disadvantage in this endless stream of sword light. Outside the battlefield, Xiao Wanhua stood quietly, a pair of cold eyes quietly watching the battle. The Jingye Absolute beginning in front of him was ready to attack at any moment to end this battle. At the same time, outside of Yangguan City, a group of great Xia soldiers appeared, waving the flag of the Marquis of Bloodrobe. The 100,000 Great Xia Reinforcements General, Shi Hua, was slightly surprised when he heard the report. Weren't the Marquis of Bloodrobe's troops still a few hours away? While Shi Hua was thinking, the city gates of Yangguan City opened. The Beiming heavy cavalry charged out in a black mass. Set up the formation, welcome the enemy. Shi Hua made a decision, not thinking too much and immediately giving the order. The 100,000 troops waited solemnly. The long axe unit, the shield unit, and the archer unit lined up in order, ready to welcome the enemy. After giving the order, Shi Hua still felt a little uneasy, so he sent out scouts to investigate the situation behind them. The darkness of the night hid too much of the truth. The speed of the troops that suddenly appeared was shockingly quick. Before the scouts could send news back, they had already arrived behind the Great Xia reinforcements. Kill! The 9,000 death warriors that descended from the heavens swiftly charged into the Great Xia camp. Before the Great Xia soldiers could react, they had already suffered heavy casualties. The same clothes, the same weapons. Only when the sword light slashed across did they know that the people in front of them were not the brothers that they had gone through life and death with. No one knew where these people came from. The 20,000 cavalry at the North River had just crossed the river. Yangguan City had been really quiet these 2 days, and no suspicious people walked out. Pretty much everyone had forgotten that Great Xia once had a martial Marquis who betrayed them. He was once an extremely high official, and he secretly developed 9,000 men of sacrifice for today. Below Tianhua Mountain, in front of Yangguan City, Great Xia and Ning Chen were both in an irreversible crisis. Chapter 182. The 9,000 death warriors were all extraordinary experts. Normally, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of an army, but tonight, they played an unimaginable role. The Great Xia's formation was soon filled with flaws. A moment later, the northern Meng heavy cavalry swept over like a flood, rushing into the Great Xia's camp and forcefully opening a gap. Behind the 40,000 light cavalry, another 20,000 light cavalry appeared from the east and west city gates, flanking the two sides and swiftly forming a formation. Working together, they continuously reaped the lives of the Great Xia soldiers. When a war became a one-sided slaughter, the battlefield became a terrifying hell. Before General Shi Hua could give the order, he was surrounded by two figures. Sword intent surged from their bodies, and the moment they appeared, the surrounding soldiers were turned into blood and bones. The two newcomers were Sword 1 and Sword 2 from Sword City. Sword City had 3 disciples, Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3. Only Sword 3 gave himself a new name, Jian Luiying. Sword 1 and Sword 2, ever since they entered Desolate City, they didn't use any other names. Beside General Shi Hua, 1,000 guards risked their lives to protect him, but they still couldn't stop the two from advancing. Wherever the sword intent passed, blood blossomed. White and purple, they were so dazzling in the dark night. Every step the two Desolate City swordsmen took, large snowflakes would fly into the air, unstoppable. 3 late-stage 9th-grade guards went forward, but it was futile. The 3 of them were only able to block for 3 breaths of time, and their heads were separated from their bodies, dyeing the ground red with blood. Half an hour later, the general was dead, and the 2 left, no longer caring about him. Close to 10,000 heavy cavalry once again revealed their invincible sharpness, like a sharp knife, completely piercing the heart of the Great Xia's camp. The 100,000 Great Xia soldiers were continuously devoured by the northern Meng cavalry. After the general, the other generals in the army also fell one after another. No more orders were given, and there was only fear and panic. The difference between the two armies was already obvious, but under this night's surprise attack, there was no longer any suspense about the outcome. If the 100,000-strong army was prepared, even the strong northern Meng cavalry would have to pay a heavy price. However, tonight only a bloody massacre was left. On Yangguan City, Fan Lingwei stood quietly, her blue dress fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful face was calm and emotionless. This war was getting harder and harder. Not only Great Xia, but even the northern Meng soldiers were showing signs of fatigue. Only by winning could they continue to raise the morale of the soldiers. She didn't have much time left, but Great Xia didn't have much time left either. The battle below was basically a foregone conclusion. Fan Lingwei turned her gaze in the direction of Mount Tianhua in the south. Compared to the outcome of this battle, she was more concerned about the situation there. If Ning Chen died, there would be no more variables in this war between the two dynasties. With Xiao Ho and Jingye Taichu, she was 99% sure that Ning Chen would not be able to leave Mount Tianhua. As for the remaining sliver of possibility, whether it existed or not, no one could control it. Time passed bit by bit. The sounds of battle grew more and more brutal. Blood dyed the ground red. Under the moonlight it was like hell on earth. There was no suspense about Great Xia's defeat. On northern Meng's side, the 9,000 death warriors that Xiao Wanhua had left behind had all died. After completing their mission, they left with pride and satisfaction. At the foot of Mount Tianhua, Xiao Wanhua seemed to have sensed something. He looked toward the north, giving the 9,000 death warriors a final farewell. In this world, there was no right or wrong. Everyone had their own master. Only the victor had the right to write history. After a moment of sadness, Xiao Wanhua turned his gaze back to the battle. Great Xia's Jiming Marquis was a new martial Marquis who had risen after he left. He had inherited Great Xia's martial Marquis and was as powerful as ever. He was an expert worthy of respect. The military advisor had specially arranged for today's encirclement. Facing such a powerful lineup, the fact that Jiming Marquis could last until now was truly beyond his expectations. 6 experts of the present age, each of them an elite of the Heaven's Reach realm. If it was a normal day, it would be impossible for them to join hands to deal with one person. Today, only the military advisor had the ability and authority to do so. Only the person on the other side had the qualifications. Sword rain swift. The sword in the Yu Wei's hand turned into a winding sword move. It was like a winding drizzle, making it difficult to break free. Sword thunder slash. The Lei Wei wielded a heavy sword with astonishing power. Every sword fell, a loud sound shook the sky, like a giant thunder. Sword wind, sweep. In the wind guard's hand, a thin sword was as fast as the autumn wind. In the blink of an eye, several sword lights had flashed past. The three guards joined hands, their tacit understanding was unparalleled. They had both offense and defense. Coupled with the lightning guard's special technique, there were no flaws. The battle was getting more and more intense. Ning Chen activated the Earth Scroll, and a huge rock flew over, blocking the rain guard's figure. Immediately, the ink sword condensed into frost, and a sword forced the Lei Wei back. However, before he could even take a breath, he saw the sword wind sweeping over, stabbing toward his throat. First defense, raging waves splitting 10,000 miles. The light around Ning Chen changed again. His left hand's sword finger drew in the air, and a raging wave sword appeared, splitting the sky. It was the might of heaven. The wind guard was sent flying, his mouth red. Sword, flowing light. The three guards retreated, and Jian Luiying came in front of him. A sword of flowing light broke toward Ning Chen's dantian. At the same time, the four engraved swords slashed out two sword chi, sealing all of the latter's escape routes. Bang! Ning Chen blocked Jian Luiying's cold blade with his sword. However, he no longer had the time to deal with the two sword chi behind him. With a bang, blood sprayed out. Swift thunder and lightning. The lightning guard used his special technique again, summoning lightning. Wherever the blade pointed, thunder roared and lightning flashed, falling violently. Ning Chen was furious. His whole body rose rapidly, and in the fierce wind and snow, he used the Taoist secret technique of the past. When snow is fast, 3,000 miles of sword snow. The sword pierced the ground and the wind and snow scattered. A vast aura erupted, like thousands of ice swords exploding, shaking the heavens and earth. The 6 people surrounding Ning Chen were affected by this terrifying aura. They retreated dozens of feet, and after pausing, they vomited blood. As they breathed heavily, sweat dripped down from their bodies. Even though the sky was covered in snow, Ning Chen was still sweating all over. The battle had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, Xiao Wanhua, who was watching from the side, finally moved. With a shake of his hand, Jingye Taichu flew up. The moment he pulled out his sword, he arrived in front of Ning Chen. Ning Chen suddenly felt danger behind him and turned to block the sword. However, he had already lost the initiative. Adding on the fact that he was exhausted, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. To be able to last until now in the face of 6 strong people, Jiming Marquis, you are worthy of this Marquis taking action. Xiao Wanhua's Jingye Taichu was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was pressing down. Its powerful aura was actually infinitely close to the Xiantian realm. Among the 10 martial marquises of the Grand Xia, the Beiwu Marquis' martial strength had always been in the middle. Now it seemed that he had been hiding his strength. His sword was as heavy as a mountain, and his deep foundation was rare in the world. Ning Chen blocked several of the former's moves. His aura was unstable, and a sword slashed past, staining his body with blood. Jian Luiying, the 4 engraved swords, and the 4 guards immediately rushed forward. Their swords and sabers slashed downward. Snowfall of the 7th month. Ning Chen forced himself to raise his cultivation. With a wave of his sword, snow fell. The wind and snow fell, and the sword intent scattered in all directions. The 6 blocked the falling snow and retreated several steps, their blood boiling. "Let's go." Ning Chen took advantage of this slight gap and quickly left the area. "Chase," said Xiao Wanhua coldly. The 4 engraved swords, Jian Luiying, and the 4 guards quickly followed, chasing in the direction Ning Chen had left. At the foot of Tianhua Mountain, a white figure flitted past. However, before he could go 3 miles, he saw several figures blocking his path. Saber light and sword shadows pressed forward. Each one of them had a cultivation of 4th rank or higher. Their battle cries shook the heavens. With his path blocked, Ning Chen's black sword danced. With a slash of his sword, blood flew everywhere. There was no path of retreat, no choice. Around Ning Chen, severed limbs and heads flew into the air. Only by killing could they find a way to survive in this situation where they were sure to die. Blood splattered all over the sky. No one knew whose blood it was. There was a limit to one's strength. Faced with the endless attacks, they gradually slowed down. At this time, Jian Luiying and the others caught up. They didn't stop for a moment, immediately rushing forward. Sword shadows swirled in the air, chasing after his soul. Ning Chen blocked 2 swords, but couldn't block the third one. With a bang, he retreated 10 steps and vomited blood. More and more blood flowed out. His strength also gradually disappeared. Although he had an undying body, he gradually showed signs of exhaustion. Jiming Marquis, you won't be able to escape tonight. Xiao Wanhua held Jingye absolute beginning and walked over step by step. His powerful pressure scattered all the obstacles around him. The absolute beginning sword was extremely powerful. When the black sword touched it, it constantly trembled. Ning Chen, who was already at the end of his rope, was constantly injured. Finally, he reached his limit. 6 strong cultivators of the current era, plus Xiao Wanhua who held Jingye absolute beginning, were an invincible combination. Fan Lingyue didn't leave any flaws for tonight's attack. He wanted to kill Ning Chen at all costs. Love when it's about to snow, ice, in the face of no way out, Ning Chen refused to give up. His sword moved, wanting to use another Taoist secret technique. Suddenly, his qi and blood stagnated and he vomited blood. He couldn't use his true essence. At this moment, 4 swords flew over. Immediately, blood dyed his clothes red. In a tight battle, there was no room for accident. Ning Chen's chest had a shocking sword wound. Blood flowed out. It was abnormally glaring. Outside the 7 people, endless soldiers surrounded them. They were all experts specially selected from the army. They had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Ning Chen stood up and looked at Mount Tianhua beside him. Could it be that his path had ended here? He knew that this day would come sooner or later. He wasn't afraid of death. Unfortunately, it was a few months too early. In the next moment, the underworld source flew out and exploded. Ning Chen used the life scroll and forcibly absorbed the power of the underworld source. Immediately, an incomparably powerful evil qi surged and quickly spread between heaven and earth. With the underworld source as a guide, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged at the same time. A power that didn't belong to the Hotian realm appeared. With Ning Chen as the center, it quickly spread out. Mount Tianhua trembled. The ground cracked and the mountains shook. Large rocks rolled down and huge gullies appeared on the ground. The terrifying power was extremely shocking. The forbidden technique of the life scroll that he had cultivated for a long time would appear today. It was the only technique in the world that no one had seen before because no one had cultivated it. Ning Chen also didn't manage to cultivate it. However, at the last moment, even if he only had an incomplete technique, even if he had to risk everything, he would still make everyone here die with him. Chapter 183. Just as he was about to unleash his forbidden technique, a terrifying phenomenon appeared in the world. Snow began to fall, and blood gushed out of Ning Chen's body, turning from black to red in an instant. In the face of the life scroll's forbidden technique, even the yellow springs poison was temporarily suppressed, dissipating from his blood. Ha! Ning Chen used the Netherworld Origin's evil energy as a guide to forcefully activate his last bit of energy. Terrifying ripples spread out, shaking the heavens. In an instant, heaven and earth changed drastically, and the ground beneath the mountain began to shake. Seeing this, Xiao Wanhua and the others hurriedly retreated, but the rest of the soldiers had no time to retreat, and countless of them were killed or injured by the falling boulders. The Netherworld Origin's evil energy was quickly devoured. Ning Chen's meridians were constantly collapsing, and a bloody mist filled the sky. The snowflakes dyed the heavens red. An unprecedentedly powerful aura appeared in the wind and snow. A moment later, it soared into the sky. The 7 of them weren't able to retreat in time, and they were blown away by the bloody light. A blood-colored pillar of heaven appeared, connecting heaven and earth. In that instant, Ning Chen's cultivation broke through the limits of the Hotian realm for a short period of time. This is the Life Scroll. Far away in the first hall of Evernight, the Son of God sensed the earth-shattering changes and immediately came out of seclusion. He walked out of the hall with a single step. His black hair fluttered in the night. Jun Shaoqing's heart shook. The youth who had escaped his pursuit in the past had also taken this step? In the compassionate sword heavenly pavilion, Mu Qianshang looked back at the distant pillar of blood. A trace of unease flashed through his heart. Something was wrong. With his cultivation base, he shouldn't have reached the Xiantian realm so quickly. In the Confucian school's dragon garden, Duke Yan's eyes suddenly opened. Looking north, his expression changed. Within his room, Wild pushed open the door and hastily ran out. Seeing the blood-colored pillar of heaven that connected heaven and earth, he felt strange. The feeling of being connected by blood was so clear that it couldn't be concealed. It's him, it's him. Wild panicked. Follow me. The King of Yen waved his hand and disappeared with Aman. He rushed towards the north at top speed. In the imperial palace of the great Xia dynasty, several gazes looked towards the north. Some were concerned, some were hostile, and some were complicated. At this moment they all had different emotions. On top of Yangguan City, Fan Linghua saw the sudden change, and a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She knew very well that Ning Chen was still far from reaching the innate stage. It was highly likely that he had used his trump card. Mr. Jian, if possible, I hope you can go and take a look. Fan Linghua turned around and said politely to a man in white behind him. Okay. Jian nodded. His figure flashed, transforming into a sword beam that disappeared into the night. What are you worried about? Jian asked with a warm smile. He is different from the others. If he doesn't die, it will be very difficult for me, Fan Linghua replied. I heard that military counselor and this Marquis of Jiming were once friends, Sword 2 asked curiously. Mr. Jian also said that it was in the past. Now that our standpoints are different, we are only enemies, Fan Linghua said calmly. Making an enemy out of the military advisor is truly a terrifying thing. Jian smiled. Beimeng and Desolate City will always be friends, said Fan Linghua. I think so too. Jian took a step forward and said softly. At the foot of Tianhua Mountain, it was a hell of ice and snow. Ning Chen's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. The bloody pillar of heaven continued to spread in the bloody wind and snow, causing the surrounding world to shake even more violently. Xiao Wanhua, Jian Luiying, and the others were all rare experts in the world. Naturally, they could see that Jiming Marquis was risking his life, and had not truly stepped into the Xiantian realm. Retreat quickly. The 7 of them retreated again and again, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. No one wanted to be buried together with Jiming Marquis at the last moment. In the blood pillar, Ning Chen's consciousness gradually blurred. Only his instinctive fighting spirit supported his final move. The wind and snow fell like a waterfall dyed with blood. The power of the forbidden move became more and more terrifying. Heaven and earth were out of balance, the earth was broken and the mountains were shaken. In the awe-inspiring divine power, a beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared. Strange patterns condensed in the void. She stepped into the blood pillar and with a bang, a palm imprinted on Ning Chen's dantian, forcibly interrupting the forbidden move. In the next moment, Mu Qingxue grabbed Ning Chen and moved his feet, about to leave. Mu Qingxue Jian Luiying was startled and immediately became furious. He slashed out with his sword, blocking Mu Qingxue's path. Get out of the way. Mu Qingxue used the Qing sword to block Ling Feng's attack. Let him go. Jian Luiying raged. I can't. Mu Qingshue's true qi shook, pushing Jian Luiying away. His figure flashed and disappeared. The speed of the Cheng Ying sword was unparalleled in the world. If Mu Qingxue wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The 7 of them could only watch as he left. Damn it! Jian Luiying's expression was gloomy as he looked in the direction the 2 of them had left. Jian Luiying, I hope Desolate City can give the military advisor a satisfactory explanation for tonight's matter, said Xiao Wanhua coldly. Humph. Jian Luiying coldly snorted and did not reply. The battle had ended and the foot of Tianhua Mountain was a mess. Jiming Marquis had been rescued, so Xiao Wanhua could only order his troops to return and report back. Of the 1,000 soldiers he had brought, not many were left. They had either died at Ning Chen's hands or had been caught up in the upheaval. Less than a third of them had survived. The survivors quickly buried the dead. Just as they were about to leave, they saw an azure-robed figure walk over under the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, he was 30 meters away. A beautiful young lady followed behind Qing Yi. She carried an ancient sword rack on her back, and on the rack there were 3 swords. Prince Yan. Xiao Wanhua's expression immediately changed. The 7 of them and the hundreds of soldiers behind them all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. After the battle in the west, everyone knew that the current legend of the Grand Xia was at least a peerless expert on the same level as a martial lord. Prince Yan's gaze passed through the 7 of them. Looking at the blood-stained snow, his expression gradually turned cold. Behind him, Wild was biting her lip, tears flickering in her eyes. She could feel that those were his blood. If you don't die with 1 sword, this matter will end, said Prince Yan. The 7 of them all had unsightly expressions. How many people in the world could block a legendary sword strike? Senior, can you add Jian Yi to this sword strike? At this moment, a white-robed figure rushed over and stood in front of the 7 of them. Yes, nodded Prince Yan. Jian Yi expressed his gratitude and immediately raised his aura to the peak. He turned into a sword and fought against Jian Yi with his sword. There was no way out. Xiao Wanhua, Jian Luiying, and the others had no choice but to focus on facing this sword strike. Wild, said Prince Yan softly. Wild nodded unwillingly. She put down her sword stand and stood to the side. With a clang, the red sword came out of its sheath. Prince Yan waved his hand and the red sword stabbed into the ground. His sword intent silently spread. Wild, let's go. Putting the red sword back into its sheath, Prince Yan brought Wild away. After the 2 of them left, the 7 of them vomited blood. Behind Jian Yi, his ancient sword broke. He sighed emotionally. So this was a legend. Now that they had met today, they had learned that there was a sword on a sword. He was very clear that Prince Yan hadn't wanted to kill them. That sword strike just now had only been at the peak of the 9th rank. But even so, the 8 of them had still been unable to receive it. In the past, when the legend had come to Desolate City, he hadn't recognized a sword on a sword. In this world, only his master could stand at the peak of the sword with this legend of the Grand Xia. There was no third person. Let's go, said Jian Yi calmly to Jian Luiying. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Jian Luiying, who hadn't backed down in the slightest when facing Mu Qingxue, nodded respectfully. Not long after the 2 swords left, Xiao Wanhua also left with the others. At the foot of Mount Tianhua, only blood and blood-red snow remained. The night wind blew, filling the sky. At the entrance of the underworld, 2 figures had been standing there for a long time. Prince Yan looked at Wild and asked, Wild, are you not going in? Wild was only a step away, but she hesitated. After a long time, she softly asked, Will something happen to him? Prince Yan shook his head. He won't. Then I won't see him, said Wild gloomily. Why? Prince Yan's eyes flashed with a rare trace of confusion. He won't let me see him like this, said Wild softly. Prince Yan sighed softly. In the past, Wild would never consider such things. People have to grow up, said Wild with a forced smile. Prince Yen was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He turned and said, "Let's go. In this half a year, you will follow me and fulfill the promise he couldn't fulfill." "Okay." Wild nodded and followed. Yangguan City, inside and outside the city, was as bright as day. On the city tower, Fan Lingyue was still standing there, quietly waiting. She wasn't waiting for the result of the battle below, but for news from afar. Not long after, the two swords returned. Jian Luiying went forward and explained the situation in detail. Fan Lingyue didn't say anything, only quietly listening. Little junior sister actually intervened. "This is unexpected. Didn't you want to kill him before?" said Jian Er with a smile. "Little junior sister went to see Master a few days ago. Could it be Master's idea?" Jian Luiying couldn't help but ask. "No," Jian Yi replied. After that, she didn't say anything else and didn't give any explanation. "Third brother, it seems like you've been with Master for too short a time. That's why you're asking such a boring question," said Jian Er with a smile as he looked at the distant east. Master went to look for Jian Yi. He didn't know how he was doing. However, in this world, there was no place that Master couldn't go. Even if it was the chaotic fog sea at the end of the world. "Eldest senior brother, do you think that Jiming Marquis can survive?" asked Jian Er. "I don't know," answered Jian Yi simply. "No need to guess anymore." "He won't die," said Fan Lingyue calmly at this moment. "How do you know?" asked Jian Luiying with a strange expression. "Because I haven't died yet." "He will definitely do whatever it takes to survive," answered Fan Lingyue indifferently. Merciless words echoed in the night wind. The two people who knew each other the best were calculating each other's lives. Even if they didn't want to be born in the same year, they wanted to die together. Chapter 184. Living was a very difficult thing to do, but it was not an impossible thing. For example, Jiang Wangji and the teacher had paid a price that ordinary people couldn't bear in exchange for 1,000 years. Fan Lingyue was right. Ning Chen hadn't died. He had managed to live on with difficulty. He hadn't used his forbidden technique, but his meridians had still been destroyed. His true qi had gathered in his sea of qi. Every time it passed through his damaged meridians, it was like a million poisonous needles piercing his bones. The pain was unbearable. "If you don't want to die, bear with it," said Mu Qingxue coldly. Xiantian true qi poured in, forcibly passing through his damaged meridians and dispersing the purifying primordial sword qi from his wounds. "Ugh!" Ning Chen let out a pained groan. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After the forbidden technique's power dissipated, his skin turned black once more. Without meridians, true qi had forcibly passed through his body. This kind of pain was unimaginable. Ning Chen didn't want to die, so he could only endure it. The purifying sin-beheading sword was too effective against Ning Chen's illusory undying body. If he didn't dispel the remaining sword qi, even his undying body would quickly collapse. True qi surged around Mu Qingxue, continuously passing through his body and directly entering his body. Time slowly passed. Mu Qingxue's expression changed again and again. He couldn't understand how Ning Chen had managed to last until today with his body. His organs were destroyed, his body was covered in poison, and even his meridians had been destroyed. An undying body wouldn't die, but that didn't mean it wouldn't feel anything. There was a limit to a person's endurance. Could he really overcome this kind of pain with willpower alone? Mu Qingxue was silent. He pushed the true qi in his right hand a little more, increasing the speed of dispersing. An hour later, the purifying sin-beheading sword qi within Ning Chen's body was finally completely dispelled. His collapsing body gradually stabilized. "From today onwards, you can no longer use true qi," said Mu Qingxue calmly. Without meridians, true qi had nowhere to go. It could only pass through the body. No one could endure this kind of pain. Forcibly using martial arts or cultivating would only result in qi deviation due to distraction. Ning Chen opened his eyes and smiled tiredly. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm alive. I've already fulfilled my promise. From now on, I won't care about your life or death. Cherish the few days you have left. With that, Mu Qingxue turned around and walked towards the depths of the underworld. In the northern Meng royal court, the reinforcements were gathering day by day. After several months of preparation, the 200,000-strong army finally departed from northern Meng in a grandiose manner, passing through Swallow Return City and heading south. 70,000 iron cavalry and 130,000 infantrymen were a huge threat to the north of Great Xia. The two armies clashed for the first time 300 li south of Yangui City. Bai Marquis and Xiang Marquis had been waiting for a long time. After 3 days of fighting, they temporarily stopped the northern Meng's reinforcements from moving south. The battle prowess of the northern Meng iron cavalry was obviously higher than that of the Great Xia army. However, the two martial marquises were veterans of the battlefield. 200,000 against 200,000, in a short period of time, it would be difficult to determine the victor. The place where the two armies were fighting was close to the border between the two dynasties. Reinforcements could arrive at any time. No one knew what the future would be like. Within the borders of the northern Meng royal court, soldiers were still being recruited. The people of the grassland loved to fight and were good at fighting. They could ride horses and shoot arrows since they were young. They were a true warrior race. Fan Lingyue's prestige in northern Meng was unparalleled. When the conscription order was sent out, the young men's reaction was not to resist, but to respond enthusiastically. On the contrary, the conscription order of the Great Xia imperial court was something that the people would resist no matter when. The people of Great Xia loved peace, but they lacked the courage that they should have. After the northern Meng reinforcements entered, the pressure on Great Xia increased. Now that Heaven's Gate was still under the control of northern Meng, Great Xia was still in a passive situation. South of Heaven's Gate, the northern Meng army led by Fan Lingyue was an unparalleled threat to Great Xia. Especially after the defeat of the reinforcements from the west, this threat had increased to an unprecedented level. There were only 4 camps of the Imperial Guards left in the Imperial City. If there were any changes, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the battlefield in the north, the real fighting power was only the 140,000 Imperial Guards under Marquis Blood-Robed and Duke Jingwu. The 20,000 cavalry outside of the northern Meng army crossed the river in advance and guarded the opposite bank. Using the natural barrier, they gave Duke Jingwu's army a lot of trouble. The order they received was to delay the footsteps of Duke Jingwu's army as much as possible. There was no need to fight to the death. Hence, after the two armies fought at the North River, the 20,000 cavalry left. In the next few days, the two armies clashed many times. Each time, the 20,000 cavalry left immediately. They mainly harassed the enemy and did not continue fighting. The northern Meng cavalry had the best movement ability in the world. Even the most elite Imperial Guards of Great Xia were inferior to them. On the other side, after the 100,000 reinforcements were defeated, the 50,000 Imperial Guards under Marquis Blood-Robed fell into a difficult situation. They could neither advance nor retreat. 2 days later, the northern Meng army left Yangguan City and went down south. The cities along the border sent out reinforcements, but it was just a drop in the bucket and did not have much of an effect. After the encirclement, the number of times Ning Chen appeared in the Great Xia camp decreased. Every time he left the fog forest, he would take a different path to cover his track. Ning Chen did not mention that night, and Marquis Blood-Robed did not know either. When Mu Qingxue was in the underworld, he kept trying to break through Zhige's sword intent. Although he failed every time, he persevered. Ning Chen silently wrote down the Heaven Scroll and gave it to Mu Qingxue as a thank you for helping him. Mu Qingxue did not refuse. He accepted the Heaven Scroll and continued with his unfinished business. Ning Chen could not cultivate. Every day he was thinking about the war. He looked at the army map over and over again, seriously thinking about every possibility in the future. Facing Fan Lingyue, he and the Great Xia Empire had suffered too many losses. The successive defeats forced him to reconsider again and again. He did not expect Fan Lingyue's move at all. It had been too long since Marquis Beiwu's betrayal. Not only him, but probably no one in the world would think of this person. However, who would have thought that at this critical moment, the Beiwu Marquis, who had been forgotten by the world, would once again ruthlessly stab him and Great Xia. Fan Lingyue had hidden this move for too long. So long that everyone had forgotten about it, only then did he take it out. In the next few days, Northern Meng's army continued south. The army was getting closer and closer to the royal capital. Within the borders of Great Xia, the atmosphere of panic was getting more and more serious. Correspondingly, all kinds of hidden dangers appeared again, causing chaos to the foundation of Great Xia. In the southeast of Great Xia, the major sects that had been suppressed by Great Xia for 1,000 years were getting more and more arrogant, no longer restraining themselves. In the past, the reputation of the one sect and one tower once again spread out, walking out into the open. The one sect referred to the sword sect, the one tower referred to the dangerous tower, and the two tower referred to the Wang clan of Donglin and the Yao clan of Yuqing respectively. The four major powers were not ranked first or last. If one were to talk about strength, the sword sect and the Wang clan of Donglin might be slightly stronger. Fan Lingyue quickly contacted the major sects and clans, stating that as long as the major sects could help Northern Meng conquer Great Xia, he would do his best to support the development of the major sects and clans. He would not restrict them like Great Xia. This promise moved the hearts of the major sections. In this land, they didn't care who was the emperor, but they needed a relaxed environment for development. For 1,000 years, Great Xia had been persistently suppressing the growth of the major sects and clans. The past facts had proven that the major sects were the true source of chaos. 10,000 years ago, the 3,000 major sects were prosperous, but it was also the era with the most conflicts and wars in the Divine Continent. In the face of Northern Meng's sincerity, among the two major sects and clans, the Wei Tower, whose reputation was the worst, was the calmest. As an organization formed by assassins, the Wei Tower was always the most difficult existence to come into contact with. The attitudes of the Sword Sect and the Yao clan of Yuqing were more ambiguous. They didn't agree or reject, continuing to observe. Only the Wang clan of Donglin directly agreed to Fan Lingyue's conditions. The Wang clan was a major clan that had existed for more than 1,000 years. This meant that the Wang clan had already existed before Great Xia existed. After 1,000 years, very few people in the world knew that the Wang clan of Donglin used to be the #1 clan of the Heshi dynasty, just like the Zhangsun clan of today. The Wang clan of Donglin was loyal to the Heshi dynasty, at least 1,000 years ago. Duke Xiu was from one of the branches of the Wang clan of Donglin. He had never forgotten the teachings of the ancestors to help the Heshi dynasty revive. Su Fian was the princess of the Heshi dynasty. That night, after escaping from the imperial city, she temporarily hid in the Wang clan. However, after Duke Xiu's death, the Wang clan's attitude towards Su Fian became subtle. After all, in this world, no one was willing to work for others. Su Fian saw this in her eyes, but she still maintained her calm and wasn't affected at all. Human nature was like this, there was no need to mess up her heart for these people. If there was hatred, then the only person she hated was the Jiming Marquis of Great Xia. This hatred was irreconcilable. Hua Yuan, in the peony pavilion, Su Fian looked at the spring lightning zither on the stone table in front of her, her thoughts drifting away. Princess, have you considered the marriage alliance? Unknowingly, an elder of the Wang clan walked over with a smile on his face. His smile was gentle and seemed very benevolent. However, behind that smile, there was a bone-piercing coldness. Su Fian smiled faintly. Elder E, isn't the Wang clan afraid that after I become the Empress of Northern Ming, I will take revenge on the Wang clan? Princess must be joking. The Wang clan needs the help of the Northern Ming dynasty to continue growing stronger. Princess also needs the Wang clan as a shield. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. With Princess's intelligence, how could you refuse? Elder E really is a good persuader. I agree. Su Fian slowly said. Your Highness is wise. Elder E bowed respectfully and retreated. Su Fian stood up and looked at the beautiful scenery around the peony pavilion. She sighed inside. Perhaps this was the last time she would be able to appreciate the scenery of the Central Plains. In the future, she would have to face the endless grasslands and deserts. For the hatred in her heart, she had to endure. The Northern Ming dynasty's emperor was only 8 years old. She had plenty of time to prepare. She had already failed once, and she definitely wouldn't allow a second time. Chapter 185. The Donglin Wang family could be said to be a beast hidden in the southeast of Great Xia. However, different from the other aristocratic families, the Wang family had huge wealth that no other aristocratic family had. In the past, when the Hushi dynasty was destroyed, Emperor He knew that there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. As such, he passed the treasures of the dynasty and the baby prince to his most trusted officials. He hoped that one day he could rise up again. From then on, the Wang family changed their name and kept a low profile. They had been secretly recruiting troops to revive the dynasty. However, the strength of Great Xia exceeded everyone's expectations, and the Wang family's revival could only be delayed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The loyalty of the past had become an illusion. There were two things that time was the most heartless: time and the human heart. 1,000 years of time was unfathomable and could change everything. The true mastermind behind the chaos of the 7 cities was the Donglin Wang family. Ning Chen did not understand, but along with the death of Prince Yu, he had no choice but to suppress it. Just as Ning Chen had suspected, with Prince Yu's ability and shrewdness, he was far from being able to cause the chaos of the 7 cities. Furthermore, Prince Yu had been suppressed by Marquis Yu for 20 years, so he did not have the ability to do so many things. The Wang family hid really deeply and kept a low profile. However, in recent years, to support Duke Xiu, they had no choice but to do so. Slowly, they were targeted by the imperial court, and this beast that had hidden for 1,000 years could not continue to hide perfectly. The reason why Great Xia had not acted was because they lacked evidence. Secondly, they wanted to see what the foundations of the Wang family were. The Wang family also felt the threat from the imperial court. As such, this time when Great Xia was in danger, they could not wait to form an alliance with Beimeng. Although Su Fian was a princess of the previous dynasty, the power that she had built up over many years was removed by Ning Chen overnight. Today, she had no choice but to compromise. Even if she knew that the Wang family was not the original Wang family, she still faced it calmly. Su Fian and the Wang family had a tacit understanding. Neither of them had a falling out, and each had their own plans. The Wang family would not easily believe Beimeng's promise, so they raised the condition of a marriage alliance to let Su Fian enter the imperial court as the empress. After the Wang family revealed the strength that they had been hiding in the dark, Fan Lingyue considered it before agreeing. Based on the qualifications of the empress, Su Fian was indeed a good choice. Her looks and background were top-notch. Other than the fact that she was not from Northern Ming, there was nothing else to nitpick about. As for the grudges between Su Fian and the Wang clan, these had never been a problem and she didn't care. The unusual movements of the Wang family alerted the spies sent by the imperial court, who secretly sent the news back to the imperial palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, after Xia Mingri saw the secret report sent, he frowned and worried. The actions of the Wang family clearly had the intention of rebelling. After the rebellion of Duke Xiu, the imperial court had followed the clues and found out many secrets behind it. All signs pointed to the Wang family of Donglin being involved in this matter. Men, said Xia Mingri. Present. A black-clothed figure with a dragon embroidered on his chest appeared and knelt down. Go invite the Marquis of Jiming. Xia Mingri said slowly. Yes. The Dark Dragon commander bowed respectfully before disappearing. After the Dark Dragon guards left, Xia Mingri got up and walked toward the Weiyang Palace. It seemed that in addition to paying respects today, there were still some things to do. If the Wang family of Donglin was really related to the previous dynasty, it would be really troublesome. In the Marquis camp, the Dark Dragon commander waited for several days. Finally, on the fourth night, Ningchen arrived. Marquis, His Majesty invites you back to the palace, said the Dark Dragon commander respectfully. What's the matter? Asked Ningchen. It's about the Wang family of Donglin. The Marquis stepped forward and said, the Wang family may be making a big move recently. His Majesty is worried and invites you over. The Wang family? Ningchen frowned. He was unfamiliar with the name of the Wang family of Donglin. The Wang family was the largest family in Donglin City. In recent years, they had been very restless and had been closely watched by the imperial court. Previously, when investigating the case of the Lord of Ing City, he had suspected the Wang family of Donglin. However, in order not to alert the enemy, he did not make a move. It was at that time that he first began to suspect that there was some unknown relationship between Duke Xiu and Donglin. After the death of Duke Xiu, he thought that Donglin would be more peaceful. He didn't expect that there would be trouble again. Great Xia was in the midst of war. It was not the right time to deal with Donglin. Marquis, His Majesty has been waiting for many days. Please set off as soon as possible, reminded the Dark Dragon commander. Yes, let's go. Ningchen nodded. The two of them left the commander's tent and immediately rushed in the direction of Great Xia's imperial palace. In the capital of northern Meng, in the majestic imperial palace, Mingyu was wearing a dragon robe. She was smashing things, and her small face was filled with displeasure. The little eunuchs in the palace were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. They retreated to the side in fear. I don't want an empress. Mingyu was furious. Her Highness, an old official, looked down and pretended that he didn't see or hear anything. I don't want an empress. Mingyu was even angrier when she saw that the old official was ignoring her. The old official continued to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Without Lingyue, this little ancestor would turn the sky upside down. No one could control her. Report. At this moment, a guard quickly ran into the palace and knelt down. Your Majesty, Lord Minister, the military advisor, has sent a letter. The old official wasn't surprised at all, as if he already knew about this. Present it. Mingyu put down the inkstone in her hand and said indifferently. Yes. The little eunuch at the side quickly took the letter and handed it to the table. Mingyu picked up the letter and read it carefully. Her delicate little face turned white and red, as if she was changing her expression. The old official gestured for the guard and the little eunuch to leave. Shortly after, he said softly, Your Majesty, have you changed your mind? I'll marry her. Mingyu put down the letter and said while gnashing her teeth. Ha, Your Majesty is wise. The old official laughed. Mingyu was furious when she saw the old official's smiling face. She said, I can marry her, but I have a condition. Your Majesty, please speak. The old official said, I want to invite someone. Mingyu said, Who? The old official asked. Great Xia's Jiming Marquis. Mingyu said firmly. Cough, cough. Hearing this name, the old official immediately choked and coughed violently. If you don't agree, I won't marry her. Mingyu threatened. Your Majesty, don't worry. Let me think about it for a few days. The old official's expression changed, and he decided to delay for 2 days. I'm not in a hurry. You can think about it slowly. Mingyu snorted and said without fear. The negotiation temporarily collapsed. The old official turned around and walked out of the hall quickly. This was not a small matter. He needed to discuss it with Ling Yu before making a decision. At the same time, in the center of the supreme power of Great Xia, the Revelation Hall was brightly lit. Although it was night, the candlelight made it as bright as day. There were only 4 people in the huge Revelation Hall. They looked at each other quietly and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Xia Mingtian walked down from the dragon throne, which meant that there was no ruler or minister tonight. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning stood in the hall and looked at the young man in front of them with complicated thoughts. Queen, long time no see. Ning Chen was the first to speak with a smile. It's good that you're back. Zhang Sun sighed and said. Qing Ning walked forward and said nothing. She raised her hand and slapped Ning Chen's head. Hiss. Ning Chen gasped in pain but did not dare to resist. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. After the slap, Qing Ning walked back to Zhang Sun calmly as if nothing had happened. Xia Mingtian did not care. Qing Ning had a special status in the palace. Although he was Emperor Xia, he could not order her around at will. Ning Chen, take a look at this information. Xia Mingtian handed over a letter and said solemnly. Ning Chen took it and read the contents of the letter. He frowned more and more. The Wang family of Donglin was more daring than he had imagined. The spy sent by the imperial court to the Wang family of Donglin sent news that Beimeng and the Wang family had reached some unknown agreement. It was likely that there would be some movement in the near future. Leave it to me, Ning Chen thought and said calmly. Hearing the former's words, Xia Mingtian was secretly relieved and said, If you need anything, just tell me. I will do my best to cooperate. No need. Ning Chen shook his head. Then he turned to look at Zhang Sun and said, Queen, I want to borrow Sister Qing Ning for a few days. Well, be careful. Zhang Sun reminded him. Ning Chen nodded. After a respectful bow, he walked out of the hall. When he was about to leave the hall, he paused for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I only want to ask one thing. Can Yu Hani be trusted? Absolutely, Xia Mingtian said seriously. That's good. After saying that, Ning Chen did not say anything more and walked away. Qing Ning followed behind and left quietly. After the two left, Xia Mingtian bowed respectfully to Zhang Sun and said, Thank you, Mother. Zhang Sun got up and sighed softly. This is the last time. In the future, the Xia kingdom will be in your hands. Mingtian will not let you down. Xia Mingtian said respectfully. Zhang Sun smiled tiredly and walked toward the back of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. In the dark night, the ghost palanquin flew through the void and rushed toward the southeast of the Xia kingdom. Don't you have anything to say to me? Qing Ning looked at Ning Chen in the palanquin and said slowly. Ning Chen was silent for a moment and said, I'm sorry. On the night of the third prince's forced abdication, in order to trap Zhang Sun in the Weiyang Palace, he had to deliberately send Qing Ning away. He repeatedly asked her to go with the excuse that there might be an accident during the deployment of troops. I don't want to hear you apologize to me. What is it that you can't tell me or the Empress? You have to bear it yourself, Qing Ning said with anger in her voice. There won't be a next time, Ning Chen said softly. After hearing the promise, Qing Ning's expression softened a little. She said, The Empress asked me to tell you to live well. If you don't want to care about other things, don't care. Hearing Qing Ning's words, Ning Chen smiled gently and said, It's okay. It will be solved soon. He understood what Zhang Sun meant. She did not want to continue to bind him. However, how could he be at ease now that things had come to this? There were only a few months left. It would be over soon. At that time, there would be no Fan Lingwei or Ning Chen in the world. The Xia kingdom would still be the powerful dynasty that had been invincible for thousands of years. Chapter 186. The Grand Xia's Donglin city was calm at night. Compared to the bustling Grand Xia's imperial city, Donglin city's nights were more peaceful and peaceful. Ning Chen and Qing Ning entered Donglin city and went directly to the city's largest brothel. No matter where it was, the brothel alley was the most attractive place for men at night. Ning Chen had come to find Yuhani, so he could only come here. 100 Flower Building was brightly lit throughout the night. It was abnormally lively. It was very special in this quiet city. Ning Chen and Qing Ning stopped in front of 100 Flower Building. "Help me see where she is," said Ning Chen. Qing Ning nodded. Immediately, she spread out her spiritual consciousness and covered the entire 100 Flowers Tower. "In the back courtyard," said Qing Ning after a moment. "Take me to her," said Ning Chen. "Yes." Qing Ning waved her hand and the two of them disappeared, turning into a ray of light that entered 100 Flower Building's back courtyard. In the moonless night, two figures walked over from the back courtyard, avoiding everyone's gaze. In the entire back courtyard, there was only one room with candles still lit. It was very eye-catching in the dark night. Ning Chen went up and pushed open the door, walking in. "It's you." Yuhani was startled. "Let's not waste time. Tell me everything about the Wang family," said Ning Chen calmly. Yuhani also didn't waste time and quickly told him everything she knew. Hearing that, Ning Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. It seemed he would have to personally go to the Wang family. "If there's something I need, I'll come find you." "Let's meet again," said Ning Chen. "So fast? You're not going to rest for the night?" asked Yuhani in surprise. "No, the situation in the north is tense. I have to deal with things here as quickly as possible." Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Compared to the situation in the north, the matters here were trivial. It wasn't that Donglin's Wang family was too weak. It was just that Donglin didn't have Fan Lingwei, who was #1 in the world in terms of intelligence, nor did it have a martial lord who was unrivaled in martial strength. Comparatively, they weren't difficult to deal with. "Sister Qing Ning, did Donglin have a Xiantian expert 300 years ago?" asked Ning Chen. "Yes. However, the Wang family's ancestor reached the Xiantian realm too late. He doesn't have much lifespan left. He should have been dead for close to 100 years, replied Qing Ning. "If he's not dead, can you beat him alone?" Ning Chen asked. Qing Ning was surprised. She didn't understand why Ning Chen would ask such a question. "Don't overthink it. I'm just asking." Ning Chen smiled faintly. He had seen too many people who were supposed to die but didn't die. Now, he no longer believed in the word should. Everything had to be planned so that he wouldn't be caught off guard. The Wang clan had endured for 1,000 years. In fact, the Wang clan had remained silent for over 200 years when the Wang clan elder was alive. Yet, they had chosen to push out Duke Xiu in this era. Even he himself would not believe that there was nothing fishy about this. The existence of a Xiantian realm expert would bring about unparalleled confidence. Since the Wang clan dared to go against the great Xia dynasty day after day, it meant that they had something to rely on. No matter how he thought about it, this was not as convincing as the fact that the Wang family patriarch was still alive. If this was true, it wasn't good news that an old monster who had stepped into the Khanate realm for over 300 years was still alive. Of course, this was only his guess. However, he was certain that even if the old monster was still alive, he definitely hadn't stepped into the Three Disasters realm. Otherwise, a city like Sword City would have appeared in the world instead of the restless Wang clan. If he hadn't stepped into the Three Disasters realm, it wasn't that he couldn't be killed. If it really didn't work, he could just hire a few more people. Qing Ning thought for a long time and said, "If the Wang clan elder is below the 3 tribulations, I can barely hold him back. If his realm exceeds the 3 tribulations, I'm helpless." Ning Chen nodded. He had heard from his senior that the 3 tribulations was a threshold for the 5th tribulation realm. After transcending it, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. "Let's go to the Wang clan to take a look first. It's been over 300 years. Even if the Wang clan elder is still alive, it's impossible for him to appear so casually," said Ning Chen. "Okay," replied Qing Ning softly. The two hurried towards the Wang clan. The night was the best way to cover their track. Before long, the two arrived at the Wang clan in Donglin. Under the night sky, the Wang clan seemed very peaceful. Ning Chen walked around, looking for what he wanted to see. Qing Ning followed beside him, not saying a word, quietly following him. Ning Chen's cultivation was sealed in his Dantian Sea of Qi. Because he had no meridians, he couldn't use them at all. Now, he was no different from an ordinary person. However, Ning Chen was once an expert at the peak of heaven's reach. Relying on the strength of his body, he could deal with many things. Qing Ning used her Khanate Qi to cover their auras to prevent them from being detected by the spiritual senses of martial artists. The Wang clan was very vigilant. In the mansion, there were 9th-grade experts guarding and patrolling at all times. In just an hour, there were no less than 6 different auras sweeping past. Of the 6 auras, one was abnormally strong, at least above the peak of the 9th grade. If Qing Ning hadn't stepped into the Khanate realm, the two of them would have been discovered. Fortunately, no Khanate spiritual senses had appeared yet. In the peony pavilion of the Wang clan, Su Fian stood quietly. She had been standing there for a whole day. Ning Chen searched for a long time. Finally, after more than 2 hours, he found the person he wanted to see. She is indeed here. In the dark night, Ning Chen looked at the beautiful figure in the pavilion. His eyes narrowed slightly. Should we make a move? Qing Ning also guessed the identity of the woman in the pavilion and asked softly. No need. Ning Chen shook his head. Tonight's purpose had been achieved. There was no need to alert the enemy. Let's go, Ning Chen said. Qing Ning didn't ask anything and left directly. After the two of them left the Wang clan, it was already late. Ning Chen returned directly to the underworld, while Qing Ning stayed in Donglin City to monitor the Wang clan's every move. The sky gradually brightened. In the peony pavilion, Su Fian gradually withdrew her consciousness. Just as she was about to leave, in the void, a sudden wind and clouds gathered, and an old illusory figure slowly appeared. Old ancestor. Su Fian was slightly startled, and then a flash of joy flashed in her eyes. In 3 years, the little Fian of the past has already grown up. The Wang clan's old ancestor kindly smiled. Old ancestor, have your injuries healed? After her excitement, Su Fian seemed to have thought of something and a worried expression appeared on her face. Haha, how could it be so simple? The Wang clan's old ancestor laughed. The reason I'm still unable to leave seclusion is because I miss little Fian. I specially condensed a clone to take a look. Old ancestor, Fian is about to get married. In the future, I might not be able to see you again. Su Fian's mood was downcast. Did they force you? The Wang clan's old ancestor's gaze turned cold. No, Fian volunteered. Furthermore, the old ancestor's injuries require the Permi-Tha flower to heal. Fian has already searched the entire Central Plains. Now is the perfect time to go to the northern Meng royal court to search, said Su Fian. It's been hard on you. The Wang clan's old ancestor sighed emotionally. Su Fian gently smiled and shook her head. The Wang clan's old ancestor deeply sighed. His illusory figure gradually dissipated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the Netherworld Hell Palace, Ning Chen had already been in seclusion in front of the Ghost Maiden's stone room for 4 whole hours. However, in order to achieve his goal, he was still incessantly nagging. Miss Mu, everything can be discussed. You've been here every day facing a sword. Even if you gain something, you won't know. In the end, you still need to find an opponent to test it out. Ning Chen tried to persuade her with both emotion and reason. The Cheng Ying sword in Mu Qingshue's hand dissipated a strand of sword intent. Her figure rapidly rushed forward, but when she was 3 inches away from the sword, she saw an even stronger strand of sword intent ripple out. She immediately retreated several meters. Miss Mu, think about it. There are only a few Xiantian experts in this world. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to find an opponent like this next time. Ning Chen continued. Mu Qingxue didn't say anything. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. After a short exchange of glances, they once again exchanged several blows. Miss Mu, after another 2 hours, Ning Chen really couldn't talk anymore. His mouth was dry, and he said, Miss Mu, can you at least give some reaction? Mu Qingxue was still indifferent. She waved her sword and soared into the sky. Sword feathers condensed behind her, and with a clang the two swords collided. The sword intent dispersed in all directions. The scattered sword intent was extremely sharp. It drew deep sword marks on the ground and stone walls, spreading out to 100 meters. Seeing this, Ning Chen immediately retreated. He didn't want to be cut into pieces by this sharp sword intent. Looking at the huge trenches in front of him that were drawn by the sword intent, Ning Chen's back was drenched in cold sweat. Did this lady want to take his life? Goodbye. Seeing that the negotiation had failed and his life was in danger, Ning Chen quickly left. Although he still had lingering fears, he wasn't too discouraged. If Mu Qingxue was so easy to talk to, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he was chased. Night fell. Ning Chen rode the ghost palanquin to the palace. After a short discussion with Xia Mingri, he left with a 5-feet-long red wooden box carved with dragon patterns. In Donglin City, in an inn not far from the Wang family residence, Qing Ning waited for a long time before Ning Chen finally arrived. Dayan Green Sparrow Sword. Seeing the red wooden box in Ning Chen's hand, Qing Ning was shocked. She asked in surprise, "Why did you lend it out?" "It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, it's used to invite people to fight," Ning Chen explained simply. Then he asked, "How is it? Is there any movement from the Wang family?" When it came to business, Qing Ning's face became serious. She said, "Not long after you left, an extremely strong aura appeared. In order not to be discovered, I didn't dare to check it. However, as you said, it should be the ancestor of the Wang family. It's never wrong to prepare for a rainy day." Ning Chen looked at the Dayan Green Sparrow sword in his hand and said coldly, "Sister Qing Ning, according to your estimation, what is the cultivation level of this ancestor of the Wang family?" Ning Chen raised his head and asked seriously. "He should be on the verge of the third tribulation. I'm not sure if he has passed the third tribulation." Qing Ning thought for a moment and replied, "It seems that 2 people are still not enough." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "He couldn't gamble. He had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Since 2 people were not enough, he had to find a third." Chapter 187. There's another piece of news. The Sword Sect and the Yao clan of Yu City seem to be interested in roping Bei Meng in. "Should we send someone to warn them?" asked Qing Ning. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. The Sword Sect isn't like the Yao clan and Wang clan, and it hasn't reached the point of falling out with the Grand Xia dynasty. Forcing it too much would cause it to backfire instead. But if we allow Bei Meng to continue to rope in the 2 clans, will there be any accidents?" Qing Ning asked worriedly. "They won't. The Sword Sect and Yao clan are currently observing the attitude of the Grand Xia dynasty's imperial court towards the Wang clan. So long as the Wang clan is dealt with, the Sword Sect and Yao clan will become much more obedient. Of course, if the imperial court can't even deal with the Wang clan, then it means that the Grand Xia dynasty has really reached a point where it's unable to deal with anything else. At that time, the 2 clans will naturally not have any misgivings." After explaining, Ning Chen felt that something was amiss. He said softly, "Sister Qing Ning, I thought you never asked about these things? What's going on tonight?" "Nothing, just asking," Qing Ning said awkwardly. Ning Chen was a smart man. After thinking for a while, he understood what was going on. He chuckled softly and said, "Sister Qing Ning, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. For example, Sister Qing Ning is good at martial arts but bad at scheming. On the contrary, although my martial arts talent is not as good, scheming is not too difficult for me. I can handle these things in Donglin. Don't worry. Qing Ning sighed in her heart. As expected, she couldn't hide her thoughts from him. She wanted to share his burden, but unfortunately, she wasn't that smart. Ning Chen stepped forward and gently hugged the woman who had always treated him like an elder sister. He said softly, "Sister Qing Ning, thank you." Qing Ning's ears turned slightly red, and she discreetly pushed the young man in front of her away. This brat was asking for a beating again. Didn't he know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Ning Chen took a step back and smiled. "All right, Sister Qing Ning, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be able to leave for the next 2 days. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the Wang clan's movements. Also, have Yu Hani and the spies of the Imperial Court investigate the distribution of the Wang clan's forces. However, don't act rashly. Wait until I return." "Yes, I understand. Don't worry about it." Qing Ning nodded. After giving his instructions, Ning Chen turned around and left. In the room, Qing Ning looked at the back of the former through the window. Her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. The ghost palanquin traveled northwest and swept across the void at high speed. A pitch-black light streaked across the night sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 hours later, the ghost palanquin stopped in front of Azure Frost Valley in the northwest. Ning Chen stepped out and walked into the valley. At the entrance of Green Frost Valley, the young man who used to wear the black and white cloak was no longer here. The place that was bitterly cold all year round was now completely silent. He came to find Mu Qianshang, but no one knew where the compassionate sword Heavenly Pavilion was. If he wanted to enter, he needed someone to lead him. The Azure Frost Valley had always belonged to the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion. If he wanted to enter the Heavenly Pavilion of Compassion, he could only wait here. Snowflakes drifted in the wind, just as cold as before. Ning Chen stood on the ice lake, looking at the beautiful snow-white surroundings. His heart was inexplicably complicated. It had only been half a year since he last came here, but it felt like a long time had passed. It turned out that so many things had happened in this short half a year. After waiting for a long time, the person he was waiting for still did not appear. Ning Chen had no choice but to leave and return to the underworld. Now, he was also a person who could not see the light. If he wanted to live, he had to stay in the darkness forever. For the next 2 days, every night, Ning Chen would wait in the Azure Frost Valley. He believed that after Mu Qianshang received the news, he would definitely come to see him. The cold Azure Frost Valley, where snow fell all year round, was the most suitable place to cultivate the emotion art of quick snow. Unfortunately, his meridians were all shattered and he could no longer use his qi. The night was like water, the moon hung high in the sky. Ning Chen was still waiting, not in a hurry, his expression calm. Suddenly, a sword light slashed over without any warning. Only a red light flashed, approaching him. Ning Chen moved, dodging the sword light. With his hands behind his back, he pulled out his black sword. Sword light flashed, blocking the sword in front of him. Inside the Azure Frost Valley, one's cultivation was suppressed to the maximum. The person who came took 3 steps back. Under the moonlight, her face was revealed. This was a young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was extraordinary. However, her eyes were filled with arrogance. She was the kind of young miss that was not to be trifled with. Ning Chen disliked dealing with this kind of girl the most. It was too troublesome. De Xia Jiming Marquis is only SOSO. Mu Qianyu sneered and mocked. Ning Chen unconsciously frowned. He was not stupid. He naturally knew that this girl was most likely from the compassionate sword Heavenly Pavilion. "May I ask how I should address you?" Ning Chen asked politely. "Mu Qianyu." Mu Qianyu said proudly. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He continued to ask, "Who is Mu Qianshang to you?" "Defeat the sword in my hand and I will tell you." Before she finished speaking, Mu Qianyu moved again. Her red sword was like blood as it slashed down. Ning Chen frowned again. This girl's character was really not likable. She was unreasonable. With a clang, his black sword met her. When the two swords collided, it was a battle of faster moves. A sword that fought bravely would not allow anyone to humiliate it easily. With a sword in hand, Ning Chen's moves were fast and powerful. As his figure spun, his white robe fluttered. He was once at the peak of the 9th grade. Now, even if he had lost his cultivation, facing Mu Qianyu, one sword was still enough. Bang! After a few moves, the red sword and the black sword collided. The tip of the sword turned, the spinning sword shattered and the black sword sealed the throat. In the face of life and death, Ning Chen stopped his sword and stood still like a mountain. Ta-ta! At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. In the distance, in the falling snow, a devilishly handsome figure slowly walked over. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. His breath was illusory and hard to capture. Seeing the person who came, Ning Chen sheathed his sword and looked at the person calmly. Little sister was rude and offended you. Please forgive her. Mu Qianshang stopped in front of the two and said, "It's fine." Ning Chen shook his head lightly and did not mind. "Brother Ning, is there something you need?" Mu Qianshang asked. Ning Chen nodded and said, "I need your help to kill someone." "Who?" "If it's the Northern Meng military advisor, I cannot help you." Mu Qianshang's eyes flashed as he slowly said, "Northern Meng had one of the 3 disasters." He did not want to bring unnecessary trouble to the compassionate sword Heavenly Pavilion. "It's not Fan Lingyue, it's the Wang family's ancestor," Ning Chen said seriously. "Wang family's ancestor." Mu Qianshang narrowed his eyes and said, "He's still alive." "He's alive, and it's possible that he has already passed the Xiantian Third Tribulation," Ning Chen honestly said. "Xiantian Third Tribulation? Do you want my brother to die?" Mu Qianyu angrily said. "Qianyu, don't be rude." Mu Qianshang softly reprimanded, then said, "You've found the wrong person. If the Wang family's ancestor has really passed the Xiantian Third Tribulation, I can't kill him. There will be 2 Xiantian experts working with you," Ning Chen calmly said. Mu Qianshang was silent for a moment before saying, "Let me think about it for 2 days. I'll give you an answer the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for your news." Ning Chen did not say anything else. After receiving Mu Qianshang's promise, he left. The ghost palanquin flew through the air and disappeared into the night. "Brother, you can't agree to this. If it fails, it will bring great trouble to Sword Pavilion." Mu Qianyu anxiously said, "I know what I'm doing. Let's go." Mu Qianshang replied, then turned around and walked out of Azure Frost Valley. Mu Qianyu angrily stomped her foot, but there was nothing she could do. She followed after him. In the Netherworld Palace, Ning Chen looked at the beautiful figure in front of him and softly said, "Miss Mu, have you thought about it?" Clang! In front of the stone room, the bearing shadow and stopping spear collided. In a deadlock, the 2 completely different sword intents were constantly released, reaching a distance of 300 meters. Affected by the sword intents, Ning Chen's true qi was constantly fluctuating, wanting to rush out of his dantian's qi see and scatter. Mu Qingxue did not reply. With a move of his hand, the bearing shadow rapidly changed direction and with a clang, it advanced another 3 inches. The stopping spear trembled. For the first time in several days, it had left its original position. Immediately, an incomparably vast aura spread out. The powerful sword intent instantly sent Mu Qingxue and Ning Chen flying. Suffering another unexpected calamity, Ning Chen vomited blood and splashed on the ground. On the other side, Mu Qingxue barely stabilized his body. The corner of his mouth was dyed red and his aura was constantly fluctuating, extremely unstable. Ning Chen's expression changed. Without caring about his own injuries, he immediately went forward and circulated his martial art. The energy passed through his body and gathered on his right hand. In the next moment, his sword fingers condensed into frost and poured it into Mu Qingshue's body. True qi penetrated his body, bringing unparalleled pain. Blood sprayed out like a waterfall, dyeing his black robe red in an instant. Are you crazy? With the help of the life scroll's true qi, Mu Qingxue was instantly clear-headed. The moment he regained his senses, he pushed Ning Chen away with a palm strike. Immediately, he circulated his martial arts, trying his best to suppress the surging blood qi in his body. Ning Chen retreated a few steps and awkwardly leaned against the stone wall. He anxiously said, "Quickly leave this place. The heavenly fire tribulation cannot descend in the netherworld palace." Mu Qingxue suppressed the surging blood qi. With a move of his feet, he instantly disappeared. Ning Chen was worried, but he immediately followed. At the end of the misty forest, at the entrance of the netherworld palace, the moment Mu Qingxue went out, the clear sky with the sun shining high in the sky immediately turned dark, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The heavenly fire tribulation of the 9 heavens and the endless sea of lightning arrived. Ning Chen stood at the entrance of the netherworld palace, unable to take half a step out. The distance of one step was the difference between the mortal world and hell. He, who was in the seamless realm, could not see the light. The vast heavenly fire tribulation descended from the 9 heavens. A beautiful figure stood in the middle of the heavenly fire tribulation. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and there was no trace of panic on her face. Boom! Thunder rumbled and flames burned the sky, bringing a shocking scene of fear. The scene of the end of the world shook the world. Thousands of miles away, countless gazes were looking at the heavenly fire tribulation. Some were confused, some were worried, and some were shocked. In Donglin City, after seeing the scene thousands of miles away, Qing Ning's expression suddenly changed. She began to feel fear in her heart. In the Confucian School Dragon Garden, Prince Yen looked at the distant sky and subconsciously frowned. "It's not him." Beside him, a man looked up and said softly. She could sense that he was fine. Chapter 188. At the end of the misty forest, the heavenly fire burned the 9 heavens. Waves of fire rolled, its power was earth-shattering. Mu Qingxue stood in the midst of the heavenly fire. His hair danced in the wind. The Chengying sword in his hand kept buzzing. Sword qi flowed, unwilling to yield. Ning Chen stood at the entrance of the underworld. He looked outside through the blurry restriction ripples. He could not hide the worry in his eyes. He had experienced the pain of being burned by the heavenly fire. He knew how difficult the heavenly fire tribulation was. Moreover, Mu Qingxue's heavenly fire was obviously much stronger than the one that descended on him that day. Ning Chen clenched his fists, showing his restlessness. The feeling of not being able to exert his strength was driving him crazy. Everyone had weaknesses. The more you cared, the more you could not face it calmly. The emotionless and calm he usually was, but the moment the woman in front of him faced the tribulation, it all turned into nothing. Emotions were the most uncontrollable thing in this world. They could not be changed by one's will. There was no right or wrong, no reason. Ha! Under the heavenly fire, Mu Qingxue roared. White light rose from his body, and a vast aura surged. He flew up and rushed to the 9 heavens. The endless sea of fire surged violently. Huge fireballs fell like a meteor shower, smashing towards the heaven-defying cultivator. Mu Qingxue's sword intent surged. Sword qi gathered and soared to the sky. Boom! 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 The fireballs and sword qi exploded. The remaining flames scattered and scattered in the sky. After the first rain of fire, the anger of the heavens towards the humans seemed to have increased. With a boom, pillars of fire fell, connecting the heaven and earth, forming a huge cage. In an instant, the 9 heavens seemed to have collapsed. Endless heavenly fire poured down like a waterfall, drowning the figure in it. In the underworld, Ning Chen's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the falling sea of fire, he desperately searched for the familiar figure. Flying sword feather. At this moment, in the sea of fire, a huge pair of wings spread out, blowing away the flames around her. After a while, the sword wings flapped. The figure in the sea of fire suddenly disappeared. She turned into a white light and rose against the flames again. The 9 heavens were furious. Above the misty forest, the waves of fire roared. The sound intensified like thunder and lightning, echoing in the sky. The color of the heavenly fire changed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a bewitching red color. Rainbow tribulation. Thousands of miles away in the Confucian sect, Prince Yen narrowed his eyes. Who was it that was facing the tribulation? Why was the heavens so angry? Above the 9 heavens, the crimson heavenly fire suddenly increased in power by 70%. The pure and powerful flames burned everything in the world. Even the air was burning intensely at this moment, turning into a sea of fire. Mu Qingxue, who was still at ease a moment ago, suddenly felt the pressure double. His reverse speed instantly decreased by more than half. The 9 heavens were high and unreachable. Mu Qingxue's eyes were firm as he looked at the sky, not wavering even for a moment. The shadow-bearing sword moved rhythmically. The beautiful figure in the firelight gradually became blurry. The sword wings collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the next moment, sword light soared into the sky and the silhouette disappeared. It turned into a snow-white sword. In Huang City, swords were the strongest. No matter what, there was only one sword. The travel scroll was the fastest under the heavens. Swords were also based on speed. At this moment, the snow-white sword became the fastest sword in the world. It was dazzling, defying the heavens. Thunder roared in the 9 heavens. The sea of fire fell, making its final struggle. However, the sword light still broke through the 9 heavens. With one slash, it created a huge ravine in the horizon. The thunder and fire in the sky trembled. As it roared, it quickly dissipated. The snow-white sword disappeared above the 9 heavens. When it reappeared, it was already at the entrance of the underworld. The sword disappeared and returned to its beautiful form. Mu Qingxue's face was pale. He staggered and was supported by a pair of hands. "Go back and rest." Ning Chen supported the woman beside him and walked step by step into the underworld. Surprisingly, Mu Qingxue did not resist and let Ning Chen support him. He did not say anything and only walked forward tiredly. He said that they knew each other in the past. Perhaps it was true. Just now, when he was injured by the Zhiga sword, he chose to save her first. Was it because he had an immortal body? The moment her thoughts wavered, Mu Qingxue's heart pulse trembled. He vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing his white clothes red. She did not know that once she chose to forget her feelings, she could not turn back. Ning Chen did not know either. Seeing Mu Qingxue vomit blood, his hands subconsciously tightened around the ladder. In the northern Meng camp, in the commander's tent, Fan Lingyue sat in front of the table. Looking at the letter from the northern Meng capital, he could not help but frown. Little Ming Yu's request was not easy to fulfill. The 2 dynasties were fighting to the death. Ning Chen was not a fool. How could he send himself to death? Unfortunately, he still managed to escape from the previous encirclement. Otherwise, they would not have put in so much effort. On Donglin's side, the Wang family had already made up their mind. They would only fully support Northern Meng in their fight against the Great Xia after Su Fian entered the Northern Meng. This matter had to be settled as soon as possible. Men. Fan Lingyue's eyes flashed as he spoke. Present. A soldier walked in and said respectfully, "Send this letter to the Great Xia Palace as soon as possible." Fan Lingyue said calmly, "Yes." The soldier took the letter and walked out quickly. After sending out the letter, Fan Lingyue was about to stand up. Suddenly, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, staining the military map red. His sick body was deteriorating faster than expected. Fan Lingyue closed his eyes and leaned against the chair with difficulty. A strong sense of exhaustion rose in his heart. There were less than 3 months left. He had to hold on. The military map was stained with blood. Fan Lingyue slowly opened his eyes. Through the blood stains, he looked at the military map and continued to seriously consider every step in the future. The luck of the Great Xia was not over yet. She had forcefully brought this moment forward by 10 years. Whether or not they could succeed would depend on the last 2 months. In the northern Meng camp outside, groups of patrolling soldiers walked past. Fan Lingyue walked out of the commander's tent and looked at the soldiers outside. His eyes were calm. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Great Xia. Even after several internal conflicts, their strength had been greatly reduced. However, to be able to hold on until today was enough to show the deep foundation of this dynasty. This time, Northern Meng had used all their strength to attack the Great Xia. Victory or defeat would determine whether Northern Meng could prosper in the next 100 years. At this point in the war between the two dynasties, there were no more secrets between Northern Meng and the Great Xia. After this, it would be the true battle of life and death. The Northern Meng cavalry was invincible. Fan Lingyue firmly believed in this. Reinforcements from Northern Meng were now continuously passing through Yangue City. On the Great Xia side, to the north of Heaven's Gate, other than the 300,000 soldiers of the 3 marquises, there were not many left. It was only a matter of time before the reinforcements broke through. Northern Meng had already given everything for this war. They could not afford to lose. Military advisor, the imperial advisor, has sent a letter. A general ran over and handed over a letter. Fan Lingyue took the letter. After reading it, he clenched his fist and completely destroyed the letter. This was the best news. He hoped it would give the Great Xia a surprise. Boom! At this moment, thunder roared in the sky. Thousands of miles away, thunderclouds suddenly appeared. A sea of fire connected to the sky, forming a terrifying scene of burning the sky. A cold light flashed in Fan Lingyue's eyes. He quietly looked at the great tribulation of heavenly fire from beginning to end. He did not say a word. It was not him. Fan Lingyue turned and returned to her tent. From today onwards, there was one more second tribulation Xiantian expert in the world. This era was a great era. It was now at the beginning of the great era. In the future, there would be young geniuses stepping into the Xiantian realm. Unfortunately, she would not be able to see it. In the Confucian sect's Dragon Garden, a Confucian scholar came forward. Looking at the azure-robed figure in the courtyard, he bowed respectfully and said, "Yan Qinhuang, the military commander invites you to the weapon pool." Yan Qinhuang replied. Looking at Ah Man, who was fighting with a dragonfly not far away, he said, "Ah Man, you come too." Ah Man reluctantly looked at the little dragonfly that had flown away, but she still obediently responded and trotted over. The Confucian sect's weapon pool was 10 miles away from the Dragon Garden. The Confucian scholar brought the two of them there. After arriving, he bowed and left. The weapon pool was a forbidden area of the Confucian sect. Apart from the military commander, no one was allowed to enter. The two of them stepped into the weapon pool. It was an ancient land filled with sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Along the way, there were weapons everywhere. Their sharp edges pierced their hearts, making them feel like they were in a sea of weapons. Ah Man didn't like cultivating, nor did she like fighting. She was completely indifferent to these divine weapons that people yearned for. Yan Qinhuang had wanted to bring Ah Man along to choose a weapon, but seeing her completely indifferent appearance, he knew he couldn't force her. He didn't say anything and continued onward. This sea of weapons had been accumulated over 1,000 years by the Confucian sect. There was no lack of true divine weapons waiting for their masters to arrive. The two of them continued onward. After 990 steps, they arrived at the end of the sea of weapons. A huge earth flame pool appeared in front of them. A wave of unbearable heat immediately hit them. At the center of the earth flame pool was an azure-colored sword. Cold chi circulated, constantly colliding with the heat of the earth flame. Just at this moment, the military commander walked over. He was a man around 40 years old. Although his face was ordinary, he possessed an indescribably sharp aura that made people subconsciously feel reverence. "Yen Qinhuang, I'll leave the final step to you," said the military commander. "Yes." Yen Qinhuang nodded. He arrived in front of the azure-colored sword and stood on top of the earth flame. In the next moment, the sword holder shook and the red sword flew out with a clang, landing beside the azure-colored sword. The azure-colored sword and the red sword resonated with each other. Immediately, half of the sea of flames and the other half of ice began to rapidly spread throughout the weapon pool. The sea of weapons was affected by the aura of the two swords. They began to tremble, celebrating the rebirth of the azure-colored sword. Yen Qinhuang's right hand brushed the sword, and a smear of blood fell onto it. In an instant the cold qi surged. The red sword and the azure-colored sword were connected by qi, and waves of fire soared into the sky. The two swords flew out, ice and fire intertwining, drawing two beautiful rainbows in the air. A moment later, the reborn azure-colored sword flew to Yen Qinhuang's side. It constantly trembled, silently telling him of its departure. "It says it missed you." A man's smile blossomed. Chapter 189. A bright smile appeared on Man's beautiful face. It was so simple and pure. She was just happy for the azure sword. However, this was what truly shocked Yen Qinhuang and the soldier commander. Sword aura. Yen Qinhuang was the only person in the world who could understand sword aura. He naturally knew what the azure sword meant. As for the soldier commander, although he couldn't sense the sword aura, he could just barely determine each weapon's emotions. After a moment of shock, the soldier commander came back to his senses. He still found it hard to believe. He would rather believe that this was just a coincidence. Yen Qinhuang waved his hand. The red, sand, and abyss swords flew out and floated in front of Man. Feel the aura of these three swords. "See if you can sense anything," said Yen Qinhuang calmly. "Okay." Man didn't know what he meant, but she still obediently agreed. She took half a step forward and touched the three swords. The red sword said it was very happy. The sand sword didn't say anything. "I can't sense anything from this black sword," said Man after touching the three swords. The soldier commander looked at Yen Qinhuang questioningly. Yen Qinhuang nodded. That was basically the right answer. Now the soldier commander could no longer conceal his shock. This was a true genius. "Miss Man, do you have a master? How about joining the Confucian sect? In less than 10 years, there will definitely be a position for you among the 4 leaders of the Confucian sect." Seeing such a rare genius, the soldier commander didn't care about Yen Qinhuang's presence. Yen Qinhuang didn't say anything to stop him. He sheathed his sword. He knew very well that Man wouldn't agree. "I don't want to." As expected, Man didn't even think about it and refused without hesitation. "Why? Does Miss Man already have a master?" asked the soldier commander. He already knew that Yen Qinhuang and Man weren't master and disciple, but he didn't know if Man had a master or not. "I don't," said Man honestly. "Then why?" The army commander was even more confused. "I'm very busy." Man counted her future schedule. "Senior told me to carry his sword for half a year. Then I have to go find Ningchen. Once I find him, I have to go back and apologize to my father. I snuck out, so I don't know if my father will confine me. If he doesn't confine me, then I'll know what to do next." The military commander felt dizzy listening to Man. For a moment, he couldn't keep up with Man's rhythm. What was going on? Prince Yen could not bear to continue watching, so he could only interrupt. "Commander, don't waste your energy. She can't join the Confucian school. I once wanted to teach her swordsmanship, but she also refused." There was another thing Prince Yen didn't say. With Wild's personality, if no one forced him, let alone 10 years, even 20 years wouldn't be enough for him to become the head of the Confucian school. Commander Bing was startled. He shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. Miss Wilde, if you like any of the swords in this sea of weapons, you can choose any one of them. It can also be considered as forming good karma with my Confucian sect. The military commander looked at the girl in front of him. Pick one, Prince Yen said before Ah Man could refuse. Ah Man was a little troubled. She didn't use a sword. Is that all right? A man glanced at the sea of swords before he casually pointed at a light blue sword and asked. Looking in the direction Wilde was pointing, the military commander's mouth twitched, but he quickly covered it up and dryly laughed. Yes. The Confucian sect's rules were that people had to keep their promises. He had to maintain his bearing as a commander. Prince Yen looked at the sword Wilde had chosen and smiled faintly. Now the Confucian sect would feel pained for a long time. He knew this sword. It was a famous sword of the Confucian sect. It went without saying that when it came to foresight and luck, even 10 Ning Chens added together couldn't compare to one Wilde. Hearing the military commander agree, Wilde walked up and pulled out the Origin Heart sword. Thinking for a moment, she ran over to the sword rack. Senior, I'll use the sword rack. As you wish. Prince Yen smiled. Wilde placed the Origin Heart sword back into the rack and then turned to give the military commander a junior's bow. Thank you, Senior Military Commander. No problem. The military commander's mouth twitched once more. Now that the azure sword had been repaired, Prince Yen didn't stay any longer. He bid farewell to the military commander and left with Wilde. Senior Military Commander is a good person. Based on her impression of him, Wilde objectively evaluated him. Perhaps. Prince Yen didn't comment and just smiled. The human heart was much more complicated than the sword heart. Furthermore, the current Confucian sect was no longer the Confucian sect of the past. However, he had no interest in such matters. In the Grand Xia's Donglin city, Ning Chen appeared in the 100-flower pavilion. Looking at the kneeling figure, he calmly said, Rise. Many thanks, Marquis. The man stood up, his expression nervous. He unconsciously took half a step back. He had never imagined that the person the imperial court had sent to deal with the Wang family would be the legendary Jiming Marquis who had died to the wrath of the heavens. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The Jiming Marquis hadn't been a marquis for long, but his reputation in the Grand Xia had already surpassed all the other marquises. However, this reputation was infamy. The common people said that the Jiming Marquis was the reincarnation of an Azura. Killing was his second nature, and that was why he had been punished by the heavens. Ning Chen didn't care about this person's performance. He didn't care what the common people thought of him. Have you investigated the Wang family's hidden forces? Ning Chen indifferently asked. Reporting to the Marquis, it's all been investigated, the man nervously said. Then he took 2 steps forward and handed over a secret report. Ning Chen looked at the names on the secret report and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a cold arc. The Wang family's power really wasn't small. You can leave. Go back and continue monitoring the Wang family's movements, Ning Chen calmly said. Yes. The man quickly left, not daring to stay a moment longer. Yuhani walked into the room and closed the door. She softly asked, Marquis, what are you planning to do? It's very simple. Kill without mercy, Ning Chen calmly said. Yuhani was startled. No. They only had a list of names, but they didn't have enough evidence. If they directly sent troops to encircle and suppress them, it would cause the common people to panic and the other sects and aristocratic families to denounce them. Ning Chen stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the scenery outside, he said, There's nothing that can't be done. Other people can't do it, but I can. The Wang family's matter was neither simple nor troublesome. If there weren't any battles in the north, he could have slowly dealt with it. But now he didn't have the time. He could only use the quickest method. As for how to wrap things up, Xia Mingtian would quickly understand. In the past 1,000 years, The Grand Xia had never crippled a martial marquis. Perhaps he would become the first. This was also the reason why he hadn't wanted Xia Zi to succeed him. He had to be decisive. As an emperor, he had to be ruthless. Dong dong. At this moment there was a knock on the door. Then a woman's voice rang out, "Sister Hani." Ning Chen turned around, frowning. He looked at Yuhani questioningly. Yuhani nodded, indicating that this person was trustworthy. "Come in," said Yuhani. "Sister Hani." A beautiful woman pushed open the door and entered. When she saw Ning Chen, her expression shook. She immediately knelt down and bowed. "Greetings to the Marquis." "Mulan, is there something you need?" asked Yuhani. "The palace just sent a letter for the Marquis," said Mulan respectfully. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Why would the palace send a letter at this time? Mulan handed over the letter and waited quietly on the side. Ning Chen read the letter and his eyes twitched. The letter wasn't for him, but for Fan Lingyue. It seemed that Fan Lingyue had directly sent this letter to the Grand Xia Palace. Mingyu wanted to take an empress, and even wanted to invite him over. What was going on? The problem that Fan Lingyue had thrown to him was inconceivable. The letter didn't mention who the empress was. However, no matter who it was too early for Mingyu to take an empress at this age. Not only was it inappropriate, it was also inappropriate. What was Fan Lingyue thinking? If he was only using this method to lure him over, it would be too obvious. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen turned around and came to the table. He wrote a letter, folded it, and handed it to Mulan. "Send this letter to the northern Meng camp's Fan Lingyue." "Yes." Mulan didn't dare to ask anything. She took the letter and left immediately. Outside the window, the moon was moving westward. It was past midnight. Ning Chen finished dealing with the matters here, and also got up to leave. He had to make arrangements for the Wang clan as soon as possible. He had to uproot all the hidden forces of the Wang clan in one go. The ghost palanquin streaked across the sky and headed towards the east. After traveling for about 600 miles, the ghost palanquin stopped in a small city. Ning Chen walked out and headed towards a pavilion not far away. The pavilion was the Earth Pavilion of the Dangerous Pavilions. It was one of the 3 pavilions: Heaven, Earth, and Man. When he was the head of the Department of Justice, he had found out some things that he didn't know before. This pavilion was one of them. The dangerous pavilions were the most mysterious of all the sects in Grand Xia. Even the Department of Justice couldn't find much information about them. It wasn't easy to find this Earth Pavilion. Grand Xia had been suppressing all the sects for 1,000 years. Regardless of which sect or ancient martial arts family, they had no choice but to hide their edge and return to the shadows. Among them, the dangerous pavilions were a special existence. The reason was very simple. Regardless of whether it was an era of imperial power or an era where sects were flourishing, assassin organizations couldn't walk in the open. Thus, Grand Xia's strength had the least influence on the dangerous pavilions. After Ning Chen entered the Earth Pavilion, he casually found a seat and sat down, waiting for the person to come. As expected, not long after, a young man dressed as a servant walked over and respectfully said, "Young master, it's too late. If you want to buy anything, please come back tomorrow." "I'm here to buy a life. There's no need to wait until tomorrow," said Ning Chen. Hearing this reply, the young servant's eyes instantly exploded with a fierce, killing intent. He coldly said, "Who are you?" "Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis," said Ning Chen indifferently as he took out his Marquis medallion. The young man's expression shook. The killing intent in his eyes immediately disappeared. He smiled and said, "Marquis, please wait a moment. I'll go get the steward." "Go, I'll be waiting," said Ning Chen calmly. Chapter 190. About a quarter of an hour later, an old man walked over to Ning Chen. He chuckled, "I didn't know Marshal Marquis would come. I hope you can forgive me. I'm just here to talk about a deal. I just don't know if Wei Lu would dare accept," said Ning Chen indifferently. The old man smiled and asked, "Whose life does Marquis want to buy?" "The people on this list." Ning Chen handed over a piece of paper. The old man glanced at the name on the list and his expression changed. He said in a low voice, Marquis, please come upstairs with me. Lead the way." Ning Chen nodded. The old man respectfully bowed and led the way upstairs. The Earth Tower was 3 stories high. The old man brought Ning Chen up to the 3rd floor. After passing through 6 rooms with different names, he knocked on the door of the last room. Marquis, an important guest has come to visit," said the old man respectfully. "Oh? What kind of guest would require Marshal Uncle to personally receive him?" The door opened and a purple-robed youth appeared out of thin air. He had a gentle smile on his face, as if he was a harmless, ordinary person. Marquis, this is the Imperial Court's knowledge Marquis. "He's come to make a deal," said the old man softly. Marquis looked at Ning Chen and smiled. Marquis coming personally really brings light to the Earth Tower. "You're too polite." Ning Chen calmly walked into the room. The old man handed over the list and silently left. He closed the door and left the 2 of them to talk. "It's said that the Earth Tower's 7 Marquis are all rare experts. Now that I've met you, you really do live up to your reputation," said Ning Chen slowly. Marquis is too kind." Ning Chen lightly smiled. "The people on this list aren't difficult for Wei Lu. I just don't know if Marquis dares to accept." Marquis looked at the list and his eyes flashed. "I'm a bit curious. With Marquis's power, killing these people shouldn't be difficult. Why do you need Wei Lu to do it for you? Isn't Wei Lu's principle to only talk about the price and not the reason? Could it be that when it comes to Marquis, you still have to explain the reason?" asked Ning Chen. Marquis lightly smiled. "Of course there's no need. However, the identities of the people on this list aren't simple, so the price naturally won't be low. 30,000 taels of silver per person," Ning Chen calmly said. "The Marquis is straightforward. Wei Lu will accept this business deal." Jun did not hesitate and replied. "This Marquis will send someone to deliver the money. We will meet again." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer, and he turned around and walked out. Before he walked out of the room, he glanced meaningfully at a corner of the room, and then he left with large strides. The Grand Jiming Marquis really isn't simple. After Ning Chen left, a red-robed figure walked out from a corner and spoke softly. "Jun, if you were to take action, how confident are you in being able to keep him here?" asked Jun. 10%, the woman in red answered honestly. "I didn't think that the proud Jun would be so humble one day." Jun smiled warmly. "I've never been modest. You and I can both see that Jiming Marquis is seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a 10% chance," Jun said coldly. "We've all underestimated the ability of the Imperial Court and this Jiming Marquis." Jun sighed softly. The location of Wei Lu's 3 floors had always been a top secret. Who would have thought that the Imperial Court would find it? If it wasn't the Jiming Marquis who came today, but the Grand Xia's army, Wei Lu would definitely not be able to escape. Jun walked forward and picked up the list of names on the table. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, "Why is the Jiming Marquis here? I don't understand." Jun shook her head and said, "Compared to the Jiming Marquis' martial prowess, his intelligence is even more terrifying." Jun nodded her head. Among the nobles of the Grand Xia, she was the most wary of this Jiming Marquis. These days, Beimeng had been in constant contact with the various large sects and aristocratic families in the southeast of the Grand Xia. Wei Lu's attitude was the calmest because they knew that Wei Lu's existence could not be seen in any era. It made no difference who controlled the world. The other large sects hoped that the Grand Xia would be destroyed so that they would have enough space to develop. However, Wei Lu did not need this. Although the Grand Xia was now in a period of turmoil, The Grand Xia's 1,000 years of foundation was still there. No one knew if this colossus would come back from the jaws of death. The imperial court's motive for sending the Jiming Marquis here was very obvious. It was most likely to deal with the matters of the large sections. Tonight, the arrival of the Jiming Marquis was a wake-up call for Wei Lu and made them even more certain of their original thoughts. Thinking of this, Qi Jun suggested, "Should we summon Qing Jun and Lan Jun back to discuss this mission together?" "Yes." Zi Jun nodded her head and said, "Ask them to stop what they are doing and rush back within 2 days." Qi Jun agreed. After a while, her figure faded and disappeared. Zi Jun looked at the list in her hand and frowned slightly. She still could not understand why the Jiming Marquis, with his strength and authority, did not need to borrow the hands of Wei Lu. What was the purpose of such an unnecessary action? In the netherworld, after Mu Qingxue passed the second tribulation of the Xiantian realm, he had been recuperating in the netherworld. He did not wake up for 2 days. Currently, Ning Chen was the only one awake in the entire underworld. During the day, he stayed in the underworld in silence. No one spoke and he couldn't cultivate. The only thing that remained was an unchanging loneliness and solitude. On the stone table, a red wooden box lay there quietly. Within it was the Emperor's sword of the Zine Empire, the Green Sparrow Sword. After the Great Xia destroyed the Zine Empire, they suppressed the Dayan Green Sparrow Sword into the nation treasure and stripped away the dragon Qi in the sword. The current Dayan Green Sparrow Sword was no longer the divine sword that could destroy the world. It was more like a memory of the past. He took this sword from Xia Mingri's hands in exchange for Mu Qingxue's help. Mu Qingxue was a descendant of the Zine Empire's royal family. The significance of this sword was extraordinary. Only this sword could get Mu Qingxue to help. Outside the netherworld, the sun rose from the east and then set in the west. Inside the netherworld, Ning Chen waited for another day. Only Ning Chen knew how it felt to wait from sunrise to sunset every day. However, he could not see the light, so he could only wait. Mu Qingxue still did not wake up. Clearly, he had suffered heavy injuries from the heavenly flame tribulation. Time slowly passed. After sunset, Mu Qingxue still did not wake up. It seemed that he did not show any signs of waking up. Ning Chen was disappointed once again. He sighed softly and opened the gates to the netherworld, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, an evil and handsome figure appeared and struck out with a palm. Ning Chen did not have time to react and was sent flying. He staggered to stabilize himself and vomited a mouthful of blood. He said in shock, "It's you. Is it unexpected?" "Long time no see," smiled Underworld Child. The figure walked over step by step. His dark blue battle clothes gave off a strange light in the dusky netherworld. "It's been a long time since I've been back. The feeling of coming home is always nostalgic." Underworld Child touched his lips and smiled like a demon. "Oh, what a powerful aura. One is a Xiantian, and the other is my dear fellow cultivator. What a pity." Underworld Child moved and arrived in front of Ning Chen. He condensed evil energy in his palm and pressed down. Ning Chen forcefully circulated his energy and blocked with a backhand. However, his shattered meridians were unable to withstand the impact of true qi. Immediately, blood and qi surged out from his skin. With a bang, his white clothes flew out and his body was dyed with blood. Underworld Child took half a step back and suppressed the surging energy in his body. He praised, as expected of the Grand Xia's knowledge Marquis. "Even with such injuries, you still have the ability to injure a tiger." Ning Chen steadied himself and said indifferently, "You're only half right. Here, not only do I have the ability to injure a tiger, but I also have the ability to kill one." "Haha, then come." Underworld Child laughed crazily. Evil energy flowed out from his body and spread out. "Since we've met again in the netherworld, how can I not let you experience the power of the Earth Scroll?" Ning Chen sneered and circulated his energy. He crushed the ground in front of him, and his energy erupted. A dark yellow light flourished and the ground shook. A powerful aura accompanied by a bloody mist reverberated between heaven and earth, causing people to tremble. Earth scroll. Underworld Child narrowed his eyes. While he was puzzled, he secretly circulated his energy and focused all of his attention. Leave first. Before he finished speaking, the figure in the dust had already disappeared and was rushing toward the netherworld. Underworld Child was momentarily stunned when he saw that he had fallen into a trap, but soon after, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Knowledge Marquis, you've made me want to kill. With that, Underworld Child took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, chasing after Ning Chen. The two rapidly moving figures flitted through the netherworld one after the other. At this moment it was a race between life and death. In front of them, black blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth and body. The pain of true qi piercing through his body was like being cut by 1,000 blades. It was a pain worse than death. Underworld flames burned the heavens. Underworld Child, who was chasing after Ning Chen, shouted. Dark blue flames rose around his body. He flipped his palm and a majestic palm energy shot out. With danger descending, Ning Chen had no choice but to turn around and block with his black sword. With a bang, blood once more sprayed out. However, Ning Chen didn't care about his injuries at all. Before he could even stabilize himself, he immediately rushed forward. Let's see just how long you can run for. Underworld Child followed closely behind him. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Ning Chen's injuries were too heavy, and his true qi couldn't circulate smoothly. It severely limited his strength. Just when the distance between the two of them was less than 300 feet, Ning Chen suddenly stopped and stopped moving forward. Why aren't you running anymore? Have you run out of energy? Underworld Child also stopped. I still have energy, but there's no need to run. Ning Chen turned around. After saying that, Ning Chen clenched his hand. The Jiga sword stabbed into the ground in front of the ghost woman's stone room was pulled by his true qi and flew into the air. Immediately, an unprecedented sword intent awakened and rapidly spread. I've already said that not only do I have the power to injure a tiger, but I also have the power to kill a tiger. As he spoke, Ning Chen's thick earth qi poured into the Jiga sword. A familiar aura appeared, and the sword intent within the Jiga sword grew even stronger. As the sword intent shook, the ground also began to shake. Chapter 191. Jiga's sword intent shook violently. After being activated by his true qi, the heavy qi of earth spread out in all directions, shaking the ground. Underworld Child's expression hardened. He raised his right hand and the blue flames rose once more, engulfing everything within 100 feet. The sword intent collided with the flames, and as expected, the boundless sword intent showed an unstoppable force, quickly annihilating the flames in the surroundings. Underworld Child spat out blood and retreated dozens of feet. 3 disasters expert. Underworld Child narrowed his eyes. Only 3 disasters expert could gather his sword intent without dissipating. Ordinary Xiantian experts couldn't do it. Ning Chen's body moved and his sword slashed down. The ground in front of him split open, extending hundreds of feet. Evil Desolate devours the heavens. Underworld Child's body was fully activated. Evil Qi filled the air. He flipped his palm and a majestic palm energy shot out. Ugh! After the collision, a waterfall of blood scattered outwards. Underworld Child's body was blasted flying again, and his blood dyed the sky red. Go! Underworld Child stepped into the air and turned into a streak of light. Ning Chen was about to chase after him when he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. He almost fell to the ground. In Domlin City, Qing Ning, who had been waiting in the inn, was worried. He had said he would come tonight. Why hadn't he arrived yet? 2 hours later, the ghost carriage flew through the air, rushing toward the southeast of the Grand Xia. There was a knock on the inn's door. Qing Ning immediately went to open it. Seeing Ning Chen outside, she let out a sigh of relief. "Is there any movement from the Wang family?" asked Ning Chen. "Su Fian was sent out of the Wang family early this morning. She was accompanied by several rank 9 experts. And just now, another group of people from the Wang family took advantage of the night to leave. They were also protected by rank 9 experts," replied Qing Ning. Hearing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Wang family was leaving a way out for themselves. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the Wang family would make a big move in the near future. "Someone's coming." Qing Ning's expression hardened. As soon as she said that, a dazzling sword light appeared in the air and pierced towards Ning Chen. Qing Ning's eyes turned cold. Her slender hand glowed brightly and powerful true qi spread out, instantly sending the person flying. The way the 7 lords of the earthly tower greet each other is really special. Ning Chen stopped Qing Ning and said indifferently, "Lan Jun, don't be impudent." 3 figures arrived. They were Lord Zi Jun, Lord Qi, and Lord Green. The figure that had been sent flying also walked in through the door. It was a petite girl in a blue dress. She had a baby face and looked very delicate. However, her expression was not very friendly, as if she did not like anyone. "It's rumored that the Imperial Palace's Empress has a woman who has stepped into the Xiantian realm by her side." "That must be her," said Zi Jun with a smile. Qing Ning didn't say anything. She took half a step back and stood behind Ning Chen. This action made Zi Jun and the others' eyes flash with an imperceptible light. In this world, there were very few primordial masters and they had high statuses. Even the Marquis could not order them around at will. The actions of the woman in front of them undoubtedly showed that everything here was decided by the Marquis. "Gigolo," Lan Jun said disdainfully. He looked down on him. Before Ning Chen could react, Qing Ning was already frowning. A cold aura began to circulate around her, bringing with it a hint of killing intent. "Lan Jun." Lord Zi's expression turned cold as he berated. Lan Jun unhappily snorted and turned his head away, no longer saying anything. Ning Chen didn't take Lan Jun's rudeness to heart. He didn't know why this baby-faced woman hated him so much. But he could see that her sword just now was more to teach him a lesson than to take his life. Otherwise, Qing Ning wouldn't have just sent him flying. "Marquis, Lan Jun is still young. If he has offended you, please forgive him," said Zi Jun apologetically. "It's fine." Ning Chen shook his head. "Marquis, Wei Lu can attack at any time." "We're just waiting for your order," said Zi Jun politely. "We're not his subordinates." Lan Jun couldn't hold back and sneered. To the side, the indifferent Lord Qi patted Lan Jun's head as a warning. Lan Jun shut his mouth, unwilling to accept this. Ning Chen automatically ignored Lan Jun's existence and nodded. "In the next 2 days, I'll send someone to notify you." Zi Jun smiled. "No need to go through so much trouble. Lan Jun will stay here, and the Earth Tower has been in disrepair for many years. It's time to move." Ning Chen understood the meaning behind Zi Jun's words, but he didn't point it out. "That's good too. It'll save us a lot of trouble." After the discussion, Lord Qi and Lord Green left. Zi Jun gave Lan Jun a warning glance before leaving as well. Only Qing Ning, Ning Chen, and a sulking Lan Jun were left in the room. "Sister Qing Ning, I still have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first." Ning Chen didn't even glance at the woman not far away. He turned to leave. "Stop!" Lan Jun finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Ning Chen stopped and indifferently said, "Miss, we don't know each other. There's no enmity between us. Don't go too far." "You really don't know me?" asked Lan Jun angrily. Ning Chen frowned and carefully thought about it. After confirming that he really had no impression of her, he said, "I don't know her." "What's your surname?" asked Lan Jun. "Ning," said Ning Chen calmly. "My surname is also Ning," said Lan Jun angrily. A bad premonition arose in Ning Chen's heart. This woman couldn't really be related to him, right? After coming to this world, He had no relatives or friends. His memories of this were very limited. He only knew that he was an orphan and that his parents had died long ago. Beside him, Qing Ning also noticed that something was amiss. She rarely heard Ning Chen talk about his past. However, those who were able to enter the palace generally had clean backgrounds. She guessed that Ning Chen was an orphan, so she didn't dare to ask too much. "Miss Lan Jun, did you recognize the wrong person?" asked Qing Ning softly. "I grew up with him. How could I recognize the wrong person?" Tears welled up in Lan Jun's eyes. Even someone as smart as Ning Chen didn't know what to say. Surprise? It didn't count as joy. It was more like shock. "Ning Chen, do you know how many years I've been searching for you?" asked Lan Jun tearfully. Qing Ning calmly walked over to Ning Chen and transmitted, "Do you recognize who she is to you?" Ning Chen helplessly shook his head. How could he know? With his limited memories, he could only vaguely remember a few things that had happened in the past 2 years. "Miss, I was injured in the past and injured my head. There are many things that I don't remember. Can you be more specific?" asked Ning Chen apologetically. "I'm Ning Shi, your cousin. There's a scar on your left shoulder. When we were fighting when we were young, I accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and burned it. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." Lan Jun finally couldn't hold back her tears and they fell. Qing Ning looked over. Ning Chen bitterly smiled. "There's no need to look. It really is there. Ning Chen, Ning Shi, Chen Shi. The meaning behind these names wasn't bad. There was an 80 to 90% chance that this woman was telling the truth. For a cousin to suddenly appear out of nowhere, he didn't know what to do. "Where are your parents?" asked Ning Chen. "They passed away a few years ago," whispered Lan Jun. Ning Chen sighed. He had asked for nothing. How could a family with parents allow their children to suffer like this and become an assassin that couldn't see the light of day? Something like family was a kind of fetter. But for the current him, it was too extravagant. He had dragged Wei Lu into this matter to deal with the Wang family. He hadn't expected such a variable to appear. Heaven's plans were not as good as man's. Right now there were 2 paths in front of him. One was to tell Lan Jun the whole story and give Wei Lu a way out. The other was to act as if nothing had happened. While destroying the Wang family, he could also deal a heavy blow to Wei Lu. In the end, Ning Chen didn't say anything. He handed Lan Jun to Qing Ning and left in the ghost carriage. Compared to Wei Lu and a cousin he had just met, he was more concerned about the safety of Qing Ning and the others. In the netherworld underworld, Ning Chen once again patiently waited. Mu Qingxue had said that she would wake up in at most 4 days. This was already the 4th day. It was about time for her to wake up. Boom boom. After waiting for about 4 hours, the stone room suddenly began to shake. Waves of powerful aura surged out. In the next moment, the restrictions outside collapsed and a beautiful figure slowly walked out. Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned. Something wasn't right. The unfamiliar cold aura was just like when Mu Qingxue had broken through to the innate realm. It had become emotionless and cold again. How can this be? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't understand. After Mu Qingxue came out of seclusion, he didn't even look at Ning Chen. He walked step by step to the stone table nearby. With a wave of his hand, the red wooden box opened. The great green sparrow sword flew out and landed in his hand. With a clang, the great green sparrow sword was unsheathed. After feeling the familiar aura, it vibrated violently. The ancient sword had a spirit. Even after 1,000 years, it could still feel the unique royal bloodline. As the sword slashed down, the ground split open. Although the Emperor's sword had lost its dragon aura, it still retained its former sharpness. "When will you act?" Mu Qingxue glanced at Ning Chen and asked. "The night after tomorrow," Ning Chen said in a low voice. Mu Qingxue turned around and returned to the stone room. With a wave of his hand, the stone door closed with a rumble. After a short meeting, Ning Chen's mood became even heavier. Mu Qingxue seemed to have forgotten something again. What was going on? He had never heard of any cultivation technique that could cause people to lose their memories and emotions again. And Mu Qingxue's change happened before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. This seemed to be an endless cycle. It kept happening and she kept forgetting. What was left in her heart? Could it be that only supreme cultivation was the most important thing? Ning Chen's heart was filled with exhaustion. This time, he felt powerless like never before. He wasn't omnipotent. There were also things he couldn't do. Mu Qingxue's change really made him feel despair. Chapter 192. When Mu Qingxue came out of seclusion, the last person had also arrived. Ning Chen sent a letter to the palace of Great Xia, asking Xia Mingri to send people to set up an ambush outside Heaven's Gate to stop the forces of Su Fian and the Wang family. The Wang family had been operating for thousands of years, and their secret forces were unfathomable. If these people reached northern Meng safely, the threat to Great Xia would be much more serious than imagined. He was not stupid enough to think that the imperial court had already investigated all the forces of the Wang family. There was a high chance that some big fish had escaped the net, and he could not give the Wang family any chance to make a comeback. Ning Chen went to Green Frost Valley again, and then returned to Donglin City to meet Lan Jun to make the final arrangements. Although Ning Chen still felt strange about the fact that he had an additional cousin, he had to accept it. Lan Jun looked unruly and willful, but it was just a disguise to protect himself. After acknowledging his cousin, he became much quieter. There was still some unfamiliarity between the two of them, but Ning Chen still tried his best to adapt to the identity of his cousin. It was impossible for him to not care about the only relative in this world who was related by blood. After 2 days of consideration, Ning Chen finally opened his mouth and asked seriously, "Ning Shi, have you ever thought of leaving the dangerous building?" Lan Jun was silent for a long time before replying, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." Every rank 9 expert in the dangerous building had a soul brought back to the Heaven Tower by the messenger. Once they rebel, they will definitely die. Ning Chen frowned and asked, "Where is the Heaven Tower?" Lan Jun shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I heard from Zi Jun that there is at least one Xiantian expert in the Heaven Tower." At the side, Qing Ning's eyes flashed. This was not good news. Ning Chen was silent. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Great Xia's strength for thousands of years made all the sects not dare to show their faces. However, 1,000 years was a long time. Generation after generation of geniuses, there would always be someone who could step into the Xiantian realm. When Great Xia was at its peak, these Xiantian experts could only keep a low profile until they died. However, now that Great Xia was in danger, it was hard to say whether the few Xiantian experts who were still alive would continue to keep a low profile. The Wang family had an elder, and the dangerous building had a Heaven Tower. In this way, it was not strange for Sword Sect or Yu City Yao family to have another Xiantian expert. Since when were innate experts everywhere in this world? The only good news was that Ning Shi didn't seem to have any sense of belonging to the building, which made it less difficult for him. "Can I ask you a question?" Lan Jun hesitated for a moment before asking. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "No, at least before tomorrow night, I won't say anything." He knew what Ning Shi wanted to ask, but there was no absolute trust between the two of them, so he wouldn't reveal anything. Lan Jun's eyes dimmed. It turned out that he still didn't trust her. At the side, Qing Ning couldn't stand it anymore. She secretly pinched Ning Chen and told him to be more tactful. Sometimes being overly rational was too hurtful. "Don't overthink it. He even hid it from me." Qing Ning patted Lan Jun's head and comforted him. Lan Jun forced a smile. She knew very well that Sister Qing Ning did not know because she did not ask. Ning Chen didn't explain. He left in the ghost palanquin and headed north. "Don't blame him. He still cares about you. It's just that the burden on his shoulders is too heavy. He has to be careful. Qing Ning sighed softly as she watched Ning Chen leave. Lan Jun nodded. He sat there quietly and didn't say anything. The ghost palanquin continued north, catching up to Su Fian and the others. They had already been on the road for 2 days, but they still didn't stop. Ning Chen stood on the high ground, looking at the people hurrying along. A cold light flickered in his eyes. According to the speed at which these people traveled without rest and without hesitation, they should be able to pass through Heaven's Gate by tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, he had to deal with Donglin City's matters. He couldn't be distracted, so he could only leave these people to Xia Mingri. No matter what, the Wang family's power had to be dealt with in one night. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. 15 minutes later, the northbound group gradually disappeared into the night. Ning Chen also left, returning to the underworld. In the Grand Xia Palace, after Xia Mingri received the news from Ning Chen, he immediately gave a secret order to Marquis Jiyu outside the Heaven Gate to send people to intercept and kill. The atmosphere in Donglin City was as calm as usual. The imperial court didn't make any move. After Xia Mingri handed this matter to Ning Chen, he suppressed all the officials' memorials and pretended not to know. The Wang family's spies in the palace didn't notice anything and could only continue to wait. In the underworld, after sunset on the second day, Mu Qingxue walked out of the stone room. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the green sparrow sword. "Let's go." Okay. The two of them left the underworld and rushed towards Donglin City. At the same time, in the northwest of the Grand Xia, in Green Frost Valley, the void trembled. A handsome and devilish figure walked out and disappeared after a step. Donglin City, Ing City, Yongqing City. Black shadows appeared one after another, taking advantage of the night to sneak into the beautiful courtyards. In the next moment, blood flashed in the night. Without a sound, it started and ended. The same scene kept happening in the 3 cities. Wei Lu sent out the most elite assassins to ensure that nothing went wrong. However, the people on Ning Chen's list all had unusual identities. Accidents still happened. 7 assassins ran into trouble and were discovered in the process of hiding. The first assassin of Wei Lu fell. His heart meridian was shattered by a 9th-grade expert's palm, and he stopped breathing. As for the other 6, after a fierce battle, 4 of them completed their mission and left with injuries. The remaining 2 were unfortunately caught and killed themselves by breaking their hidden fangs. In Donglin City, Lord Zi, Lord Green, and Lord Qi also made their moves. Without a doubt, they slaughtered and took away one life after another. These were the hidden forces of the Wang family. The imperial court had been investigating for decades and centuries. Tonight, they were uprooted. As for the forces of the Wang family on the surface, or perhaps not hidden deeply, none of them were on the list that Ning Chen gave to Wei Lu. In Donglin City, on the highest wishing tower in the city, Ning Chen took out the broken death bow and shot the first arrow at the strongest aura in the city lord's residence. The city lord of Donglin City only felt a tremor all over and his hair stood on end. He subconsciously tilted his body and avoided the fatal arrow. A touch of coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He activated the life scroll forcefully. In the blood mist, the silver light reappeared. 3 arrows flew in succession, chasing after the stars and the moon. With strong killing intent, they rushed toward the city lord of Donglin City. In the face of the sudden arrow light, the city lord of Donglin City was shocked and angry. He was shocked because the archer was so capable. He was angry because someone dared to assassinate him in Donglin City. The power of the arrow light was stronger than the previous one. The city lord of Donglin City blocked the first 2 arrows. Seeing the 3rd arrow coming toward him, he had to stomp his feet and fly up to avoid the 3rd arrow. On the wishing tower, Ning Chen's lips curved slightly. In the past, his arrows could only be blocked but not avoided. At this moment, the silver light flashed through the void at an extremely fast speed. The lord of Donglin City was horrified. Before he could react in the air, the silver arrow pierced through his chest. With a boom, it pierced through the entire lord's mansion. Cough, cough. The night wind blew. Ning Chen coughed a few times and a trace of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After wiping it, he turned and went down the tower. In the Wang family, Ning Chen came and handed over the Marquis token. After seeing the Marquis token, the guard was shocked and immediately ran back to the residence to report the news. In the main pavilion, the Wang family master looked at the Marquis token in his hand and was shocked. "Are you surprised?" As he spoke, a blood-stained figure in plain clothes came. He looked indifferent and held an ink sword in his hand. Blood kept dripping down. The men of sacrifice of the Wang family stepped forward, but they could not stop the edge of the ink sword. Even if they did not use their genuine qi, an expert at the peak of level 9 could not be stopped by ordinary experts. "Marquis Jiming, I don't know if I should say that you are confident or arrogant. You dare to break into the Wang family alone." The Wang family master's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "Very soon, it won't be just me." Ning Chen's foot moved and the ink sword slashed out, blowing away a level 7 death warrior in front of him. On the hilt of the black sword, black blood flowed down. The sword light of no regrets was 30 feet closer. The sharpness of the black sword pierced into the mind. The head of the Wang family flipped his right palm and blocked in front of the black sword with a bang. When the two collided, Ning Chen was forced back half a step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had once been the strongest person under Xiantian. But now that he had lost his meridians, he had lost for the first time. However, Ning Chen didn't care. His sword glowed and a streak of frost flashed. "The famous Jiming Marquis is only SOSO. The Wang family master coldly snorted. His palms shook heaven and earth. He was not the slightest bit afraid of the ink sword's attack. In that instant, ink blood splashed out. Ning Chen's sword was faster than the previous one. Each sword brought with it a black mist of blood. This was the price of true qi piercing through flesh. At that moment, the Wang family's hidden level 9 expert walked out. But he saw a green figure blocking his path. Her slender hand pierced through the air. With a bang, the level 9 expert's Dantian Sea of Qi was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Qing Ning disappeared. When she reappeared, there was another groan. The second level 9 expert's cultivation was destroyed. In the Wang family, apart from the person who went to the north, there were still 6 ninth-grade consecrators left. In less than 15 minutes, all of them lost their cultivation. Qing Ning did not like killing, so she only destroyed their cultivation. She did not kill them. "How dare you!" Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura awakened in the depths of the Wang family. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual qi gathered and formed a huge whirlpool. "Ancestor!" The Wang family master was overjoyed. He pushed Ning Chen away and turned to look at the depths of the mansion. The ancestor was about to come out. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be distracted in battle?" As he spoke, frost gathered on the ink sword. Snow filled the sky. The Love Sutra danced out. Love Sutra, 3,000 miles of ice. A snow-colored light spread out. The sword was as fast as a ray of light. It danced in the ice and snow for 3,000 miles. The moment it shone, the sword went for the throat. "How can this be?" The Wang family master's expression froze. The moment he came back to his senses, the light in his eyes faded. Chapter 193. The fallen figure was filled with shock and unwillingness. He did not understand why Jiming Marquis, who was suppressed by him earlier, would suddenly have such a huge change. What he did not know was that Ning Chen was suppressed because his qi was restricted, but it did not mean that he was unable to use his full strength. In front of the fallen Wang clan head, Ning Chen's black sword was leaning on the ground. Black blood flowed down the sword. After using his full strength, it was difficult for him to attack again. The pain was unbearable. At this moment, even standing became difficult. "You're really crazy." Mu Qingshu walked over step by step and looked at Ning Chen coldly. He did not say anything else and focused on the strong practitioner who was about to be born. Qing Ning's figure flashed and came to Ning Chen's side. Worry flashed in her eyes and she asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." "You fight, don't worry about me." After speaking, Ning Chen endured the pain and walked away, leaving the battlefield to the two. In the Wang clan, the terrifying aura was recovering faster and faster. The heaven and earth Ling Qi was attracted and stirred violently, crazily rushing towards the deepest part of the residence. Ning Chen walked very far away. The battle between Xiantian experts was not something he could interfere with now. He could not be a burden to Qing Ning and the others. In Donglin City, Lord Zi, Lord Qing and the others were shocked by the powerful aura. They looked at the Wang clan residence with shock. What happened? Lord Qing quickly came to Lord Zi and asked. Lord Zi looked at the Wang clan residence with a gloomy expression and said, "The birth of an Xiantian expert in the Wang clan is most likely related to Jiming Marquis. We might have been tricked." 15 minutes later, Lord Qi and Lord Lan also arrived. They looked at the Wang clan with a serious expression. In the depths of the Wang clan residence, the ground was constantly shaking. An old figure walked out, wrapped in light. The powerful aura caused the surrounding space to distort. Qing Ning turned her hands and the silver spear handle and blade combined, turning into a silver divine weapon. She faced the upcoming battle head-on. "Am I late?" At this moment, a devilishly handsome figure slowly walked over. Behind his ink-white clothes was a snow-white sword that exuded a sharp chill. "No, now is the time," Ning Chen said calmly. "That's good." As he spoke, Mu Qianshang stepped forward step by step. In a flash, he had already arrived beside Mu Qingxue and Qing Ning. The three powerhouses fought against the three tribulations. Around the four of them, their martial arts rose. 4 colors of brilliance soared into the sky, dyeing the entire night sky into 4 different colored worlds. The third Kane tribulation was a watershed for the 5th tribulation realm. After crossing it, one's strength would increase rapidly. The Wang family patriarch's aura was shockingly majestic. Without a doubt, he had already crossed this threshold. Mu Qingshu waved his hand and the Cheng Ying sword flew to his side. His white robe flashed and his sword was without a shadow. Bang! The Wang family ancestor's palm energy spat out as he blocked the Cheng Ying attack. Then, the palm energy was deflected, and the beautiful figure in front of him was sent flying. Mu Qingshu took a step in the air, turning back. She was like lightning, instantly arriving in front of him. The Wang clan ancestor snorted coldly, his right hand holding the Cheng Ying sword, striking out again. Boom! In the blink of an eye, dust flew into the air. The silvery white spear blocked the terrifying palm, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. The combination of the Cheng Ying sword and the silver-sharp sword allowed them to attack and defend as one. They fought against the 3 tribulations together. The terrifying battle erupted. The Wang family patriarch was unshakable. Every move he made caused the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. Houses couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle and kept collapsing. Mu Qingshue's figure was as fast as a flash. After one strike, he quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, another strike swept past. Fast, fast, fast. Other than fast, there was still more fast. In the blink of an eye, sword beams appeared in the night sky. The moment they clashed, one couldn't look away. Wang family patriarch's true qi surged around him, blocking the sword beams again and again. He raised his true qi with a flip of his palm, causing the sky to shake and the earth to shake. Qing Ning focused on defense. Her silver spear spun rapidly, piercing through the air. Seeing the battle intensifying, the Wang family patriarch didn't want the Wang family to be affected. He stomped his feet and flew into the sky. Mu Qingshu and Qing Ning stomped their feet, following him like a shadow, pressing forward again. The battle between the three became more and more intense. Shocking explosions rang out one after another. The entire Donglin city was awakened by the terrifying noise. They looked in the direction of the Wang family and trembled. Lord Zi, Lord Qi, and the others looked at the three figures with ugly expressions. Without a doubt, they had been tricked by Jiming Marquis. "There's something wrong with that list," said Lord Zi slowly. "The people on that list are all hidden forces of the Wang family." Ning Chen walked over and said calmly, "You're using Wei Lu to deal with the Wang family," said Lord Zi with a gloomy expression. "Wei Lu is in the business of killing people for money. Do I need to pick a target?" said Ning Chen indifferently. "You slaughtered the Wang family's people for no reason. Aren't you afraid of causing panic among the other sects and causing them to use this as an excuse to officially declare war with the imperial court?" "You're thinking too much," sneered Ning Chen. "What happened tonight was done by Jiming Marquis and Wei Lu. The imperial court didn't do anything. The people who died tonight were all killed by Wei Lu. The imperial court didn't move a single soldier. Moreover, the imperial edict should be here soon. What reason do you think the other sects have to vent their anger on the imperial court?" "You!" Lord Zi's expression changed again and again. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "I still have a list of the Wang family's forces on the surface. Do you want to consider eliminating them?" Ning Chen took out a piece of paper and threw it over. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The Wang family's forces are much more terrifying than they appear on the surface. After tonight, if the Wang family still has the strength to take revenge, Wei Lu will be in trouble." The naked threat was like 1,000 knives scraping at Lord Zi's heart. If the people on the first list were all hidden forces of the Wang family, then it was really terrifying. Lan Jun stepped forward and took the list. After glancing at it, he turned and left. "Lord Lan, where are you going?" Lord Qing and Lord Qi were startled and asked. "To kill." Lan Jun stopped and said lightly, "Wei Lu has already offended the Wang family. If he offends the imperial court, then there is no way out." Lord Zi clenched his fists until they turned pale. After a long time, he slowly relaxed and said in a low voice, "Jiming Marquis, we are working for you. Shouldn't the imperial court give us a promise? All these years, Wei Lu has not done anything too overboard. I think the imperial court will not have any thoughts of targeting Wei Lu for the time being. As for the Wang family after tonight," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing Ning Chen's promise, Lord Zi's expression softened slightly. He looked at Lord Qing and Lord Qi and said, "Let's go." The three of them left. Ning Chen leaned on the street and looked at the battle in the sky tiredly. Now it was up to Mu Qingxue and the rest to deal with the biggest threat. In the sky, the battle between the three had reached its climax. Cheng Ying and Silver Spear, one attacking and one defending, the battle was dazzling. Even someone as strong as the Wang family's old ancestor could not win in a short time. Below, Mu Qianshang stood quietly. His pair of demonic eyes watched quietly, waiting for the best moment to make his move. Shui Yan's sword was slightly unsheathed. A sharp sword intent was faintly discernible, as if it would cut open the 9 heavens in the next moment. Flying sword feather. Mu Qingxue took a step in the air and flew into the 9 heavens. The sword qi in the sky gathered and condensed into a pair of huge sword wings. The sword wings flapped and a waterfall of sword qi swept past like rain, drawing out a dazzling brilliance. Facing the sky full of sword rain, the Wang family's old ancestor's aura sank. With a flip of his hand, he drew in the qi of heaven and earth, forming an impenetrable qi barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the sword rain collided with the qi barrier, creating a terrifying sound. In an instant, a large part of the void collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying power. Qing Ning's right hand loosened and the silver spear turned rapidly. It drew a silver light and with a bang, it collided with the qi barrier again. The spinning spear blade collided fiercely with the qi shield. Qing Ning moved her feet and arrived at the end of the spear. She slapped the end of the spear with her palm. With an ear-piercing sound, the silver spear was 3 inches away. The Qi shield immediately became unstable. The Wang family's old ancestor's expression turned cold. With a flip of his hand, a vast palm power surged out and sent the girl in front of him flying. In that instant, Mu Qianshang, who had been waiting, made his move. The snow sword was unsheathed and the mountain river sword intent slashed forward. In an instant, the whole world turned into a beautiful painting. The snow sword swept past and brought along a black sword light to the front of the Wang family's old ancestor. With a clang, it pierced the flaw left by the silver spear. At the same location, the Qi shield that had been heavily injured and hadn't had time to recover was instantly shattered and scattered. The intense power spread out and both of them were affected and retreated a few steps. Sword leaving scars. At this moment, the beautiful figure in the 9 heavens disappeared and a fast sword light swept past. The white robe instantly appeared in front of the old ancestor. The sword entered his body and brought along a waterfall of dazzling blood. The Wang family's old ancestor's chest was dyed red as he was injured for the first time. Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After 100 years, this was the first time he was injured, which aroused the killing intent in the Wang family's old ancestor's heart. His face was filled with rage and his body erupted, violently shaking. Mu Cheng Shui, who bore the brunt of the shock, was immediately sent flying, his mouth dyed red. At the same time, in front of the Heaven's Gate, Su Fei Yen and the others rushed over. Yang Hong, who was in charge of guarding the gate, opened the huge black iron gate and let the group out. After leaving the gate, the group continued on their way, avoiding the Kuei city where Marquis Jiu's troops were stationed, quickly heading north. Just as the group was 300 li away, a group of people who had been lying in ambush for a long time walked out and surrounded Su Feiyan's group. Marquis Jiu had personally appeared and 1,000 personal guards were on standby. They were determined to leave the Wang family's remnants here. A half-step Xiantian Marshal Marquis, 7 9th ranked and above experts in the army, plus the Marquis personal guards who were all 4th ranked and above experts. Su Feiyan and the others were shocked, their expressions extremely ugly. When were their whereabouts exposed? Or was it that the imperial court had their eyes on them? No matter how puzzled they were, it was already too late. Marquis Jiu gave the order and the 7 9th ranked experts stepped forward, about to start another massacre. However, at this moment, a sky full of sword energy appeared. In the distance, 2 figures slowly walked over, one in white, one in purple. The moment they appeared, the swords in everyone's hands all trembled. The people who came were the future swords of Sword City, Jian Yi and Jian Er. Marquis of Xia, please withdraw your troops. Jian Yi spoke in a casual tone that did not carry any threat, but it caused the hearts of everyone present to tighten and their expressions to turn serious. Chapter 194. The arrival of Sword 1 and Sword 2 changed the situation of the encirclement. Marquis Jiu's expression was incomparably grave. Looking at that incomparable sword intent, he guessed the identity of the newcomers. Only people from Sword City could have such an unusual sword intent. You guys go first, the 2 of us will bring up the rear. Sword 2 smiled warmly towards Su Fian and the others. Many thanks. Su Fian clasped her hands and without another word, led her group away. Stop them. Marquis Jiu coldly said. Yes. The guards received the order and were about to stop them. But at that moment, Sword 1 moved. He took a step forward, and a sharp sword intent swept out. The guards who were about to stop him were immediately sent flying, their armor dyed red with blood. When the 7 experts saw that, they immediately rushed forward. 3 of them blocked in front of Sword 1, while the remaining 4 chased after him. Sword 2's figure flashed, and a huge gap appeared in front of them, causing the 4 of them to pause. You guys bring people to chase after him, I'll stop him. Marquis Jiu's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the 4 of them. He waved his hand to disperse the sword intent. Marquis really is confident. Sword 2 smiled lightly. Against you, it's enough. Marquis Gu replied. I'm not saying I'm here. Sword 2 didn't rush to attack. Instead, he looked towards Sword 1. Marquis Gu frowned and followed Sword 2's gaze. A moment later, his pupils fiercely shrank. In Sword 1's hand, an ancient broken sword was unsheathed. In the instant that sword appeared, the 3 experts who were blocking him were immediately sent flying. That sword had been broken by Prince Yan's sword that day. When their sword intents collided, Sword 1 had lost by a bit. However, at that time, his opponent had been a legend of the Grand Xia. Losing by a bit was already difficult for ordinary people. Now that his opponent had changed, who would be able to block the future sword of Sword City? Without a doubt, in just one move, the 3 of them had been heavily injured. Sword 1's sword flew out and appeared in front of the 4 people who had gone to block him. Sword 1's figure also arrived, and with a slash of his sword, the 4 of them were immediately forced back. Over 10 guards went forward, but before they could even get close, Sword Chi flew out and blood dyed their armor red. They couldn't take even half a step forward. That unshakable figure, standing alone, shocked everyone. Marquis Gu's expression turned cold. Moving his feet, he swept towards Jian Yi. Marquis, if you ignore your opponent like this, it will make things difficult for me. Amidst the gentle voice, a wisp of sword light flashed past and stopped Marquis Gu. In Sword 2's hand, a strange longsword was swallowing and spitting out sword light. It was bone-piercing cold, like a venomous snake that was ready to swallow its target at any moment. Jian Er, the person who had fought the least in Sword City, had displayed unfathomable strength for the first time. Marquis Gu collected his thoughts and looked at the figure in front of him, not daring to be careless. With a raise of his hand, it was the ultimate move of a martial marquis. The blue light flourished, and with a flip of his hand, a sharp killing light appeared. Sword 2 smiled faintly. The long sword circled around his arm, and with a swing of his sword, he sliced apart the brilliance in front of him. He moved again, and his sword swept towards the beating heart in front of him. Marquis Gu's expression changed slightly. He unleashed all of his martial arts. His fist smashed down and collided with the tip of the sword. A drop of blood dripped down from his fist. The sword pierced his skin, unable to get any closer. Oh! Jian Er let out a soft sound of praise. His sword swung, chopping towards Marquis Gu's throat. Boom! Another fist collided with the tip of the sword. Marquis Gu changed his gentle and refined scholarly appearance. His attack was domineering and fierce, not at all at a disadvantage. As Jian Er received the attack, he could not help but praise in his heart. The martial Marquis of de Xia was indeed not easy to deal with. It seemed that the strength of de Xia was not a fluke. These martial Marquis were indeed rare opponents in the world. Since the world attacked de Xia, although the situation of de Xia had been deteriorating, the only martial Marquis who died in battle was Marquis Wang Chuan. Marquis Wang Chuan, the martial Marquis who was ranked second among the 10 martial Marquis, was ambushed and killed by the imperial advisor Bei Meng. Dying in the hands of the 3 disasters was an honorable death. The battle between Jian Er and Marquis Gu was unusually fierce. However, on the other side, the 7-rank, 9 powerhouses once again tried to break through Jian Yi, but they were blocked again and again by a severed sword. Jian Yi was not a person who liked to kill. He did not use many killing moves. However, even so, the 7 of them were still fighting very hard. Seeing that the battle was not going well, Marquis Gu had no choice but to order a retreat. Retreat! With an order, everyone quickly retreated. Marquis Gu and the 7-rank, 9 powerhouses stayed behind. After everyone retreated, they followed and left. Jian Yi and Jian Er stopped and did not stop them. Their mission was to protect Su Fian and the others as they left. There was no need to fight to the death with the de Xia army. There were 1,000 Marshal Marquis personal guards and 7 rank 9 powerhouses. Even if they could kill them all, they would have to pay a big price. Moreover, there was still a Marshal Marquis here. Before reaching the Xiantian stage, one's strength would eventually be limited. Unless it was a last resort, no one would be willing to fight against a well-organized army. Ning Chen, who was far away in Donglin City, did not know what was happening outside Tianmen Pass. However, even if he knew, it was too late to reverse the situation. In the sky above the Wang family, the battle continued. Qing Ning, Mu Qingxue, and Mu Qianshang joined forces to fight the Wang family elder. The terrifying air pressure shook the sky. The space was violently distorted and large pieces of it collapsed. Half a day's remnant red reflected on the river moon. Between the mountains and rivers, the snow sword in Mu Qianshang's hand danced. The remnant red reflected the sky, beautiful and sad. The blood light rose rapidly and rushed into the clouds. The extreme move caused the heaven and earth to lose balance. The remnant red reflected the bright moon, blooming in this dark night. At the same time, Qing Ning coordinated with her move. On the silver spear, flowing light overflowed, as bright as the stars in the 9th heaven. After a moment, the silver spear left her hand and rushed into the sky. The surging spear light fell from the 9th heaven, turning into a silver meteor, crashing down with a loud bang. Even the 3rd Tribulation Realm Wang family elder did not dare to be careless. He raised his left hand and gathered his qi. The surging true qi gathered and blocked the blood-red sword light. At the same time, the silver spear light also arrived. The Wang family elder's right hand glowed with green light, blocking the silver spear with his palm. In the moment of the stalemate, a bright arrow light suddenly arrived. It silently rushed into the elder's Dantian sea of qi. A person who hides his head and shows his tail, how shameless! The Wang family elder snorted angrily. The aura around him spread out. The arrow light shattered and dissipated in the air. In the distance, Ning Chen leaned against the wall behind him and coughed violently. The broken death bow in his hand dripped with black blood, dyeing the ground black. After blocking 3 moves, the Wang family elder waved his palm to push Mu Qianshang and Qing Ning back. When he regained his qi, he saw a white flowing light flash past. The sword moved in an instant and pierced towards his Dantian sea of qi again. The Wang family elder's expression turned serious. He forcefully raised his cultivation, but he did not have enough qi. The Cheng Ying sword entered his body, splashing out a pool of red. The Cheng Ying sword could not advance any further. The Wang family elder groaned and retreated a few steps. He then struck out a palm, imprinting it on Mu Qingshue's body. With a bang, Mu Qingxue flew out. The corner of his mouth was dyed red again. "Are you all right?" Qing Ning took a step forward and looked at the Wang family elder in front of her with a solemn expression. "I'm fine," Mu Qingxue calmly replied. A 3rd Tribulation Realm expert is indeed harder to deal with than expected. Mu Qianshang suppressed the surging blood qi in his body and said, "Continue." With that, Qing Ning's feet moved. Her silver spear turned into a flowing light and rushed forward again. Mu Qianshang followed at the same time. His snow sword slashed across, leaving behind an inky white flowing shadow. Mu Qingshue's figure disappeared and instantly appeared in front of the Wang family elder. His sword was without a shadow, and in a blink of an eye, several moves were exchanged. The 3 of them worked together, attacking and defending at the same time. The Wang family elder showed signs of weakness. On the street far away, Ning Chen leaned against the wall behind him. He closed his eyes and remained motionless, accumulating his strength bit by bit. Lan Jun hurried over and supported him. She asked with a worried expression, "What happened to you?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen gently pushed Lan Jun away and said, "Don't come near me, I might hurt you." Lan Jun had no choice but to take 2 steps back and guard at the side. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable worry. Ning Chen held the broken death bow. Strands of true qi gushed out from his dantian, passing through his flesh and blood and gradually gathering together with the dripping blood. At the side, Lan Jun could feel the true qi in Ning Chen's body that was difficult to control. The worry in her eyes grew stronger. They could see that Ning Chen was injured, but they did not expect it to be so serious. Silver light gathered on the broken death bow, and a resplendent arrow appeared. It pointed into the distance, as if it could pierce through the sky at any time. In the sky above the Wang family, the Wang family elder suddenly felt a sense of danger. The moment he made his move, he froze for a moment. At this moment, Mu Qingxue moved and stabbed out with his sword, attacking that momentary flaw. The Wang family elder quickly reacted, and put his hands together to block the Qing sword. Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang immediately went forward. Silver Sharp and Snow Sword worked together to attack the Wang family elder's heart and dantian. Impudent! The Wang family elder roared, and his aura triggered the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, erupting wildly. Boom! Boom! A loud collision sounded. Qing Ning and the other two were affected by the aftershock and were heavily injured. The three people flew out covered in blood. The Wang family elder also took a few steps back, and his qi and blood were violently surging. At this moment, a dazzling arrow light appeared again, and in a flash, it was already in front of him. The Wang family elder was shaken by the aftershock, and his body could not be used for a moment. In a hurry, he forcefully activated his remaining true qi and blocked the arrow light. However, after the first arrow, another 2 arrows followed closely behind. 3 arrows in a row, chasing after the stars and moon. The second arrow light broke through the last obstacle, and went through the flaw that Mu Qingxue pierced, and penetrated half an inch. A moment later, the third arrow arrived, and the danger of an inch was broken, causing the dantian to tremble. The dantian trembled, and blood flowed out from the corner of the Wang family elder's mouth. His true qi was scattered. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue endured his injuries and rushed forward again. The Qing sword pierced through the dantian and dantian. Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang rushed forward at the same time, using both techniques to break the dantian's tough bones. Before he could finish his sentence, the Wang family elder forcefully used his remaining true qi and slapped out. The 3 of them were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and flew out covered in blood. More than 10 feet away, Mu Qingxue, Qing Ning, and Mu Qianshang stabilized themselves in a sorry state, and vomited blood. Ha! In the next moment, the Wang family elder laughed hysterically and fell from the sky. Finally succeeded. On the street far away, Ning Chen slowly closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. However, at this moment, Ning Chen's closed eyes suddenly opened, and looked at the place where the Wang family elder fell. The sudden appearance of the evil qi pervaded the entire heaven and earth. Along with the familiar crazy laughter, it reverberated between heaven and earth. Jiming Marquis, thank you. Chapter 195. The extremely evil and cold aura was so familiar, yet so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. The moment Ning Chen drew the Deathbreaker bow, a waterfall of blood flowed out. Above the Wang family, a figure wearing dark blue armor appeared. Evil qi filled the sky as he grabbed the falling Wang family ancestor and stood in the air. At the same time, a silver arrow flew through the air like a meteor. Underworld Child chuckled and waved his hand. Evil qi surged and the arrow shattered. Jiming Marquis, live well. I will wait for you in the Xiantian realm. Underworld Child's figure faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sudden change caused the heavily injured Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang's blood to surge. They could only watch as Underworld Child left with the Wang family ancestor. Ning Chen's expression was extremely ugly. He had calculated everything, but he still missed Underworld Child. He did not know what method Underworld Child used to have the aura of the Xiantian realm, but he was certain that Underworld Child had not stepped into the Xiantian realm. However, Ghost Woman had once said that Underworld had a forbidden technique that could devour other people's cultivation. For thousands of years, only this generation's Underworld child had cultivated it and succeeded. The reason why Underworld Child was called an anomaly in Underworld was because he had devoured the cultivation of several Underworld experts. This was also the reason why Ghost Woman had always been afraid of Underworld Child. Now that the Wang family ancestor had fallen into Underworld Child's hands, it was undoubtedly the worst situation. Thinking of this, Ning Chen powerlessly put away the Deathbreaker bow and said with a tired face, "Ning Shi, you go back first. Don't let them be suspicious. I will think of a way to get your lost soul back." Lan Jun's lips moved, but he did not say the name he wanted to call out. After a moment, he turned around and turned into a ray of light. That night, Donglin, Yongqing, and Ying City were filled with slaughter. 4 of the 7 lords of Earth Building appeared. Together with the 29 most elite assassins of Wei Building, the sky of the 3 cities was completely dyed red. Wang family's power suffered a great loss overnight. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chen and Mu Qingxue returned to Underworld. Qing Ning and Mu Qianshang also dragged their injured bodies and left to recuperate. As for what happened outside Heaven's Gate, Ning Chen still didn't know. After returning to the Underworld, he didn't come out again for 3 days. Mu Qingxue was in seclusion. There were layers of restrictions in front of the stone room, completely sealing him within. On the 2nd day of the Wang clan's calamity, the entire southeast region of the Great Xia dynasty was shaken. Jiming Marquis and Wei Lu had joined forces to inflict heavy losses on the Wang clan. The Wang clan head and the lord of Donglin City were both killed by Jiming Marquis. The common people were panicking. They found it difficult to accept such a tragedy, and rumors began to spread everywhere. The Sword Sect, the Yao family of Yu City, and the other sects took the opportunity to question the imperial court's actions. The imperial court soon took action. An imperial edict was issued, shocking the world. Jiming Marquis Ningchen colluded with dangerous buildings and killed innocent people. His crimes are unforgivable. From today onwards, he will be stripped of his position as a marquis. Along with the order to depose the marquis, there was also a warrant for the arrest of the guilty Jiming Marquis. The fear and anger of the commoners were only slightly suppressed after the order to depose and arrest was issued. The imperial court did not move a single soldier for the Wang family's tragedy. With the Marquis decree, the imperial court was completely cut off from this matter. The Sword Sect, the Yao family, and the other sects couldn't find a reason to do so, so they could only lay low for the time being. The imperial court's actions were not finished. Soon, a new lord of Donglin City was appointed. The imperial court also sent people to control the Wang family's forces in the open and in the dark. After the arrival of the new lord of Donglin City, 4 inconspicuous generals were promoted to high positions to fill the vacancies. Many generals of the Wang family were also demoted in secret. They were put aside and stripped of their military power. The imperial court quickly dealt with the Wang family's matter without bloodshed. By the time the common people reacted, the Donglin city had already changed. In the imperial court of Great Xia, Xia Mingri issued several secret orders in a row, asking the hidden dragon guards to do their best to collect evidence of the Wang family's involvement in Duke Shiyu's rebellion. In the Weiyang Palace, after knowing that Xia Mingri had issued the order to depose the Marquis, Zhang Sun remained silent as usual and said nothing. Qing Ning was seriously injured and didn't come out of seclusion. She knew nothing about what happened later. Only Xia Zi, after knowing Xia Mingri's decision, turned around and left. Even though he knew this was the best solution, he still couldn't accept Xia Mingri's cold way of doing things. On the night of the 4th day, Ning Chen, who had yet to appear, finally left the underworld and rushed towards the imperial city. He was looking for someone. It wasn't Xia Mingri or Zhang Sun, but the shopkeeper. Ning Chen appeared outside Duan Pharmacy and knocked on the door. The shopkeeper opened the door and was clearly startled when he saw who it was. A moment later, he reacted and immediately pulled him into the pharmacy. "Why do you still dare to come here?" asked the shopkeeper worriedly. "Has the imperial edict been issued?" "As expected, Xia Mingri is the most suitable person to be emperor," said Ning Chen indifferently. "Even if you know everything, why do you still dare to come back?" said the shopkeeper somewhat angrily. Ning Chen laughed softly and said, "I came back to ask you something." "What is it?" asked the shopkeeper. Ning Chen casually found a place to sit and poured himself a cup of tea. It had been a long time since he had drunk this. "You still don't remember someone called you Ling?" asked Ning Chen. "I remember. That woman who came with you half a year ago." "What about it?" asked the shopkeeper. "Does she really only have a year to live? Can that 1,000-year-old blood ginseng allow her to live a bit longer?" asked Ning Chen. "Impossible." The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Her body is already at the end of its life. A blood ginseng king can at most make her suffer less." At this point, the shopkeeper glanced at Ning Chen and warned, "If you see this friend of yours, try your best to persuade her to rest more. Working too hard will only increase the burden on her body and worsen her illness." Ning Chen nodded. This was the best news he had heard these days. "Shopkeeper, I also want to ask you for a favor," said Ning Chen softly. "Speak," replied the shopkeeper. Ning Chen stretched out his arm and said, "I've been fighting too many times these days, and there's something wrong with my body. See if there's any way to let me live a few more days. At the very least, I'll be more flexible than you." Originally, he could still hold on for 5 or 6 months. However, during the battle at Mount Tianhua, he was too injured and used the forbidden technique of the life scroll, causing the Yellow Springs flower's poison to spread rapidly. He was not sure how long he could last. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he died and Fan Lingyue was still alive, how could he be at ease? Hearing Ning Chen's words, the shopkeeper doubtfully placed his finger on Ning Chen's pulse. A moment later, his expression changed. "I almost forgot. I'm already a person without a pulse." Ning Chen recalled something and apologetically withdrew his arm. "How is that possible?" The shopkeeper's face was filled with disbelief. As long as one was a person, they would have meridians. If one did not have a pulse, how could they still be alive? "The story is a bit long, so I'll make it short." Ning Chen gave a simple explanation. The shopkeeper was a famous genius doctor in the imperial city, and even the entire world. No matter what method he had to try. Yellow Springs flower, phoenix blood, these things from legends actually exist. Unbelievable! Hearing Ning Chen's story, the shopkeeper's expression was incomparably astonished. The world was so big and filled with all sorts of strange things. However, the existence of the Yellow Springs flower and phoenix blood was still unbelievable. Simply put, I've come here to ask you to help me suppress the Yellow Springs flower's poison. I don't want to become a mindless monster so quickly. Ning Chen did not say the rest. He had already made an agreement with Mu Qingxue that once he lost consciousness, it would be the time for her to kill him. With Mu Qingxue's current situation, he believed that this would definitely happen. The life scroll originally belonged to the Zin Empire. She had once given it to him. Now that he had forgotten about it, she naturally had to take it back. The shopkeeper frowned and paced back and forth in the room. He had treated illnesses his entire life, and countless people had been cured. Today, he was truly stumped. A 10,000-year-old medicine king was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. He did not have any. Apart from this, what else could slow down the spread of the Yellow Springs flower's poison? Ning Chen was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. He did not want to live too long. A few days longer than Fan Lingyue was enough. To be honest, he was already very tired. Got it. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. Paramitha flower. The Yellow Springs flower was at the bottom of the weak water, while the Paramitha flower was at the other side of the weak water. He had once read in an ancient book that the yellow springs and the permetha flower were mutually exclusive. Perhaps it could be useful. Ning Chen saw the shopkeeper's exclamation and thought that there was hope. However, when he heard the words permetha flower, his heart sank again. The underworld's permetha flower had been destroyed by the underworld child 100 years ago. He had also tried to find it, but he had not been able to. The underworld no longer has the permetha flower, Ning Chen said slowly. The ruoshui may not only exist in the netherworld. According to myths and legends, the ruoshui in the netherworld was also moved away by someone with great mana. Since so many legends have become the truth, this matter may also be true, the shopkeeper said seriously. Do you know where the legendary weak water source is? Ning Chen asked. There are 3 places. The end of the easternmost land, the northern Meng imperial court's estranged mountains, and Xia's Qizhou mountain range. Each legend is different. I am also not sure where it is, the shopkeeper said seriously. Ning Chen sighed softly. These 3 places were really more dangerous than the previous. Needless to say, he had already been to Qizhou mountain range. He had not seen any weak water at all. The weak water of the underworld was a river that was so long that one could not see the end of it. As the source of the weak water, it must not be smaller than the underworld. Inferring from this, the legend of the weak water of the Qizhou mountain range was very likely fake. As for the northern Meng's estranged mountains and the end of the easternmost land, he had not been there, so he could not make a judgment. While Ning Chen was thinking, the shopkeeper returned to the back hall. After a long time, he came out with a pile of bottles and jars and placed them on the table. Take all the elixirs here. Anyway, you won't die from eating them. If you have nothing to do, just eat a few bottles. It will be of some use, the shopkeeper said helplessly. Thank you. Ning Chen did not stand on ceremony. He kept all the elixirs and asked casually, how much is it? He was now a rich man. Taking out 80 to 80,000 taels of silver was like playing with a toy. You can't afford it. Put it on record, the shopkeeper said lightly. I have money. Ning Chen took out a stack of gold notes and said. This was what he had specially taken out when he returned to the Ho's residence. The shopkeeper glanced at the gold notes and said lightly again, the difference is too big. Put it on record. Chapter 196. Ning Chen was shocked. He put away the gold notes in embarrassment. He had thought that he was rich, but he was still poor in front of the shopkeeper. He had given 2/3 of the money from the auction of the 9 Wonders separation flower to Zhangsun, and the remaining 1/3 was left in the Marquis manor. The last time he had returned, he had taken out a portion. After paying for the building, he still had some left. It seemed that the pills the shopkeeper had given him were truly extraordinary. Ning Chen casually took out a pill and threw it into the corner of his mouth. Immediately, a gentle medicinal power spread out and entered his body. I can't thank you enough. Ning Chen didn't know if it was useful or not, so he stood up and bowed. No need to thank me. Live a few more days and repay your debt, the shopkeeper said. Ning Chen smiled. I'll try my best. All right, you can leave. I know you have a lot of things to do, so I won't keep you. The shopkeeper sent him off. Shopkeeper understands me. See you later. Ning Chen smiled. See you later. The shopkeeper's expression was calm, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He hoped that they would meet again someday. Ning Chen left without stopping. He directly headed north toward Marquis Bloodclad's camp. Recently, the fighting between Northern Meng and Grand Xia had decreased, and it had calmed down. This made him even more worried. In Marquis Bloodclad's camp, a ghost palanquin arrived. When the guards in front of the commander's tent saw Ning Chen, they respectfully bowed and made way. Ning Chen entered the commander's tent. There was only Marquis Bloodclad inside. Marquis Bloodclad wasn't surprised. He had already expected Ning Chen to come. As a martial Marquis of Grand Xia, how could he not know what kind of sacrifice was behind this responsibility? How is the battle situation? It's not good. The two of them had a tacit understanding, not to mention Donglin City and Marquis Bloodclad. They directly changed the topic to the most important battle. Come over and take a look, Marquis Bloodclad said. Ning Chen walked over and looked at where Marquis Bloodclad was pointing. He frowned. Shaoling Ancient Town. Yes, that's right. Northern Meng's army's current target is this place. Have the commoners all moved away? Ning Chen asked. Almost all of them, the Marquis replied. It's indeed a bit troublesome. Shaoling Ancient Town was a very big place, but the defense was very weak. It could not resist the iron hooves of the Northern Meng army. It was only a matter of time before Shaoling was taken. There was no suspense. The main problem is still Northern Meng's light and heavy cavalry. They are too difficult to deal with, the Marquis said with a sigh. Heavy cavalry was invincible against 10,000 men. This was an unchanging law. Northern Meng had nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry. With them as the vanguard and a large number of light cavalry who were good at riding and shooting, they were the symbol of invincibility. We still need more training to deal with the 30,000 heavy cavalry. However, we should be able to do so soon. Try to delay the Northern Meng army for as long as possible, Ning Chen suggested. The Marquis nodded and said, Jingwu Duke will be here soon. Together with the 55,000 Imperial Guards under my command, we should be able to buy some time. If the cavalry wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop them. However, the Northern Meng military advisor had always tried his best to avoid a head-on confrontation. As long as it was not a good opportunity, he would not easily mobilize his troops. At this point in the war, both sides were clear about their opponent's situation. There were no secret. Whoever could create the best opportunity and seize it would be the winner. There is one more thing that you might be more concerned about. The Marquis suddenly thought of something and said seriously, in the Northern Meng Imperial Court, the news of the young emperor taking an empress has already spread like wildfire. However, the candidate for the empress has not been announced yet. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He knew about this, but he still did not understand what Fan Lingyue was doing. So many days had passed since he sent her the letter, and there was no news. He guessed that there would not be a reply. If he went to Northern Meng with Fan Lingyue's style, he would definitely not return. Of course, there was another possibility. Fan Lingyue had asked Mingyu to take an empress, but Mingyu was unwilling. Therefore, she used him as a shield. Fan Lingyue was just passing this problem to him. If that was the case, Mingyu would really have given him and Fan Lingyue a headache. The little girl had grown up and become smarter. Although he and Fan Lingyue were at loggerheads, they both cared about Mingyu. If possible, neither of them wanted to disappoint the little girl too much. For experts close to the Xiantian realm, it would only take 1 or 2 days to travel between Northern Meng and Grand Xia. During Mingyu's wedding, Fan Lingyue would most likely have to go back. If both of them were present at the same time, it would be very troublesome. The more Ning Chen thought about it, the more his head hurt. It was not easy to find a foolproof plan. Marquis, there is a letter from the Imperial Palace, a respectful voice reported from outside the tent. Send it in, the Marquis said. As soon as he finished speaking, a green-armored soldier came in. After delivering the letter, he quickly retreated. The Marquis picked up the letter and opened it. There were 2 letters inside. This one is for you, the Marquis said as he handed over one of the letters. Ning Chen took it. The more he read, the tighter his frown became. What he was afraid of had happened. What's wrong? The Marquis asked. The remnants of the Wang family were rescued by the people of Desolate City, Ning Chen said as he handed the letter back. The Marquis took the letter. After reading it, his expression turned ugly. This result was indeed disappointing. In Grand Xia, the remnants of the Wang family were unknown. If at the critical moment they worked together to stab Grand Xia, it would be really troublesome. It's all for naught. Ning Chen felt somewhat helpless. How could he not expect that there would be problems at Heaven's Gate? Now that the Wang family's power had completely turned from the light to the dark, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. It's always useful. At least the Wang family has suffered such a huge loss. They won't do anything for a while, the Marquis comforted. Since things have come to this, we can only stabilize the war here and try not to give the Wang family any chance. Ning Chen sighed softly and said. In fact, this rescue of the remnants of the Wang family not only planted a hidden danger for Grand Xia, but also exposed a problem. Grand Xia's peak combat power was at a disadvantage. The two disciples of Sword City were obviously far stronger than ordinary peak rank 9 experts. With Fan Lingyue, even Xiantian experts might not be able to take advantage of them. For thousands of years, Grand Xia had been producing countless experts. Unexpectedly, at this time, Grand Xia was at a disadvantage compared to the peak experts. The current situation for Grand Xia was becoming more and more unfavorable. In the following time, the two continued to discuss the situation of the war. Before dawn, Ning Chen left. There were still a few days before the official battle between the Northern Meng army and Grand Xia. He couldn't wait forever. At least he took this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the red spider lilies. The next night, Ning Chen left the underworld in the ghost palanquin at a fast speed all the way north. Compared to the endless easternmost land, the easternmost mountain was more reliable. The ghost palanquin was extremely fast and soon arrived at Heaven's Gate. Yang Hong was guarding it. Ning Chen didn't want to force his way in and still chose to pass through the Qizhou Mountains. He shouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter Taotai eating every time. As for other dangers, he could still manage. The ghost palanquin sped. This time it was very smooth. It didn't encounter any strange birds or monsters and quickly passed through the mountains. After passing through the Qizhou Mountains, the ghost palanquin moved faster and faster. It turned into a black ray of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the ghost palanquin, Ning Chen's expression was solemn. Northern Meng's easternmost mountain wasn't much better than the Qizhou Mountains of Great Xia. It was the most primitive land in the world. It wasn't strange for all kinds of things to appear there. In this world, there were martial artists and Xiantian experts. They were monsters that couldn't be killed by human strength. He didn't doubt that in these primitive lands, something that he couldn't understand might appear again one day. As the ghost palanquin moved north, the easternmost mountain was getting closer. Ning Chen avoided human habitation and tried his best to move through the wilderness. After passing through the Beizhong Plains, the ghost palanquin changed direction and rushed towards the northwest. Soon, a huge peak appeared in front of him. The surrounding peaks of various sizes were faintly discernible. It stretched along the northwest direction and the end couldn't be seen. They had arrived at the easternmost mountain. The ghost palanquin drove directly into it, but its speed was greatly reduced. Ning Chen didn't know what dangers were waiting for him. It was better to be safe than sorry. The black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface appeared in front of and behind the palanquin. They brought along a ghostly aura that filled the sky. In the palanquin, Ning Chen took out a bottle of medicinal pills, poured out a handful and swallowed them. The shopkeeper was right. His current situation couldn't get any worse. He could only try everything he could. No matter if these pills were useful or not, he had to try. He wouldn't die no matter how much he ate. The medicinal power spread out and quickly entered his internal organs, limbs and bones. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. He didn't know if it was because it was useless or the effect wasn't obvious. He didn't feel it. The black and white impermanence led the way while Oxhead and Horseface carried the palanquin. They kept moving forward. Ning Chen rarely summoned these 4 weapon spirits of the ghost palanquin. To ordinary 9th stage experts, the illusory black and white impermanence and the invulnerable Oxhead and Horseface might be difficult to deal with. But to Fan Lingyue or Underworld Child, these 4 weapon spirits were almost no threat to them. The reason why the ghost palanquin was indestructible was because of the existence of these 4-weaponed spirits. If it was destroyed in a battle, the losses would outweigh the gains. Rumble! Suddenly, the earth trembled and approached rapidly from afar. Inside the ghost palanquin, Ning Chen's expression immediately became interesting. Beast tide. The ghost palanquin immediately sped up, avoiding the direction of the beast tide, and swept to the side. A moment later, a large black mass of beasts stepped over the mountain and disappeared into the distance. The beast tide came quickly and left quickly as well. It was over in a few breaths of time, leaving behind only a desolation of devastation. Ning Chen didn't know how to express his feelings. Fortunately, it was just a beast tide. Compared to those unimaginable monsters in the Qizhou mountain range, this place was much more normal. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and continued forward. Above the 9th heaven, the bright moon moved westward. The night gradually deepened. The ghost palanquin went deeper and deeper. Soon, it was buried in the mountain range of ancient trees. Chapter 197. On Dredge Mountain, the ghost palanquin advanced. Sinister ghost qi continued to spread, causing many poisonous insects and beasts to stay away. There were no roads in the primitive lands. The black and white impermanents led the way, while Oxhead and Horseface followed closely behind. Dredge Mountain was continuous. The ghost palanquin passed through mountain after mountain, going deeper and deeper. Not long after, a turbulent river appeared in front of them. The waves reached the sky, cutting off the path ahead. Ning Chen did not get down from the palanquin. Instead, he continued forward. The black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface walked on the waves, heading toward the opposite shore. At this moment, an accident finally occurred on their journey that had been quite smooth. Amidst a sharp whistling sound, a huge wave that was over 30 meters tall surged up and smashed down with a loud bang. Under the terrifying might of heaven, the ghost palanquin was as insignificant as an ant. It was immediately swallowed up by the huge wave, its shadow nowhere to be seen. The next moment, a blurry, translucent figure appeared in the river. The sharp whistle pierced one's eardrums. A water demon? This world really is full of strange things. Under the huge wave, the ghost palanquin disappeared without a trace. Only Ning Chen stood on the water, his expression shocked. A large river was not weak water. Otherwise, even a peak rank 9 expert would not be able to borrow its strength. This was just an ordinary river, but it had given birth to a spirit like a water demon. This was clearly unusual. The water demon had already taken human form. It was female, but its facial features had yet to fully take shape. It was slightly blurry. All things had spirit. This water demon had clearly just gained intelligence. Its sharp whistle was both fearful and warning. Without a doubt, the ghost palanquin's crossing of the river had alerted the water demon. "I have no ill intentions. I'm just crossing the river," said Ning Chen as calmly as he could. "Ah!" The sharp whistle still carried a strong sense of vigilance. Beside the water demon, waves surged, as if it would punish the intruder at any moment. Ning Chen frowned slightly. Not being able to understand human speech and communicate was not a good thing. He was in a hurry and could not waste too much time here. He could only force his way through. Strands of true qi circulated around his body. This time, the pain seemed to be less than before. It seemed that the pills he had swallowed had more or less alleviated the pain. Ning Chen walked forward step by step. Following that, the water demon's whistle became more and more frequent. The sense of warning grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the water demon let out a sharp whistle and attacked first. The river water churned as a huge wave rose up and smashed down. First defense, shocking waves splitting 10,000li. Ning Chen used the triple success body and condensed qi with his sword finger. As the waves surged, the river water gathered rapidly and formed a huge sword. In a flash, the sword slashed down and broke the huge waves. Between the two of them, or perhaps it should be said that the difference in strength between a human and a demon was too great. The huge wave was split apart by the sword and scattered in all directions. The water demon was frightened. Her exquisite, transparent body kept shaking. Apparently, she was scared. "Get out of the way. You're not my match." Ning Chen's tone was still calm, without any malice. However, what surprised everyone was that even though the water demon's body was shaking uncontrollably, it still stood in front of Ling Xian and refused to step back. Ning Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Something wasn't right. Even if these elves and monsters didn't understand the human language, they should have the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. They shouldn't act so recklessly. He still had to walk this path on his way back. If the water demon insisted on blocking him, it would waste quite a bit of his time. Ning Chen wasn't too willing to kill this kind of monster. Among all living things, there were far too few that could awaken intelligence. Furthermore, it would take countless years to do so. Killing one meant there would be one less. With a flip of his hand, an ancient mirror appeared. Ning Chen activated the life scroll, and the ancient mirror immediately awakened. A faint light shone down on the water demon's body. The water demon was startled and fiercely struggled. However, it was all in vain. The light blue mirror was like a cage that firmly locked her in place. A moment later, Ning Chen crossed the river, leaving behind the ancient mirror to lock down the water demon's body. He continued forward. This was the mirror he had taken from the ancient sage's tomb. He had pondered over it for a long time, but hadn't been able to figure out how to use it. Right now, the power he could use was just barely enough to trap the water demon. He didn't know whether it was because he hadn't found a way to use it or because the mirror didn't approve of him. In any case, this broken mirror's use was far less frightening than its origin. He crossed mountain after mountain. Time slowly passed, but Ning Chen still hadn't found any trace of Ruo Shui. It was getting late, and it would take some time to return. Ning Chen decisively decided to return first and come back tomorrow. Wah wah. However, just at this moment, a tender baby's cry rang out from the depths of Alienation Mountain. It was heart-wrenching. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched. A chill rose in his heart. A moment later, he hastily retreated. However, he was still a step too late. Fog filled the world, trapping everything within dozens of miles. It formed a huge fog forest. Ning Chen's expression immediately became grave. This was troublesome. The fog was so dense that one couldn't even see their own fingers. It was hard to tell which direction to go. Wah! The baby's cry was getting closer and closer. It didn't take long for it to be right in front of him. Ning Chen unsheathed his ink sword, and frost condensed. He stood in the fog without moving a single step, waiting for the unknown enemy to arrive. This time, he really might have encountered a monster. Hopefully, he could still make it back in time. Swoosh! Suddenly, the mist 300 meters away stirred intensely and condensed into form. After that, it transformed into a water arrow that silently shot forward. Ning Chen only felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously tilted his body. He saw the water arrow brush past his sleeve and quickly disappear into the distance. In the next moment, the fog condensed again, and water arrows shot out one after another. Ning Chen waited with full concentration. As his feet moved, his plain clothes fluttered as if they were dancing. He dodged the water arrows that came from all directions. An unknown enemy with an unknown ability. Ning Chen couldn't find a clue. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged and wait for the enemy to appear. It would be difficult to kill him with just these water arrows. After a while, the enemy in the dark might have also discovered this problem. They stopped wasting their energy and calmed down. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He spread out his spiritual sense, trying to find the enemy's position. Wah! At this moment, a baby's cry rang in his ears. Immediately, a huge mouth appeared and tried to swallow him. Ning Chen's body moved, and he moved 10 feet away. With a wave of his left hand, he dispersed the fog around him. The monster that appeared in front of him had the body of a snake and the head of a human. It had the face of a baby, and it kept crying. It made one's hair stand on end. Ning Chen quickly tried to figure out the monster's identity. After a while, his body trembled and he was shocked. Nine-headed snakelet. The legendary monster of water and fire. It could spit out water and fire. It had 9 heads, the face of a baby, and it cried. Therefore, it was called nine-headed snakelet. There were many legends in the world. Only nine-headed snakelet could match the monster in front of him. However, this monster seemed to only have 1 head. Or perhaps, only this head came out to hunt. No matter what, 1 head was much easier to deal with than 9 heads. The legendary nine-headed snakelet was a ferocious beast that could be compared to Tao Tai. It was extremely terrifying. With his ability, even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for such a ferocious beast. Once he encountered it, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Previously, if it wasn't for Dao Kuei's help, he would have been trapped in Tao Tai's body forever. According to the legends, nine-headed snakelet had 9 heads. 5 of them were male and 4 were female. Male snakelings were good at using water, while female snakelings were good at using fire. The head in front of him could control the water vapor of heaven and earth. It was obviously male. It was no wonder that the water demons in the river would stop him at all costs. There was a ferocious beast like nine-headed snakelet in Dredge Mountain. No matter what kind of demon it was, they could only submit to it. After determining that the monster in front of him was nine-headed snakelet, Ning Chen immediately turned and ran. Whether he could defeat it or not, he didn't have much time left. It was getting closer to daybreak. If he didn't go back now, he could only wait to be burned to death by the heavenly fire. The area covered by the fog was huge. Ning Chen used his spiritual awareness to explore the way and quickly rushed in a direction. No matter where it led, he had to escape first. Nine-headed snakelet followed closely behind. Its cries came one after another. Every time it opened its mouth, it would spit out a black water arrow. It had a strong toxicity and was aimed at the human in front of it. Ning Chen didn't dare to take it head-on. He ran and dodged at the same time, trying his best not to let the black water touch him. His body was already in a mess. It would be best if he didn't add anything else to it. Boom! Nine-headed snakelet behind him seemed to be tired of following him. Its huge snake body swept horizontally. With a loud boom, the ancient trees collapsed. Ning Chen, who couldn't dodge in time, was swept away and sent flying far away. After running for half a day with great difficulty, he suddenly didn't know where to go. Ning Chen was really angry. He knew that it was too late to find another way out. Fortunately, he stopped running. He raised his sword and slashed at nine-headed snakelet. With a loud clang, Ning Chen immediately felt his right arm go numb. Sparks flew and the tip of the sword in his hand couldn't penetrate even half an inch. What a tough skin! Ning Chen was shocked. He immediately turned and ran. What was there to fight? Nine-headed snakelet continued to chase. It kept going back and forth and was unusually persistent. It had to swallow the human in front of it. The chase between the two continued until daybreak. Once Ning Chen found an opportunity, he would turn around and slash. Unfortunately, nine-headed snakelet's skin was shockingly tough. It was unharmed. The sky in the east gradually turned white. The first light of dawn was about to fall. After tormenting for half a night, Ning Chen, who couldn't win or escape, stopped running. Cold greed flashed in nine-headed snakelet's huge eyes. It opened its huge mouth, and a huge suction force was emitted. Ning Chen laughed coldly. Didn't you want to eat people? I'll teach you a lesson. With a step, Ning Chen's body turned into a ray of light and entered nine-headed snakelet's mouth. At this moment, heavenly fire filled the sky above the 9 heavens. It brought with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth and landed on nine-headed snakelet's body. Wah! A mournful cry sounded. Nine-headed snakelet's body twisted violently and crashed onto the ground with a loud boom. It startled the birds and beasts in the sky and flew away. Inside nine-headed snakelet's body, Ning Chen's black sword was firmly inserted into its flesh. No matter how nine-headed snakelet struggled, it refused to let go. Chapter 198. On Dredgeley Mountain, heavenly fire gathered. The blazing flames continued to rise, forming a scene that could burn the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Within the flames, the nine-headed snakelet's huge snake body rolled violently, smashing through ancient trees one after another. The deafening sounds of collision caused the entire Dredgeley Mountain to tremble. Inside the nine-headed snakelet, Ning Chen stabilized his body with the black sword and rolled along with the snake body. The heavenly fire burned the sky and destroyed the earth. The nine-headed snakelet's shrill cries could be heard. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape the burning of the heavenly fire. The nine-headed snakelet realized that its action of swallowing the human was wrong. It opened its huge mouth and tried to spit out the human in its stomach. Black poisonous water gushed out and sprinkled on the ground. The surrounding rocks and trees immediately turned black and were corroded into a mess. In the nine-headed snakelet's stomach, Ning Chen did not retreat. Instead, he went deeper into the snake's stomach with all his might. A human and a monster were competing in strength. One was drilling in, while the other was spitting out. They were in a stalemate. The heavenly fire was still burning. The nine-headed snakelet's vitality was frighteningly strong. After being burned for half a day, it was still struggling violently. Many people in the world saw this unbelievable scene. The flames in the sky continued to burn and did not extinguish. No one knew what was happening. If an innate expert was undergoing a tribulation, no one would be able to survive for such a long time. The nine-headed snakelet dragged its burning body and continued to struggle. Ning Chen refused to come out. The more he drilled, the deeper he went. After half a day, the nine-headed snakelet's struggles became weaker and weaker. Its cries also became weaker and weaker. It seemed to have lost its strength. On Dredgeley Mountain, a huge snake body stretched across half of the mountain. It was motionless. Only the flames on the snake's body continued to burn, showing no signs of extinguishing. Ning Chen did not know where he had drilled to. When he felt that the nine-headed snakelet was no longer struggling, he finally had the energy to look at his surroundings. The surroundings seemed to be different from the snake's stomach he was in previously. The flesh and blood gradually disappeared and turned into something that looked like stone. Ning Chen recalled the situation he encountered when he entered the Tao Tai's stomach. After an unknown period of time, Ning Chen found another nine-headed snakelet's body. It looked very similar to the one he was swallowed in. The only difference was that this snake's body was made of stone. Gradually, the third snake body, the fourth, the fifth, Ning Chen found all 9 snake bodies. Just like the second one, they were all made of stone and not flesh and blood. This gigantic monster seemed to be living in another form of existence. It had turned its flesh and blood into stone and was in deep slumber all year round. For some reason, the only body of flesh and blood was not asleep. It was still awake, guarding the alienation mountain. Ning Chen was a little shocked. The 2 primitive places in the world both had legendary ferocious beasts. If it was a coincidence, it wouldn't make sense. Did they willingly sleep here, or were they sealed by someone? If such a thing were to truly awaken and wreak havoc on the world, even Xiantian experts of the 3 disasters realm would find it difficult to subdue it. What made him even more worried was that there were 2 other primitive lands in the world. He wondered if there were other monsters of this level in the world. The Taotai and the 9-headed snakelet were notorious vicious beasts in myths and legends. They had caused a lot of trouble in ancient times and were eventually subdued by the gods. Their whereabouts were unknown. He could accept the existence of martial artists, innate masters, and even monsters. However, when it came to gods, he would rather believe that they were just legends. If there were gods in the world, that would be the worst thing. The nine-headed snakelet's body seemed to be a huge space. On its body, the 9 snake bodies were spread out and the head and tail could not be seen. The sky outside was already dark. After sunset, the heavenly fire dissipated. According to legends, each head of the 9-headed snakelet represented a life. Ning Chen did not know if the head that swallowed him was still alive. He did not want to take the risk and decided to wait for another day. Inside the 9-headed snakelet's body, there were some artifacts from the human world. These artifacts had been through countless years and had almost turned to dust. They could no longer be used. Of course, not everything had been destroyed. Ning Chen had also noticed some items that were relatively intact. There was a spear, a copper cauldron, and an iron sword. All of them were mottled with rust and seemed as if they would break at any moment. The 3 items were not far from each other. The halberd was already damaged and broken. It told of the intense battle that the owner of the halberd had experienced when he was alive. However, Ning Chen still felt an indescribable chill from the halberd. It was similar to the feeling he had when he met Jingye Taichu, but it was not exactly the same. Without a doubt, the halberd was extraordinary. Even though most of its sharpness had been eroded by time, there was still a trace of strength left. As for the bronze cauldron and metal sword, Ning Chen kept them. He did not care if they were useful or not. He would take them away first. When the sun rose the next day, the heavenly fire descended once again. The 9-headed snakelet's body gradually could not hold on and started to burn from the inside. After a day, there was no more movement. When the people of the world saw the flames in the sky again, they did not know what to say. Strange things happened every year, but there were especially many this year. In thousands of years, this was the first time they had heard that the heavenly fire tribulation could burn for 2 days. The raging flames shone in the sky. The 9-headed snakelet's petrified body had already merged with the dredge mountain. It did not have any reaction to the heavenly fire. Only the flesh and blood of the 9-headed snakelet continued to burn. Only when the sky turned dark did it slowly extinguish. When half the night had passed, Ning Chen struggled to get out. He summoned the ghost palanquin and immediately left this damned place. The 9-headed snakelet's huge snake body had already destroyed the main peak of the dredge mountain. It was extremely desolate and desolate. When he passed by the river of water demons, Ning Chen retrieved the ancient realm and left immediately. Ruoshui clearly did not stay in the dredge mountain. Now, the only hope was the easternmost land. This place was frighteningly far. Even if he had the ghost palanquin, he might not be able to make it back in time. Tonight, no matter what, it was impossible. After returning to the underworld, Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, he really did not want to face these things that were beyond common sense. Being able to survive this time did not mean that he could survive the next time. In the depths of the underworld, the ghost woman was still in seclusion. It seemed that she would not come out until she reached the Xiantian realm. Ning Chen hoped that the ghost woman would come out as soon as possible. The underworld child had taken away the Wang clan's ancestor. The longer time passed, the more dangerous it would be. In this world, only the ghost woman could find the whereabouts of the underworld child. He did not have much contact with the underworld child, but he could still feel the terror of the underworld child. This terror did not refer to the underworld child's strength, but the latter's capricious personality. He did not follow any rules or morals. Everything he did was crazy and unpredictable. If such a person was allowed to reach the Xiantian realm, it would be a very scary thing. Only the Xiantian realm could kill the Xiantian realm. However, once the underworld child reached the Xiantian realm, he would definitely not be a match for an ordinary Xiantian realm expert. On the northern battlefield, the Shaoling ancient town had been conquered by the northern Meng army. There were no accidents. The 20,000 steel cavalry returned and regrouped with the army. Close to 10,000 heavy cavalry and 80,000 steel cavalry responded to each other. The banners were connected together, black and heavy, making it difficult for people to breathe. Duke Jingwu and the Marquis of Bloody Garb were finally able to gather their troops outside the Shaoling ancient town. The 130,000 imperial army stood in formation, trying to stop the northern Meng army here. After nightfall, Ning Chen did not rush to the easternmost land. Instead, he went to the barrack. His matters could be discussed later. Before that, he had to finish this battle first. In the commander's tent, Duke Jingwu nodded when he saw Ning Chen. Ning Chen returned the greeting and did not say anything else. He respected Jingwu Duke very much, but that didn't mean that his relationship with Jingwu Duke would improve even further. The third prince was Duke Jingwu's only disciple, and he was the one who forced the third prince to his death. This grudge had no right or wrong, and there was no way to resolve it. Duke Jingwu obviously had the same attitude. In one night, they only talked about the battle and did not talk about anything else. The Marquis of Bloody Garb handed the authority to Duke Jingwu to command the overall situation. He himself returned to the position of a general, which was what he was best at. The title of Bloody Garb was obtained through killing on the battlefield. After being bestowed the title of Marquis, there were many restrictions. In the imperial city, it had not been peaceful for the past few days. After Ning Chen's title of Marshal Marquis was stripped, many people who were dissatisfied with him in the past repeatedly added insult to injury. They almost found Ning Chen and skinned him alive. However, a few people who knew the truth knew what was going on. Even the Marquis house was not taken back by Xia Mingri. Instead, he secretly sent many people to protect them. Some officials who did not have eyes, who dared to gossip or condone their subordinates and juniors to cause trouble in the Jiming house, were fined their salaries. The serious ones were directly banished out of the imperial city by Xia Mingri and exiled to the desolate lands. In the beginning, many officials did not know what was going on and thought it was just a coincidence. Later on, they felt that something was wrong. While keeping their mouths shut, they also strictly restricted their subordinates to not provoke the Jiming house. During this time, Zhang Sun did not say a word. He really stayed away from the court and did not interfere with any of Xia Mingri's decisions. The dukes and marquises in the north did not care about this at all. Every night, they would seriously discuss future war matters under the lights, trying their best to fight for the last hope of Great Xia. Ning Chen, Marquis Bloodgarb, and Duke Jingwu had not rested for 3 consecutive nights, trying their best to think of a plan and strategy. Today, Great Xia's situation could not get any worse. Their opponent was the smartest person in the world and the strong northern Meng iron cavalry. They could not afford to be careless. Since the start of the war between the two dynasties, the northern Meng strategist had come up with many ideas that were hard to defend against. This time, they had to be wary of any accidents and pull the war back to the initial battle of tactics and military strength. In the ancient town of Shaoling, a lady in a blue dress stood quietly in front of the formation. Her beautiful face had a sickly pale look. As the night wind blew, she would cough lightly. Her weak look made one's heart ache. If it were not for the great Xia land that was riddled with holes behind her, who would have thought that this beautiful and weak girl was the northern Meng strategist that everyone feared, the smartest person in the world? Chapter 199. Since ancient times, heroes were created in times of chaos. Fan Lingyue's appearance changed this truth. When Great Xia was at its peak, he appeared out of nowhere and destroyed this strong dynasty. Originally, this was not an era that created heroes. Great Xia that had been invincible for 1,000 years was far from falling. However, Fan Lingyue used an unreasonable method to forcefully change the pace of the era. The people of the world were fortunate because they were born in the same era as Fan Lingyue and witnessed him changing an era with his own strength. The people of the world were also unfortunate because they were born in the same era as Fan Lingyue and had to experience the cruelty of war. in the world, even if there was the invincible Great Xia and the unfathomable eternal night god sect, during the era that Fan Lingwei was alive, the most terrifying was still the Beimeng imperial court. Ning Chen and Fan Lingwei were the most similar people in the world and the people who knew each other the best. As such, they were the people who wanted the other to die the most. The standoff between the two armies lasted for 3 days. No one dared to move. Now was the most crucial moment, and every action would affect the direction of the battle. Fan Lingwei's Beimeng army did not have any abnormalities. After many days of marching, they rested up and did everything according to plan. In comparison, the Great Xia side was more nervous. After so many battles, the Great Xia soldiers were more or less fearful of the military advisor of Northern Meng. This was unavoidable. Losing once was not scary. What was scary was losing again and again. The war between the two dynasties had lasted for half a year, and Great Xia had not won a single time. Luckily, the combat quality of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps was far from what normal soldiers could compare to. Even if their hearts were affected, they could still maintain strict discipline and high morale. After the 4th day, the two armies finally started to clash. On the Great Xia side, Duke Jingwu led the entire situation while Marquis Bloodcloak became the strongest general. He led the troops in every battle and was unstoppable. On the Beimeng side, the heavy cavalry was still the vanguard. The light cavalry and other soldier types worked together to complete the missions that Fan Lingwei gave them. They were like war machines, cold and strong. In the day, they beat the drums and beat the gongs at night. The battle between the two armies lasted for 10 days. The Imperial Army went from 130,000 soldiers to 110,000 soldiers. On the other hand, Northern Meng lost 80,000 cavalrymen and more than 10,000 infantrymen. Both armies suffered roughly the same losses. In truth, this seemingly equal number of casualties was the biggest imbalance. The Great Xia Guards Legion Corps were all carefully selected soldiers, and their individual combat strength was really strong. Not to say that they could fight 1 against 10, but 1 against 5 was not an exaggeration. However, facing the Northern Meng army that was mainly cavalry and had 3 armies working together, the strong Great Xia Guards Legion Corps could not gain any advantage. Ning Chen, Duke Jingwu, and Marquis Bloodrobe once again shifted their gazes to the nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry. The war between the two dynasties had been going on for so long, but these 10,000 heavy cavalry had only lost 1,000 when North River was covering the retreat. Other times there were almost no casualties. We have to think of a way to stall these 9,000 heavy cavalry. Otherwise we'll be too passive, Duke Jingwu said in a low voice. You can consider sending the Divine Wind Battalion out to fight while the rest of the Imperial Army provides cover. Elite against elite, forcefully separating these heavy cavalry from the other soldiers of Northern Meng, the Marquis suggested. Ning Chen frowned but did not say anything. He was also worried about the matter of the heavy cavalry. The 30,000 cavalry in the Imperial City were still unable to fight. Facing the Northern Meng heavy cavalry here was too difficult. This was also the key reason why the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps had not been able to gain the upper hand. After thinking for a moment, Duke Jingwu approved of this idea. The Divine Wind Battalion was the strongest battalion of the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps aside from the Dragon Guard. They might be able to block the Northern Meng heavy cavalry in a direct confrontation. It's better to be careful. Just as Ning Chen was about to speak, a powerful pressure suddenly came from the heavens and the earth. The 3 of their expressions changed, and they immediately walked out of the camp. They saw 2 figures flying through the air, directly rushing toward Shaoling City. They did not conceal their auras at all, and they were so powerful that it was shocking. All the soldiers below could clearly sense this kind of strength that surpassed humans. Xiantian experts. Ning Chen's expression was extremely grave. Without a doubt, they were Xiantian experts. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. How was this possible? The number of Sciention experts in this world could be counted, and he recognized most of them. However, these two people were extremely unfamiliar to him. They are heading toward Northern Meng, Marquis Bloodrobed said with a gloomy expression. What was going on? Ning Chen's eyes flickered. Where did these two people come from? Their appearance at this time was too suspicious. In the ancient town of Shaoling, in front of the Northern Meng army, Fan Lingyue also walked out of the commander's tent. Looking at the two figures rushing over from afar, he frowned slightly. The two figures became more and more energetic, and in a short while, they arrived in front of the Northern Meng army. All the soldiers of Northern Meng were shocked by this terrifying pressure. However, the soldiers guarding the commander's tent still blocked in front of them, disregarding their lives to protect the tent. Everyone, retreat, Fan Lingyue ordered. Hearing the order, the soldiers immediately retreated like the tide without a moment of hesitation. You are the military advisor of the Northern Meng Imperial Court? Among the two, a green-robed old man said coldly. Yes, I am. May I know where you two are from? Fan Lingyue asked. Ascension Valley, the red-robed woman beside the green-robed old man said arrogantly. Fan Lingyue's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew this place. Many Sciention experts who had disappeared in the world had gone there. Legend had it that Ascension Valley had a method to make people live forever. Thus, some Sciention experts who were nearing the end of their lifespans were unwilling to die just like that. In the end, they all went to Ascension Valley. Why have the two of you come here? Fan Lingyue asked calmly. We've come to make a deal with you, the green-robed old man said slowly. Oh? What kind of deal? Fan Lingyue asked. Let that 3 disasters expert of Northern Meng help my Ascension Valley and open up the boundary. In exchange, when the Realm Master descends in the future, he will also leave a piece of land for the Northern Meng Imperial Court, the green-robed old man replied. Hearing these words, Fan Lingyue laughed instead and said, Looks like the so-called Realm Master you speak of has already taken this piece of land as something that belongs to him. Am I, Fan Lingyue, too stupid, or have you all lived for too long and your brains have become dull, to actually have such ideas about me? The Ascension Valley came to find you because they think highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the red-robed woman snorted coldly. If I don't agree, what will you do? Fan Lingyue said indifferently. I've heard that other than Imperial Preceptor Northern Meng, the Eternal Night Cult also has a martial lord. I think that he will be more sensible than you. Having one spokesperson for the Ascension Valley in the human world is enough. As for the others, there is no need for them to exist, the red-robed woman threatened. I don't know if a martial lord is sensible or not, but I know that as long as I'm alive, the Eternal Night Cult won't have the guts. Since I can cripple the Great Xia, the Eternal Night Cult can also do the same. After saying that, Fan Lingyue took a step forward. His body shone with white light. With a wave of his hand, Jingye Taichu flew out from the tent and floated in front of him. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. The red-robed woman took a step forward and her Sciention cultivation erupted, shaking heaven and earth. In front of the Great Xia's tent, Ning Chun felt the shaking of heaven and earth in the distance. He summoned his ghost palanquin and immediately rushed over. The Marquis was worried that this was a scheme of the Northern Meng Imperial Preceptor, so he followed with worry. The two of them were extremely fast. Before long, they were 10 miles away from the Northern Meng camp. As a result, a shocking scene appeared in front of the two of them. In front of the Northern Meng army, Fan Lingyue's white light illuminated heaven and earth. The Jingye Taichu in his hand was unusually swift and fierce. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he was still able to suppress the two of them. Ning Chen was shocked and even more shocked. He had also fought against Sciention experts before, and he could barely keep himself from being defeated. He didn't expect Fan Lingyue to be able to suppress 2 Sciention experts by himself. Beside him, the Marquis' eyes were also filled with shock. It was difficult for a Hotian to fight against an Xiantian expert, but it wasn't impossible. However, it was almost impossible for a Hotian to suppress an Xiantian expert, not to mention fighting one against two. Not only Ning Chen and the Marquis, even the red-robed woman and the green-robed old man were shocked. Their moves quickly dissipated in the lustrous white light. They were completely useless. Even Xiantian experts didn't dare to face the Jingye Taichu head-on. As they attacked, blood could already be seen. The more the red-robed woman fought, the more shocked she became. She said anxiously, "Fan Lingyue, don't you want to take down Xia? Ascension Valley can help you realize this wish. As for Northern Meng's future, the Valley Master is kind and will definitely not mistreat you." Fan Lingyue's eyes were cold, and the white light on his body became even brighter. He said, "Whether I can take down Xia or not is my own business. The future of Northern Meng and the Divine Great Land is not up to Ascension Valley to decide." When Ning Chen and Marquis blood-robed Marquis, who were 10 miles away, heard the name of the Ascension Valley, their faces turned pale. As a martial Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty, he naturally knew more things than ordinary warriors. The Ascension Valley was the most mysterious unknown place in the world. Hundreds of years ago, a Xiantian from the Great Xia dynasty's royal family had entered and died there, never to leave again. Legend had it that Ascension Valley had the secret of longevity, but no one knew whether it was true or not. This was because no one had ever seen anyone walk out of Ascension Valley alive. Scroll of the Moon, Silent Moonfall. Behind Fan Lingyue, the white light bloomed like a second moon rising, illuminating the world. The Scroll of the Moon technique reappeared in the world. Instantly, wherever the moonlight shone, everything became silent and still. The green-robed old man and the red-robed woman froze, unable to move. In that instant, Jingye Taichu's sword cut his throat. The green-robed old man's eyes widened, and he fell down unwillingly. At this moment, the red-robed woman broke free from her restraints. She was so shocked that she no longer dared to fight. Her figure flashed, and she quickly fled. Fan Lingyue did not chase after her. He covered his mouth and coughed violently. Blood spurted out and flowed through the gaps between his fingers. "Have you seen enough? If you want to kill me, now is the best time." After a moment of gasping for breath, Fan Lingyue raised his head and looked at Ning Chen and the Marquis in the distance. "See you on the battlefield." Ning Chen replied and turned to leave. The Marquis also left without making a move. Fan Lingyue's strength was shocking. Even in their current state, they were not confident that they could win. In addition, they did not want to make a move tonight. Chapter 200. When Ning Chen left, it was already late and he didn't have time to return to the Great Xia camp. After bidding farewell to Marquis Bloodrobed, he returned to the underworld. Marquis Bloodrobed sent the news of Ascension Valley's appearance back to the palace. This was a big deal. If Ascension Valley appeared, the situation would be even more complicated. Another thing was Fan Lingyue's strength. Tonight, they were truly shocked. In this world, the person who fought with Fan Lingyue the most was Ning Chen. They fought twice and both times they lost miserably. Therefore, they couldn't figure out the upper limit of Fan Lingyue's strength. Tonight, even 2 innate experts were defeated. One died and the other escaped. What a terrifying battle record. After tonight's incident, one thing was basically confirmed. It was impossible to assassinate Fan Lingyue. As long as they couldn't break the white light and defend Jingye Taichu, no one in this world could kill her. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Fan Lingyue would be if she broke through to the innate realm. Fortunately, this was an impossible assumption. Otherwise, Great Xia would be finished. No matter how strong one was, there would be a time when they were exhausted and still belonged to the category of humans. Once they entered the innate realm, they would have to add the word heaven before humans. As a celestial, they couldn't be killed by human strength. After Ning Chen returned to the underworld, he had been thinking about Ascension Valley. He and Marquis Bloodrobed didn't hear the whole thing, but they heard a few key points. The woman in red mentioned the term Realm Master, and also mentioned helping Northern Meng defeat Great Xia. From the conversation, Ascension Valley had something to ask Fan Lingwe for help. The price was to help Northern Meng destroy Great Xia, but Fan Lingwe rejected it. Fan Lingwe said that Northern Meng and the Divine Continent weren't in Ascension Valley's control. The meaning behind this was thought-provoking. Obviously, Fan Lingwe knew something that he didn't. Before tonight, he had never heard of any Realm Master in Ascension Valley. Listening to the woman in red's tone, she seemed to be very respectful to this Realm Master. A person who could be respected by innate experts was undoubtedly at least a 3 disasters expert. Realm Master, Lord of a Realm. This was the most superficial meaning. He didn't even dare to think about the deeper matters. He would rather believe that this was just a title and not something he didn't dare to think about. This world was already chaotic enough. It could no longer withstand the invasion of another realm. Ning Chen knocked hard on his head and stopped thinking about random things. Since Ascension Valley had asked Fan Lingwe for help, it meant that Ascension Valley was still unable to come into being. It wouldn't be a major problem for the time being. Currently, the greatest enemy of Great Xia was still Fan Lingwe. No matter what, this war had to end as soon as possible. The earlier it ended, the earlier Great Xia could rest up and deal with future problems. In Northern Meng's camp, in the commander's tent, Fan Lingwe, who had just gone through a great battle, looked a little pale. However, he still dragged his sick body and thought about the battle step by step. Beimeng had already fought his way here and would soon crush the final resistance of Great Xia. She had to do her best to hold on. As for the Ascension Valley, she was not worried. There were countless experts in the Divine Prefecture. Regardless of whether the future owner was Great Xia or Northern Meng, they were not afraid of the ambitious realm. Military advisor, Xiao Wanhua said worriedly as he walked into the tent. Marquis Xiao, what's the matter? Fan Lingwe raised his head and asked calmly. The Imperial Preceptor has already made the necessary preparations, and he'll be here soon. Are we really not going to wait any longer? Xiao Wanhua asked. We're not going to wait any longer. Fan Lingwe shook her head. Originally, this was the surprise she had prepared for Great Xia. However, since Ning Chen said that they would meet on the battlefield, then this time, victory and defeat would be decided on the battlefield. Even if she didn't use any surprise troops, she wasn't afraid of anyone in terms of formations. Continue to send troops to attack. Don't give the Great Xia Imperial Army a chance to breathe, Fan Lingwe said. Yes, Xiao Wanhua respectfully accepted the order and immediately left. Inside the Netherworld Mansion, Ning Chen recalled the countermeasure that the Marquis of Blood Robe and Jing Wugong had discussed last night. Using the Divine Wind Battalion to hold back the Northern Meng heavy cavalry was not a wrong idea. Generally speaking, using elites to fight elites was the best way to reduce the losses. However, he was worried that once the Divine Wind Battalion and the heavy cavalry were pulled out alone, would the remaining Imperial Army be able to stop the flood-like Northern Meng cavalry? Northern Meng still had 70,000 elite cavalry and 60,000 infantry. It was hard to say whether Great Xia could stop them or not. Outside of Shaoling, the two armies clashed, and it was abnormally intense. The Divine Wind Battalion moved out and used their powerful combat strength to block the charge of the Northern Meng heavy cavalry. The cavalry that flanked them were also blocked by the Imperial Army. The battle lasted from noon to sunset before the two armies retreated. Fan Lingwe stood at the front of the formation and watched the battle. Looking at the formation Great Xia sent out, the light in her eyes kept jumping. Using force against force was indeed a good method. Duke Jingwu and Marquis Bloodclad were indeed much stronger than those useless generals of Great Xia. Retreat. Seeing that it was getting late, Fan Lingwe ordered. A moment later, the gong sounded, and the Northern Meng army retreated like a flood. They were orderly and without a trace of panic. On the other side, the Great Xia Imperial Army also retreated. They were similarly disciplined and not anxious. Without a doubt, the Great Xia Imperial Army and Northern Meng Cavalry outside of Shaoling were the most elite forces in the world. In comparison, the Great Xia Imperial Army's individual combat ability was stronger, while the Northern Meng Cavalry's group charging ability was unparalleled. Both armies had their own advantages and trump cards. Overall, Northern Meng had more troops and had a slight advantage, but it was not too obvious. Let the soldiers have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow we will go down south, Fan Linghui said to Xiao Wanhua before returning to the commander's tent. Xiao Wanhua understood and immediately went to make arrangements. When night was about to fall, Fan Linghui came to a tent and said, "Mr. Jian Er, please help me with something." Jian Er walked out and looked at the woman in front of him. He smiled and said, "If you want me to kill that Jiming Marquis, then I am powerless. I alone cannot do it. There is no need to kill him. Mr. Jian Er, you just have to stop him. The battle tomorrow is extremely important, and I do not wish for him to appear in the Great Xia camp tonight." That is not difficult. However, after the last encirclement, he appeared in a different location every time. Can you calculate where he will appear from? Jian Er asked curiously. Of course. Fan Linghui nodded and said, "Mr. Jian Er, please follow me." After saying that, the two walked toward the empty space far away from the tent. Under the night sky, they stopped facing the west. Fan Linghui's body was covered in white light. She flipped her hand and a golden ancient scroll flew out. In an instant, the golden brilliance illuminated the world, extremely dazzling. Chaos Scroll. Jian Er's eyes flashed, and the smile on his face disappeared. So the Chaos Scroll was really in Fan Linghui's hands. The moment the Chaos Scroll appeared, the Eternal Night Scripture slowly opened in the sea of nothingness of the Eternal Night sect. The black light shone brightly, constantly swallowing everything around it. In the first shrine, the martial lord who had returned to his shrine to recuperate sensed the changes in the scripture. He narrowed his eyes and disappeared. A moment later, the martial lord appeared in the sea of nothingness. Looking at the Eternal Night Scripture that he was flipping, he immediately understood what was going on. In this world, the only thing that could interfere with the Chaos Scroll was the Chaos Scroll in Fan Linghui's hands. "What do you want to know?" the martial lord coldly asked. Fan Linghui, who was thousands of miles away, seemed to be able to hear it. She used the Chaos Scroll to guide the aura of the Sea of Nothingness and condensed the two words Ningchen. In the blink of an eye, it scattered into the void. "I'll help you this time, but there won't be a next time." The martial lord flipped his palm and activated the Eternal Night Scripture. It quickly flipped, and rays of black light spread out, inspecting the world. Northwest of Fog Forest. The Eternal Night Scripture quickly found Ningchen's whereabout. Fan Linghui, who was thousands of miles away, immediately stopped after seeing through the Chaos Scroll. He took the northwest route of Fog Forest. It's very likely that he will pass by Chongli City. Mr. Jian Er can go there and stop him, Fan Linghui said with a trace of exhaustion in her voice. Jian Er nodded and said nothing. His feet moved, and he turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. In the sea of nothingness, the martial lord waved his hand and closed the Eternal Night Scripture. Rays of innate chi sealed the scripture's surroundings, completely blocking the possibility of the Chaos Scroll interfering. The current Eternal Night Scripture was not only the Light Scroll, but also controlled too many secrets of the Eternal Night cult. He absolutely could not let Fan Linghui have the opportunity to invade. Far away from the northern Meng camp, under the night sky, Fan Linghui coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her expression was extremely cold. She saw something she shouldn't have. The Eternal Night cult's goal was indeed not as simple as it seemed. She had some suspicions before, and today, it was finally confirmed. Mars guarding the heart, 100 years of darkness in the mortal world. As it turned out, the source of this disaster was really the Eternal Night cult. De Xia's fate began to weaken 2 days before Mars guarding the heart. When Mars guarding the heart appeared, the fate above the northern Meng Imperial Palace, Barbarian King Palace, Buddha Kingdom's Mijia Mountain and other places also weakened to varying degrees. It was just that it was not as obvious as Desia's. She had not completely guessed whether this 100 years referred to the 100 years of war or other disasters. However, there was no doubt that the Eternal Night Cult was the biggest source of the disaster. The Eternal Night Cult had 2 experts of the 3 disasters, but also a martial monarch. There was still another one who had not made any moves. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Moreover, she also knew that the Eternal Night Cult had more than one temple. In the past, before the rise of the Great Xia, the Eternal Night Cult was at its peak. The first temple was only the vanguard responsible for expanding the territory. There was another temple behind it that was responsible for managing the internal affairs of the temples and resolving all the worries of the first temple. If she guessed correctly, the instigator of this disaster was the second temple that had been silent all this time. What an amazing junior! What a pity, in the academy, the moment the Book of Chaos interfered with the mysteries of heaven, the headmaster's muddled eyes became clear for a brief moment. He looked at the ancient town of Shaoling and sighed in his heart. There was actually such a powerful woman in the future. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of her. The heavens were flawed, and so were humans. Perfect people should not appear. It's really a pity. The headmaster sighed softly and turned back to the wooden house. This woman was destined not to live for long. Otherwise, even if Dexia was defeated, it would be worth it. Chapter 201. The night wind blew and the moonlight was enchanting. Outside Chongli City, Sword 2 stood in the wilderness, his gentle expression without any killing intent as he waited for the person to arrive. The ghost palanquin appeared in the distant night, silently speeding over. The corner of Sword 2's mouth curled up slightly, his smile warm. Very far away, the palanquin stopped, no longer moving forward. "Don't worry, it's just me," Sword 2 chuckled. Ning Chen got off the palanquin and observed for a long time before walking forward. "You are?" Ning Chen asked with a doubtful expression. Sword 2 answered honestly. Ning Chen's eyes twitched. How did the second disciple of Sword City know his whereabouts? "You can't go over tonight. However, it's up to you to decide whether to fight or not," Sword 2 said amiably. "Fan Lingyue sent you?" Ning Chen frowned and asked. "You can say that," Sword 2 answered. "Then let's fight." Ning Chen's figure moved, arriving in front of Sword 2. Frost condensed on his fingers as he drew a silver sword aura. Sword 2 leaned to the side, his left face brushing past the sword aura. With a flip of his palm, he blocked the sword aura. The two of them each took half a step back, testing each other's move. It was a draw. Ning Chen drew his sword following him as he pressed forward again. The cold sword danced in the night. The injured man and sword were no longer as strong as before, but their battle intent had never weakened. "I can't kill you, and you can't go over either. Why do you still want to fight?" Sword 2 waved his right hand and his sword flew out of its sheath into his hand, blocking the black sword aura. "There aren't so many reasons in the world. If I have to say, it's just that I don't like you." The black sword in Ning Chen's hand became stronger. His sword intent spread out, giving off a soul-threatening killing aura. "You only have sword intent and no power. You have no chance of winning." Sword 2 blocked the sword aura in front of him and pushed his cultivation, striking out with his sword. Ning Chen blocked the attack, but his figure suddenly retreated. The difference between their cultivation was obvious at this moment. His once peerless foundation had now become an illusion. His vital energy was severely hindered, and even the 3 scrolls of heavenly tomes were useless. Ning Chen's moves were light and quick. He played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He tried his best to turn the battle into a competition of move. Jian Tu remained unmoved. His sword was heavy, and every move of his strange sword was activated. His powerful foundation was unshakable. It was an unfair battle. The battle outside Changli City was unusually fierce. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. It was natural for the strong to be the king. Ning Chen and Jian Er both understood this principle. Therefore, once they made a move, they would use their killing moves without mercy. Jian Er was the disciple who fought the least in Desolate City. His strength was unfathomable. After meeting him today, Ning Chen realized that the second disciple of Sword City was unimaginably strong. Waves of the world flow to the east. With a flip of his palm, Ning Chen's left and right palm swords moved side by side. After a palm strike, the ink sword immediately arrived. It's useless. Sword 2 slashed apart the huge wave and blocked the black sword. His genuine chi vibrated and instantly sent the figure in front of him flying. Ning Chen fell to the ground in a sorry state and took several steps back. Black blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes black. How sad it is for a hero to be short of breath. Jian Er sighed and said with emotion. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Marquis of Jiming was so powerful that he was unparalleled under the nascent heaven realm. He defeated the Buddha in the human world and fought to a draw with the young master of the heavenly pavilion of compassion, who was half a step away from the nascent heaven realm. He had shocked the world again and again. You're wrong about one thing. I've never been a hero. Ning Chen forcefully activated his martial arts and condensed them around his body. Frost surged and he stabbed his sword into the ground. When the snow is about to fall, the sword will snow for 3,000 miles. As the sword stabbed into the ground, the slowly falling wind and snow suddenly dispersed. The sword intent burst out like thousands of ice swords exploding and sweeping across the world. First move, Jian Er said softly. Then he fully activated his martial arts and the sword power surged. It turned into a purple divine sword that reached the ninth heaven and chopped down. The two moves collided and the sky collapsed. In the fierce wind, Ning Chen flew out. Even Jian Er couldn't withstand the extreme power. He took 2 steps back and his chi and blood surged. After one move, Ning Chen was injured and Jian Er retreated. Genuine chi overflowed and Ning Chen's figure flew out again. His sword split the waves and his power shook the sky. Second move, Jian Er said. His sword shone brightly and once again collided with Ning Chen's all-out move. The sword of opening the sky and severing the sea against the barren cities, unique martial arts. Originally, they were evenly matched. However, because of the difference in foundation and martial arts, the situation gradually changed. After another collision, the corner of Jian Er's mouth was dyed red. His expression was still calm and indifferent. More than 10 steps away, Ning Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. That's the second move. With your current body, how many more moves can you make like this? Jian Er said calmly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. On the opposite side, Ning Chen coughed violently. After only 2 moves, his body began to weaken. Blood stained his ink-black clothes and was extremely dazzling. One night is actually very short. However, if we continue to fight, perhaps I can kill you alone. Jian Er glanced at the gradually darkening night and said lightly. Outside Changli City, people had arrived at some point and were increasing in number. They were watching the two fighting from afar. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Who is that?" "The Marquis of Jiming." This sudden shout immediately caused an uproar. The more people looked at him, the more they found him to be the Marquis of Jiming, who had been stripped of his title and was wanted by the whole country. Jian Er stopped his sword and said softly, "It seems that even if I don't stop you tonight, it will be very difficult for you to pass." The people in the night quickly rushed towards the two. At this time, those who had not returned to the city to rest were mostly warriors who made a living outside. When they saw the Marquis of Jiming, who was wanted by the imperial court, it was as if they saw a white reward. The crowd surrounded Ning Chen and immediately rushed forward. It was said that the Marquis of Jiming's martial arts were extraordinary. However, they had the advantage in numbers. What was there to be afraid of? Stupid people. How sad. Jian Er sighed and stepped back, leaving the place for the upcoming battle. Ning Chen, who had not retreated even when he faced Sword 2, subconsciously retreated step by step when he saw the citizens surrounding him. You can kill them. This is not difficult for you. After all, you have killed tens of thousands of people. A few more won't make a difference. Jian Er suggested. His tone was calm, but there was an indescribable coldness. Everyone, let's go together. After we catch him, the reward of 100,000 taels of silver is enough for us to split. In the crowd, a bare-chested man in linen clothes shouted and immediately rushed forward. The crowd was encouraged and rushed forward at the same time. The sword light was piercing, cutting into the hearts of the people who were protecting them. The sharp ink sword was no longer sharp. Ning Chen moved his sword, but he could not find a reason to use it. He had killed tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples and made the entire Yunling blood flow like a river, leaving no one alive. However, at this moment, facing the people of the Xia kingdom, his ink sword was as heavy as a mountain. After losing its sharpness, all that was left was the helplessness of his fists and feet. Ning Chen's fists and elbows continuously forced the crowd away. He did not kill them, but deterred them first. However, Ning Chen underestimated the temptation of 100,000 taels of silver to these people. After being knocked down once, they got up and continued to rush forward. In this world, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Now that he was just knocked down, how could it stop the madness of the people? Not far away, Jian Er watched this scene quietly. Under his gentle smile, there was coldness. This was human nature. It was naked, undisguised, and extremely ugly. More and more people gathered around, from dozens of people to more than 100 people, until it was too many to count. This place was not far from Changli City, and the previous battle had already alarmed too many people. Jiming Marquis, you have killed the innocent and harmed the loyal. Heaven will not tolerate this. Tonight, no matter what, you will not escape. The words pierced through the heart, and the cold blade was threatening. The angry people and the righteous people wanted to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate the scum of the imperial court in front of them. Ning Chen's punches and kicks were getting slower and slower. The blade wounds on his body were also increasing. The black blood was telling the most ruthless and cruel truth. His blood is black, he is indeed a monster. The people were getting angrier and angrier. Looking at the unkillable monster in front of them, their anger reached its peak. Facing the angry people, Ning Chen was having a hard time dealing with them. Let me help you. Jian Er moved his sword, and a sharp sword light flashed across, sweeping towards the few people who attacked the most ruthlessly. Seeing this, Ning Chen's pupils constricted. He slapped away the few people beside him, and his body moved. He took 2 steps forward, and his ink sword condensed into frost. With a bang, it dispersed the sword light. At the same time, numerous blade lights slashed down from behind him. Ning Chen could not dodge in time, and blood gushed out from his back like a waterfall. Ning Chen's stumbling figure barely stabilized. He did not know how many blade wounds he had. After slapping away the people beside him, he looked more and more tired. Faster, faster. In the distance, groups of soldiers heard the news and rushed over. When they saw Jiming Marquis, they quickly surrounded him. Capture him, life or death. The leading general waved his hand and said coldly. Jian Er smiled lightly, turned around and left step by step. Jiming Marquis, this is the great Xia that you are protecting. Tonight, I have learned something new. There will be a later stage. The mocking words of parting were ear-piercing. Ning Chen, who was standing among the soldiers, looked at the people around him who were either greedy or angry. He felt an indescribable helplessness in his heart. He would never have thought that one day, the people blocking his path would not be the northern Meng imperial court but the soldiers and civilians of Great Xia. The bright moon traveled west. Half a night had passed, and it was impossible to travel north. Ning Chen sighed heavily in his heart and turned around to leave. Hundreds of soldiers raised their weapons and charged over, but they felt an irresistible force sweep them away. The 100 or so people closest to Ning Chen were instantly thrown off their horses and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the ghost carriage appeared, and Ning Chen walked in. He did not look back again. The ghost carriage traveled south, returning to the netherworld. When the sky was about to brighten, Jian Er returned to the northern Meng camp. Fan Lingyue was waiting in front of the commander's tent. Seeing him return, she said calmly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Sword 2 smiled and didn't say anything else. He went straight back to his own tent. Fan Lingyue did not ask anything either. If she only wanted the result, that Ning Chen did not come tonight, that was enough. "Advisor, everything is ready." Xiao Wanhua walked over and said respectfully, "Thank you, Marquis Xiao." Fan Lingyue nodded. Chapter 202. As the sky lit up, the two armies faced each other. In front of the northern Meng army, 9,000 heavy cavalry were clad in black armor, revealing only their eyes. They were filled with killing intent. Behind the heavy cavalry was the tide-like northern Meng cavalry. Once the 70,000 cavalry charged, it was enough to flatten all obstacles. The northern Meng imperial court was a country on horseback. Their people were valiant and everyone could ride and shoot. They were the best at fighting. In front of the three armies, Xiao Wanhua sat on horseback with a halberd in his hand. He looked at the blood-robed figure in the distance with a cold expression. In front of the Great Xia army, Marquis Bloodrobe's eyes were filled with anger. Great Xia had been shamed by northern Meng for 1,000 years. The two marquises, who were once subjects of the same palace, met today. On the battlefield there was nothing to say. Only blood could wash away the hatred in their hearts. Kill! With a single order, the two armies charged forward, and soon after, they clashed. The invincible heavy cavalry was still unstoppable, like a sharp blade stabbing into the Great Xia camp. In the next moment, the 30,000 elite guards of the Divine Wind Battalion stepped forward, blocking the path of the heavy cavalry. The remaining 80,000 guards fought against the 70,000 cavalry of northern Meng. The moment they clashed, blood flowed like a river. In the intense battle, wave after wave of attacks, the northern Meng cavalry and the Great Xia Imperial Army engaged in an all-out battle, and the battle instantly reached its climax. The strict arrangement of formations and the various soldier types was the best way to stop the cavalry. Although the Great Xia Imperial Army fought bitterly, they finally managed to slow down the pace of the northern Meng cavalry. On the other side, Marquis Bloodrobed and Xiao Wanhua were engaged in a battle of life and death. The moment they made their moves, there was no leeway left. The ground continued to crack. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Great Xia Imperial Marquis. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed too many people, he would have already stepped into the Xiantian realm. Around the two of them, true qi vibrated, forming a vacuum that no one could get close to. Soldier against soldier, general against general, their sharpness against sharpness, pressuring one's mind. Jingwu Duke and Fan Lingyue looked at each other from afar, both of them calculating. This was the most crucial battle, and they couldn't afford to fail. Whoosh! A soldier of the Divine Wind Battalion stabbed his spear into the chest of a northern Meng cavalry. Blood spurted out of the wound, attracting the attention of many people. Gradually, more and more heavy cavalry soldiers were pierced by the spears, and the casualties of the northern Meng heavy cavalry began to increase. Clang! Not far away, a long spear pierced the body of a galloping heavy cavalry. However, it was forcibly broken and could not be damaged in the slightest. These two completely opposite situations made the officers and soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion somewhat confused. The three commanders began to realize that something was wrong, but it was already too late. In the next moment, 8,000 cavalry in black armor appeared. They avoided the God Wind unit and charged into the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps formation. The terrifying destructive power immediately messed up the formation of the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps. The Beiming cavalry took the chance to follow up, and the 70,000 soldiers trampled over the Great Xia camp. The situation changed in an instant. Before the Great Xia side could react, they had already sunk into the molten iron current. Half a day later, the battle ended. All the northern Meng soldiers who were trapped by the Divine Wind Battalion had died in the battle, and the 1,000 heavy cavalry soldiers who were used as bait were no exception. However, northern Meng had won the war. On the plains, the messy formation of infantry would never be able to defeat the strong iron cavalry. After this battle, 40,000 of the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps died, and they suffered a huge loss. The northern Meng side also suffered many casualties. However, compared to the Great Xia side, it was already a rare victory. 8,000 heavy cavalry, 60,000 iron cavalry, and 50,000 infantry once again went south. Compared to before, more than half of the 120,000 troops had been lost. However, the defensive line of Great Xia was also not much left. The heavy cavalry was difficult to defeat. Great Xia staked everything on one throw, using the Divine Wind Battalion to block them. However, this also allowed Fan Lingyue to find an opening to break through. Of the 9,000 heavy cavalry soldiers trapped by the Divine Wind Battalion, only 1,000 were real. They were used as bait to confuse the Divine Wind Battalion. Northern Meng had an abundance of horses, and each person had 2 horses. They would never mix the horses used in battle and in normal times. However, this time, the 8,000 infantrymen who acted as bait and followed the 1,000 cavalrymen were all riding secondary horses. The people of northern Meng were good at riding and shooting. Even the infantry soldiers were very strong at fighting on horseback. However, facing the Divine Wind Battalion of Great Xia, these soldiers were all killed without a doubt. Under the night sky, when Ning Chun arrived and saw the scene of devastation, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. How is it? Do you still think that Great Xia will not fall? Xiao Wanhua appeared and looked at the figure under the moonlight. Why? What did Fan Lingyue promise you? Ning Chen raised his head and asked in confusion. He couldn't understand why the Beiwu Marquis had betrayed them. There was no reasonable explanation. There's no why. From start to finish, my heart has never turned away from northern Meng, said Xiao Wanhua coldly. You're not from Great Xia. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. Surprised? Shouldn't you have thought of that long ago? Xiao Wanhua sneered. Ning Chen suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and slowly said, You've been waiting for me here just to say this? Of course not. The military advisor wants me to tell you that the current you is no longer a threat. You are a cripple who cannot see the light of day. How can you defeat her? For the rest of your days, you will only be able to watch as the Grand Xia walks towards destruction without being able to do anything. After saying this, Xiao Wanhua turned and left. After a few steps, he disappeared. Ning Chen clenched his fists so hard that they turned pale. He sat on the ghost sedan chair and headed east. He knew that Fan Lingyue was trying to provoke him. However, these words were also true. The current him was unable to help Great Xia reverse its situation. This was his last chance. He had to go to the end of the easternmost land. According to legend, the end of the easternmost land was also the end of heaven and earth. This time, he had to take a gamble. In his life, he rarely did things that he wasn't confident in, but this time, he had no choice. The easternmost land was the easternmost part of the Divine Prefecture. It was more than 10,000 miles away from Great Xia. The ghost sedan chair sped along without hesitation. Half a night later, the ghost sedan chair was still heading east. It had no intention of turning back. The closer it got to the east, the more desolate it became. There were fewer and fewer people. After nearly 2 hours, there were no traces of people within 1,000 miles. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thinner and thinner, and the earth was also very barren. The legendary easternmost land was more like a land of death. Ning Chen didn't dare to tarry. He didn't even look carefully for traces of Ruoshui. He continued heading east, heading towards the end of heaven and earth. Dawn gradually appeared on the eastern horizon. At the last moment, the ghost sedan chair finally charged into the primal chaos sea. As expected, the heavenly flame didn't descend at the end of heaven and earth. Ning Chen walked out of the ghost sedan chair. Looking at the strange scene around him, his eyes flashed with amazement. The boundless primal chaos sea was constantly churning. It rose at sunrise and fell at sunset. It hadn't changed for thousands of years. Now it was high tide. The sea of fog was almost as high as the land. It was extremely strange. Ning Chen kept the ghost sedan chair. Walking above the sea of fog, he was indescribably shocked. There was an end to heaven and earth. What an unbelievable fact. After coming to this world, he had seen many unbelievable things. However, seeing this vast sea of fog, he couldn't help but be shocked. Suddenly, Ning Chen was stunned. He saw a figure in white sitting at the end of heaven and earth. He was motionless, as if he was waiting for something. He was in his 30s. His face was ordinary and there was nothing special about him. There wasn't even a trace of a warrior's aura. However, Ning Chen still felt an unprecedented pressure. For the entire day, Ning Chen didn't dare to approach him. He didn't know who this person was, but he was sure that even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be able to defeat this person. The figure in white didn't pay attention to Ning Chen. He still sat there quietly, waiting for something. When the sun was about to set, the sea of fog began to sink. Ning Chen pulled out his ink sword and stabbed it into the cliff. He then continued to wait for the night to come. At this moment, the figure in white glanced at the ink sword and then looked at Ning Chen. A trace of disappointment flashed through his eyes. "What a waste of a good sword," Mu Bai muttered softly. His words were very soft. However, Ning Chen, who was thousands of zhang away, heard it clearly. Ning Chen's mood wasn't good. He wanted to reply, "None of your business." However, he didn't dare to say it. Not long later, the sky finally darkened. Ning Chen took the ink sword and climbed up the cliff bit by bit. He returned to the land. The sea of fog below him had already descended to an unknown place. It was gray and hazy. He couldn't see anything clearly. Ning Chen left on the ghost sedan chair and began to search for traces of Ruoshui in this vast and boundless land of the East. The first night passed peacefully. Ning Chen didn't find anything. When the eastern horizon lit up, he returned to the sea of fog. During the day, Ning Chen had nothing to do. He could only stand on the sea of fog and practice his sword while waiting for the sun to set. He didn't know that in the distance, Mu Bai was frowning as he looked at his clumsy sword. "Don't insult the sword in your hand again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you," said Mu Bai coldly. Ning Chen was startled. The fury he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted. "I'll practice my sword. None of your business." As a person of the future, Ning Chen had been suppressing his own nature every day. He was doing his best to help the Grand Xia pass through this calamity. However, the longer he suppressed it, the greater the backlash. For a youth who wasn't even 20 years old to maintain absolute calm was an extremely cruel matter. After Ning Chen finished cursing, he felt refreshed. At the same time, he also felt a bit of regret. He had been too impulsive. As expected, the distant Mu Bai frowned. His eyes flashed and the sea of fog churned. A ray of sword chi appeared out of nowhere and instantly arrived in front of Ning Chen. In that instant, Ning Chen felt an intense sense of danger. He subconsciously dodged, and the sword chi brushed past his right chest, leaving behind a terrifying wound. "Your sword cultivation is a complete mess," but your reaction isn't bad. Mu Bai didn't attack again and gave an objective evaluation. Ning Chen didn't dare provoke him again. He courteously cupped his hands towards Mu Bai and said, "Thank you, Senior, for being lenient." He wasn't an idiot. He naturally saw that the attack just now didn't contain much killing intent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand here so calmly. "How is Mu Chengxue? Do you remember the past?" asked Mu Bai indifferently. Ning Chen was stunned when he heard this question, and then his expression changed abruptly. Chapter 203. Mu Bai. Ning Chen's shock was indescribable. Without a doubt, the person sitting at the end of this world was Desolate City's sword. Junior Ning Chen greets Senior Mu Bai. "Please forgive me for my rudeness just now." After recovering, Ning Chen's back was covered in cold sweat. He respectfully bowed and apologized sincerely. When a person was unlucky, even drinking cold water would get stuck in their teeth. He hadn't expected that just cursing would provoke such a monster. "You still haven't answered my question," said Mu Bai indifferently. Ning Chen shook his head. "No. She still doesn't remember anything." Hearing that answer, Mu Bai stopped asking. He withdrew his gaze and continued waiting for the primal chaos fog sea to condense. Ning Chen didn't dare disturb Mu Bai any longer. He also didn't dare to practice his sword. He could only wander around the fog sea. The primal chaos fog sea was an extremely special place. It was like a sea of fog. Walking in it was like walking on water. After wandering around for half a day, Ning Chen slowly sank down, wanting to see what was below. The primal chaos fog sea was bottomless, and visibility was also frighteningly low. It was like being in a boundless sea. Gradually, the pressure coming from all directions grew stronger. Intense pain came from Ning Chen's body. He had clearly reached his limit. The undying body was completely useless here. The omnipresent pressure would crush everything into pieces. No matter what kind of special physique one possessed, it would be useless here. Just as Ning Chen was about to reach his limit and float up, he saw an exceptionally dense fog floating not far below him. It was extremely strange. This sudden sight piqued Ning Chen's curiosity. He endured the pain in his body and sank down once more. The closer they got, the clearer the fog became. The dark gray vortex, about 10 zhang in diameter, slowly rotated. At the center, snow-like things began to condense. It was extremely strange. Ning Chen stretched out his hand to touch it. However, when he touched the outermost part of the fog, he couldn't go any further. "What the hell is this?" A strange light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. This fog was clearly different from the surrounding fog. It was condensing from all directions toward the center. The pressure around him grew stronger. Ning Chen didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly floated up. It was already late in the world. Mu Bai was still sitting there, waiting. He paid no attention to anything else. Not long after Ning Chen came up, the sea of fog began to sink and soon disappeared from sight. When night fell, Ning Chen went out to look for Ruo Shui again. The easternmost land was too big. It was not possible to find a river in a day or two. That night, Ning Chen also gained nothing. Before dawn, he returned to the sea of fog. Inside and outside the world, the two of them were like two parallel lines, neither of them paying attention to the other. Ning Chen didn't dare, but Mu Bai didn't care at all. In the heart of the sword in Desolate City, there was only the sword. Nothing else was important. During the day, Ning Chen had nothing else to do, so he sank into the sea of fog and observed the changes in the fog. His intuition told him that this thing was definitely not simple. A martial artist's intuition was like a woman's sixth sense. Sometimes it was more important than anything else. The fog vortex continued to shrink, from 10 zhang to 8 zhang. The solidified part in the center was also increasing. It was obvious that this huge vortex must have been shockingly huge at the beginning, and now it was at its final moment. For the next 7 days, Ning Chen would go out to look for Ruo Shui at sunset. When the day came, he would sink into the sea of fog to observe this strange phenomenon. On the 8th day, when the vortex had shrunk to 3 zhang, its speed suddenly slowed down. The gray solid in the center was gathering faster and faster, growing rapidly like an ice crystal. Light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. Without a doubt, he had found something incredible. It should be very soon before this thing was fully formed. He also wanted to see what it would look like when it was fully formed. After another 3 days, Ning Chen had searched more than half of the easternmost land. Then, he stopped for the night. He knew that the thing in the depths of the sea of fog would be fully formed tonight. At the end of the world, Mu Bai, who had been sitting quietly, also stood up. Looking at the sea of fog 30 zhang below, his aura slowly awakened. It was like a peerless sharp sword being unsheathed. Even the world lost its color. Ning Chen stood in the distance, looking at desolate city's unsheathed sword with a stern expression. In the world, if there was someone who had the deepest understanding of the sword, it would definitely be Mu Bai. At this moment, 30 zhang below, the sea of fog rose violently with the sunset. Not long after, it appeared in front of the two again. The sea of fog changed and lightning descended. Terrifying lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, turning the sea of fog in front of them into a sea of lightning. In the next moment, Mu Bai moved. He only pointed a finger, and in an instant, everything seemed to have stopped. An indescribable sword light appeared. At first, it was very small, but as it moved forward, it became more and more powerful. In the end, it turned into a sword that could cut the sky. With a loud bang, it slashed apart the sea of fog and lightning. In the distance, Ning Chen looked at this shocking sword. He was extremely shocked. Is this the sword? If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao of the sword was so brilliant that it made people intoxicated. In the past, he didn't understand why so many sages spent their lives trying to prove their Tao. Today, after seeing Mu Bai's sword, he understood its endless charm. In the sea of fog that was slashed apart, an apricot tree-like dark gray ice crystal appeared. It was flawless and intoxicating. Ning Chen suppressed his urge to snatch it with great difficulty. His eyes burned as he looked at this unique treasure. In the distance, Mu Bai walked step by step in front of the ice crystal. With a wave of his hand, he scattered it. Ning Chen was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Isn't this a wastrel? Wrong again. Mu Bai lightly sighed. He waved his hand and sent the ice crystal back into the sea of fog. He then walked back and waited for the next appearance. Ning Chen found it hard to understand. He looked at Mu Bai and gathered his courage to ask, "Senior Mu Bai, why are you doing this?" Mu Bai indifferently said, "I want to forge a sword, not a tree." Hearing this reply, Ning Chen's heart still ached. He said, "When the sword reaches the pinnacle, can't anything be used as a sword?" Mu Bai looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. He slowly said, "Who taught you such nonsense? A sword is a sword, nothing can replace it." Ning Chen really wanted to say that it was written in the books of his previous life. However, he swallowed his words. There are so many things in the world. How long do you want to wait for a sword to appear? Ning Chen couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Mu Bai shook his head and said, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. There will be a day when it will appear. When the primal chaos took form, there would be a moment when it was at its weakest. This was also the only time to forge a sword. Unfortunately, after several attempts, he still didn't see the sword embryo he wanted. Ning Chen didn't know what to say. This kind of perseverance was truly unique in the world. Sitting here waiting for a sword that might not appear was inconceivable. Senior Mu Bai, Jr. wants to ask you, have you seen Ruo Shui in the easternmost land? Ning Chen didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to speak. He hurriedly asked. Mu Bai frowned. He thought for a moment and said, I think so. It's just that it's been too long, and I can't remember where it is. Ning Chen was happy at first, but he was so angry that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. If that was the case, he would have to continue searching aimlessly. The easternmost land was too big. It was connected to the end of the world. It wasn't strange for Rua Shui to appear anywhere. Senior Mu Bai, have you broken through to the Xiantian realm? It was already late. It was too late to go out and search. Ning Chen sat at the end of the world and asked the question that the whole world was wondering. I don't know, Mu Bai calmly said. Ning Chen was helpless. This kind of conversation was very difficult to continue. Senior Mu Bai, is my sword really that bad? It's unsightly. Mu Bai honestly replied. Senior Mu Bai, how do your 3 disciples' sword cultivations compare to mine? Ning Chen asked in boredom. Other than Jian Yi, the other 2 are about the same as you. Mu Bai replied. What about Mu Qingxue? Ning Chen asked. She doesn't walk the sword Dao. To her, the sword is just a sharp weapon. Mu Bai replied. Aren't you angry? Everyone has their own Dao. She's not suited to walk the sword Dao. She can't force herself to walk it. That night, Ning Chen asked many questions. Mu Bai was surprisingly patient and answered them one by one. Perhaps it was because he had been lonely for too long, or perhaps he found Ning Chen pleasing to the eye. Ning Chen couldn't say why. In any case, this kind of opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. In truth, his relationship with Desolate City really wasn't that good. Jian Luiying had tried to kill him several times, Jian Er had also fought with him, and even Mu Qingxue was waiting for the day he could kill him. Other than Jian Yi, who he had never met, he had fought with all of Desolate City's successors. Senior Mu Bai, have you ever hated Great Xia? Ning Chen calmed down and asked seriously. Dynasties change. That's unavoidable. Why would I hate it? Mu Bai asked back. Ning Chen didn't know what to say. Everyone knew this principle, but if it really happened to him, who would be able to accept it? The sun was about to shine down from the east. Ning Chen stood up and walked into the sea of fog. You can't see the light? This was the first time Mu Bai had taken the initiative to ask. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Do you regret it? Mu Bai calmly asked. No. Ning Chen shook his head. Mu Bai nodded. You have the qualifications to use the sword. After saying that, Mu Bai didn't say anything else. He sat at the end of the world, waiting for the next manifestation to appear. Having obtained permission, Ning Chen began to diligently practice his sword in the sea of fog. With his current body, he was unable to cultivate, so he could only practice his sword. His ink sword's brilliance flashed through the sea of fog. Each move was merciless and cold, bringing with it a sharp killing intent. The surrounding sea of fog was violently tossed and turned by the sword light. Suddenly, Mu Bai raised his hand. Heaven and earth froze. A sword appeared in front of him in an instant. Ning Chen was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but his body didn't listen to him. He was unable to move. The instant the sword touched his body, it completely dissipated. The restrictions on Ning Chen's body disappeared. His heart throbbed and cold sweat poured out. Just now, he had truly felt the aura of death. It had been so close. Many thanks for Senior's pointers.